Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very welcome to this Public Procurement Cadre Forum 2026, the one and only, one of its kind. And I would like you right now to congratulate your neighbor for being part of history making today, being part of this forum. With a handshake, with a high five, with a hug. Just do it to your neighbor right now, please, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome your neighbor and congratulate them for being part of making the history, for being part of this Public Procurement Cadre Forum. Great. My name is Samuel Bakutana, which means iron sharpens iron. I am a certified executive coach, an award-winning leadership consultant, professional facilitator, global speaker, and an author of 26 books in the areas of leadership, business, education, relationships, to mention but a few. I'm a married man, married to Miss Universe, the queen of my heart, Honorable Charity, my watermelon. I'm a father of two, Petra and Prosper. I lead an organization called Inspired Leaders International as the CEO. And it is an international leadership development firm that empowers leaders to transform nations. And it's a pleasure for me to be here today as the program facilitator. So from now up to the very end of this conversation today, this Cadre Forum, I will be facilitating a program. And I want to welcome you on a special note because of being part of this. Just so that we are on the same lane, on the same page, the main objective of this Public Procurement Cadre Forum is to identify, to design, and to prioritize actionable procurement business process reforms that will improve the efficiency, reduce the lead times, and strengthen accountability in public procurement. So this forum today is here to bridge policy and practice, ensuring that reforms deliver real results under the Public Investment Management Plus, PIM Plus program. And our program runs as follows. You have it on your tables, but I just want to take us through very briefly, giving a bird's eye view of the same. In the next few minutes, we will be dealing with the preliminaries. We will have our anthems, have an opening prayer, and also recognize a few dignitaries in the place, in the room. We will receive the welcome remarks from our Executive Director of PPDA, who is already in the house. And we will get a keynote address from the PSTT, the PSST, PSST, yeah. Dr. Ramadan, who is almost here. We are in touch with him, and in the next few minutes, he will be arriving. And as soon as he arrives, that will trigger the official start. Thereafter, we will have a rousing presentation from the Director PDCB, Madame Massey, bringing us up to speed about the state of procurement, of public procurement and disposal in our country at the moment. Then the Commissioner of PPMD, Mr. Isaac Charigonza, will be bringing us up to speed about linking procurement efficiency to project execution under the PIM Plus program. We will have a panel conversation, and the panel members are already in the house. They are somewhere seated on my right-hand side, ready to rock it, to give us critical conversations about our theme today, which is Procurement Business Process Reforms, a Critical Reflection. And that panel conversation will be led by Mr. Erokwaine Godfrey, the HPDU, MODVA, the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. We will take a short break at that moment to refresh and get rejuvenated. And once we are back, then we will get into the reforms, the proposed reforms, the proposed administrative procurement reforms by the Director LBA, Mr. Uthman Segawa. At that moment, you will be given an opportunity to share a few responses and feedback to what will have taken place. So in case you have any issue that we'll be presenting as the different presentations are going on, it would be important that you take note, and it will be at that specific moment when a number of you will be given an opportunity to share your responses and feedback. Thereafter, we will get into different thematic discussions. We will be guiding on where you will be going to have the guided thematic discussions. And you will be deliberating on the key administrative reform areas in the different clusters that we will soon be talking about. After lunch, those clusters will be back and make the presentation of their different discussion outputs from their conversations. That therefore means that when you get there, as we will be guiding in detail later, you will be ensuring that you capture the results of your conversations. Once that is done, it will be time to now put things together and prioritize the actionable soft reforms. And the reason why we are talking about soft, using the word soft, it's not that you will be able to squeeze them so easily that they are that fragile, but it's simply because there will be reforms that are still within the current legal framework of the sector. Things that don't need legal reforms at the parliamentary level. And once you have done well, who knows? You will be given an award today. We will have an award ceremony, so you better make sure that you do well as we go along. Whereas there could be some of those awards that are already predetermined. There could be some of those that will be awarded because of your wonderful participation. So do your very best today. And once that is done, our board chair, who is already in the house, will be officially giving the closing remarks. And thereafter, we will be getting up and down all over the room, in and outside, networking, exchanging business cards, giving each other high fives, and looking forward to implementing the actionable reforms that we will have agreed upon together. So ladies and gentlemen, ensure that you have registered at the desk, you have collected your materials, and so on and so forth. And if you arrived before 8 a.m., I want to believe that you already qualify for the Efficiency in Procurement Award. Hopefully it will be there in the evening for you to take home. So once again, you are welcome to this Public Procurement Cadre Forum 2026, and it's my pleasure to be here with you. Once again, welcome your neighbor, please. So DJ, give us some soft music as we get on the countdown to the official start. Once again, my name is Samuel Bakutana. Iron sharpens iron.
Rather, it has embarked on searching for solutions.
Collaboration with GIZ, we partnered with CSOs in every part of this country.
To take a car, you have to drive into the field, go and monitor it. That takes a lot of resources. And we know there's a lot of projects, constructions happening. So by linking these CSOs with the PPDA, we had an opportunity of PPDA extending their outreach.
PPDA kicked off operations with a mapping tour, which they conducted together with GIZ. 12 organizations were identified. All partnering CSOs have monitors who operate from deep within the communities. This has expanded PPDA's reach, enabling it to get to the grassroots in remote areas. Thanks to this intervention, contractors are beginning to realize that it is no longer possible to get away with delivering thin air, let alone substandard work. Chisuba Seed Secondary School, located in Bundikuyali Village, Bundibujo District, is testimony to how civil society organizations have helped ensure value for money in public projects. The school received funding of over 1,900,000,000 shillings, purposed to build an ICT lab, library, administration block, multi-purpose block, science laboratory, latrines, water tanks, and other external works.
We kept on moving up and down the COW's office, the DO's office, the engineer's office. Nothing was done, not until a team came from anti-corruption.
All the missing equipment was put in place. The plumbing system was installed. Some schools of thought hold that this would not have been possible with the immediacy it took if RAC had not intervened.
Government, there's a lot of procedure you follow, warnings, etc. With the RAC, it is a shortcut. For them taking to court, it is just very easy.
Twasayiningire sente miliyoni 2.3 twazisindikire bwanyuma habe hawire nkomwaka neshweka mashini yize mashini konka kiyizire terahwireyo yona.
They reported the matter to the Bushenyi Best West Ankole Civil Society Forum, WACSOF. The company carved into pressure and gave the farmers equipment.
Through these interventions and collaborations with the civil society organizations, we are able to achieve more without having physical presence in each and every entity.
One such case is the incident in Dokolo District, where the Anti-Corruption Coalition TAC worked together with PDAs to interdict the accountant of Adekimo sub-county. It came to TAC's attention that the sub-county accountant had misappropriated the funds meant for procuring tree seedlings.
No evidence of work because the nursery should have been raised here, nurtured here, and distributed.
This leveraging of constructive collaborations with CSOs who are monitoring projects as they are being implemented, strategically positioning PPDA to actualize the mission to promote service delivery. This was brought to you by PPDA, thanks to the proud support of GIZ Uganda. Together we win. PPDA, with support from GIZ Uganda, presents Together we win.
We had some furniture missing.
Contracts would be abandoned, gross misuse of offices.
We have a limitation in terms of
You have to take a car, you have to drive into the field, go and monitor a thing. That takes a lot of resources.
Katwaganiraho n'abasivo soyate bwanyuma y'obwire buke mashini yize.
All these civil society organizations give timely intervention.
Together we win is a documentary that examines the ways in which the working collaboration between the PPDA and the procuring and disposing entities, PDEs, and civil society organizations, CSOs, fosters a culture of transparency and accountability, which in turn improves service delivery. We will also investigate how technological innovation is advancing public procurement management. Chisuba Seed Secondary School, located in Bundikuyali Village, Bundibujo District, is testimony to how civil society organizations have helped ensure value for money in public projects. The school received funding of over 1,900,000,000 shillings, purpose to build an ICT lab, library, administration block, multi-purpose block, science laboratory, latrines, water tanks, and other external works. The school management was shocked when the contractor handed over incomplete work.
We kept on moving up and down the cow's office, the DO's office, the engineer's office. Nothing was done, not until a team came from anti-corruption.
Rwenzori Anti-Corruption Coalition, RAC, is a non-profit organization operating across all 10 districts in the Rwenzori region. The organization specializes in the areas of transparency and accountability. When Chisuba Secondary School management drew the matter to their attention, they immediately contacted the contractor who committed to finishing the work.
Indeed, we saw the contractor coming in and working tirelessly day and night.
All the missing equipment, from the burglar-proof to laboratory facilities, IT lab equipment and furniture was put in place. The plumbing system was installed. Some schools of thought hold that this would not have been possible with the immediacy it took if RAC had not intervened.
With the government, there's a lot of procedure you follow, warnings, etc. With the RAC, it is a shortcut. For them taking to court, it is just very easy.
The PPDA is fully aware of the civil society organization's potential, which is why the entity is working with them. According to the Constitution's 2003 PPDA Act and the subsequent 2014 and 2021 amendments, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority is a government organization that is responsible for directing and regulating the purchase and sale of assets and property under the control of government. To this realization, PPDA operates under the following objectives. 1. Ensure the application of fair, competitive, transparent, non-discriminatory, and value for money procurement and disposal standards and practices. 2. Advise government on procurement matters. 3. Set standards. 4. Monitor compliance of the procurement and disposal office team. 5. Build capacity of the procurement and disposal entities in Uganda. This is a major duty considering the scope of the national initiatives covering 350 entities across Uganda, as well as all our embassies and missions abroad.
What are those government entities? District local governments, universities, hospitals, schools. As long as it is a government institution and it procures, we cover them.
They're supposed to submit annual reports for the local governments or for the MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies.
On top of review,
60% of government budget constitutes procurement.
supervising all these purchases and services is a very demanding requirement.
We conduct procurement audits. They are on a sample basis. We can't cover all the government entities.
The PPDA Secretariat, headquartered in Kampala, Uganda's capital city, at the PPDA URF Towers along Nakasero Road, is unable to adequately cover the entire country. To be able to bring services closer to the stakeholders and the public, PPDA opened up regional offices, starting with the Northern Region Office, which was opened up in 2015 in Gulu City on Plot 1 Lower Churchill Drive, behind the Boma Hotel. The office oversees the Acholi, Lango, and West Nile regions. In 2016, the Western Uganda Regional Office was opened in Barara at the RDC's building, Bishop Stretcher Road, opposite the Bank of Uganda Crisis Center, along Barara Kabale Road. It covers Western Uganda, including the Rwenzori, Kigezi, and Ankole regions. The Eastern Office, which was opened in 2018, is in Mbale at the Oval Plaza, 1 Court Road. The Central and Southern regions are managed by the Secretariat. The regional offices have played a critical role in bringing the authority closer to the service delivery points.
There have been some achievements. Right now, if a procurement has taken place in any government entity and a file is requested, you're going to get the records. Even the register of providers, the numbers have increased. At the time, if somebody wanted to register, they had to go to Kampala. Not many people could do that.
The proximity within communities and PPDA's walk-in policy are also helping the authority get timely information about ongoing projects.
It's a very good tool for the citizens to express their concerns. So they have information on a project. We can alert one of our monitors to actually take up the issue.
Another important driving force is the PPDA's capacity to react quickly to complaints and inputs from sources of information. Every month, the PPDA team convenes. One of the topics they discussed in today's meeting was the findings of the inspection that the office carried out at the Chisoro District Local Government's Morigamo Health Center. They had received information suggesting that the contractor had received payment in full before the project was finished, and that the recently built structures already had cracks in them.
One of the allegations were crack had developed beforehand of no visible crack on the wall, the roof, or anywhere.
Compile a small report basing on the allegation.
Observers speculate that the contractor may have discovered that the PPDA regional office had received a complaint and was going to audit the project, so they fixed any irregularities before the PPDA investigating team showed up. The communities and stakeholders continue to work with PPDA because they see the value of these success stories. They have also come to understand the authority's relevance to their needs as citizens, individuals, and members of the community. In spite of the gains made due to the existence of regional offices, which have helped to bridge gaps created by the long distance from the communities where the public projects are executed, studies that the authority carried out to assess its performance show that the PPDA is still unable to carry out its mission in an effective manner because of the various challenges it faces.
We have a limitation as the authority in terms of capacity, without which, even in terms of staffing, in terms of the funding, in terms of tools, like vehicles to reach out to where these contracts are in many. So
Take an example of the PPDA's Eastern Region Office, covering over 30 districts, municipalities, and various entities to oversee, like the Fruit Factory in Soroti, 2 public universities, 3 regional referral hospitals, and Soroti Flying School, among others. Similarly, the Western Region Office covers 45 entities, such as the newly created cities of Mbarara and Fort Portal, 3 public universities, 3 regional referral hospitals, 8 municipalities, and 28 districts. The Northern Region covers more than 40 PDEs, comprising 3 cities, more than 15 municipalities, 2 public universities, and 4 regional referral hospitals. All these entities must comply with the PPDA regulations, and it is the responsibility of the regional office to ensure that they comply. But how do these small teams manage?
We have 6 senior officers, and these officers averagely are tasked to handle between 8 and 10 entities. Actually, the officers have gone a mile to even profile these entities, because they need to know who are the accounting officers, how stable is the procurement and disposal unit, what have been the unique or peculiar issues, and it's through that strategy that we're able to reach out.
These innovations notwithstanding, being thin on the ground inhibits PPDA from efficiently exercising its supervisory role. One such case is the inability to conduct on-spot investigations. The PPDA does not shy away from acknowledging its limitations. Rather, it has embarked on searching for solutions.
The civil society organizations were doing work with IG, Inspectorate of Government, and with Auditor General. And then we said, why don't we partner with the CSOs to see how they can help in contract monitoring, given that we're thin on the ground and they usually have wider coverage.
In collaboration with GIZ, we partnered with CSOs in every part of this country.
GIZ Uganda is a German development agency that has been supporting development work in Uganda since 1964. PPDA is one of the entities that GIZ has been supporting under the Governance and Civil Society program. They found PPDA's proposal to work in collaboration with CSOs very prudent.
You have to take a car, you have to drive into the field, go and monitor. That takes a lot of resources. And we know there's a lot of projects, constructions happening. So by linking these CSOs with the PPDA, we had an opportunity of PPDA extending their outreach.
For about 5 years now, GIZ has been running a large governance program that is spread across the country. It is this expansive network that PPDA tapped into. Fortunately, this is an initiative that also spoke to the European Union, which is funding the program, from which PPDA was eyeing to recruit partners.
Civil society organizations have been playing a key role in delivering those basic services to the populations. That's why the EU globally supports civil society as a key actor for development.
Furthermore, the intervention seeks to enhance the partnership between government and civil society in Uganda.
Civil society have a key role in terms of development, but it has to be coordinated also with government action.
PPDA kicked off operations with the mapping tour, which they conducted together with GIZ. 12 organizations were identified. These are the Apache Anti-Corruption Coalition, TAC, Western Ankole Civil Society Forum, Bushenyi, WACSOF, Rwenzori Anti-Corruption Coalition, RAC, Tesu Anti-Corruption Coalition, TAC, Kick Corruption Out of Kigezi, Uganda, KICU, Midwestern Region Anti-Corruption Coalition, MIRAC, Mayank Anti-Corruption Coalition, Karamoja Anti-Corruption Coalition, CAC, Bukedi Civil Society Network, Bukonet, Anti-Corruption Coalition of Busoga, ACOB, Lango Civil Society Network, Laxon, and Tororo Anti-Corruption Coalition, TAC. In 2019, PPDA went ahead to launch a framework that provided mechanisms for collaboration between the authority, PPDA, procuring and disposing entities, PDEs, and civil society organizations, CSOs. PPDA is, among other things, obliged to facilitate CSOs' work by providing timely access to procurement information and training CSOs in monitoring public procurement. The PDA's obligations include, but are not limited to, sharing with CSOs the approved annual plans and any updates to them, conduct joint field activities with CSOs, and where possible, conduct entry meetings with CSOs to agree on expectation. Activities were preceded by a training, which PPDA organized in partnership with GIZ Uganda.
Because of the capacity building we got from the beginning, we are able now to identify the different procurements that were taking place.
And now we turned our focus from those small contracts to large contracts that are implemented by high-spend entities. UNRWA, Ministry of Education, Ministry of cases of 500 million, one contract. When even 500 billion, when actually, like a district, I mean, the award budget for all contracts doesn't even reach 20 billion.
All partnering CSOs have monitors who operate from deep within the communities. This has expanded PPDA's reach, enabling it to get to the grassroots in remote areas. Thanks to this intervention, contractors are beginning to realize that it is no longer possible to get away with delivering thin air, let alone substandard work, as the Renzo Reconstruction Group discovered. Renzo Reconstruction Group was awarded a contract to develop, and when Worksoft team got to the ground, they discovered that the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, was also the owner of Renzo Reconstruction Company. The CAO is reported to have taken advantage of his positions of any access to the project information. Worksoft was, however, able to tap into the access to information obligation that the PPDA collaborative framework implores to comply with procurement processes, conflict of interest, substandard work, mismanagement of funds, and collusion between government officials and community members. Worksoft went ahead to follow up on all the 17 groups in Bushenyi that benefited from this World Bank-funded project. They discovered that most of the contracts had been mismanaged, such as this case of the 160 members Coffee Growers Society, Nyangatweka, just a stone throw away from Rwenge Farmer Group.
Twahebwa esente za grant gukombekerwa factory ezabenze ingana miliyoni 2.8 n'emitwalo 5. We contribution zikazi miliyoni 10.36 n'emitwalo 5. Pati ya bwombeka ekaherwa ekitongole kibakweta Rwenzori Engineering Works. Kandi empatani eyaba atwire machine tukatuzinga musabode Engineering Limited. Konka nube batwire machine ezo aho ebitweka bimwe bice ebyasigireyo.
The company carved into pressure and gave the farmers equipment, but after Worksoft's inquiry was complete, the contractor went back and retrieved it. Because the communities would not have been able to reach out to PPDA, the contractor may have gotten away with collecting the equipment after the authority closed investigations. But the proximity of Worksoft made it possible for the farmers to notify the organization about the equipment's withdrawal.
Through these interventions and collaborations with the civil society organizations, we are able to achieve more without having physical presence in each and every entity.
The collaboration had also served to foster positive working relationships between employees of PPDA and CSOs, which elements have contributed to the significant outcomes that the partnership is producing so quickly.
PPDA has supported. When you engage them, they'll come on ground, conduct a procurement audit.
Knowing that CSOs have PPDA's backing is making contractors more efficient, knowing as they do that the watchdog can bite.
We have another stick of blacklisting under Section 94 of the PPD Act. We can blacklist a failed contractor who has actually failed to meet the contract obligation. And blacklisting means a lot.
One such case is the incident in Dokolo District, where the Anti-Corruption Coalition TAC worked together with PDAs to interdict the account.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. Welcome to this very important Public Procurement Cadre Forum 2026. I would like to let you know that our Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, Dr. Ramadan Gobi, is in the house. Please, let's get on our feet and welcome the delegation that is entering right now with a round of applause. That hand clap is okay to just be there as we welcome the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development, and at the same time the Secretary to our Treasury of this country, Dr. Ramadan Gobi, and the delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I'm going to request us to keep on our feet as we begin immediately with the anthems. We will have the national anthem and also the East African anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let's keep standing, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome Mr. Dalia, the Senior Officer, Capacity Building, to lead us in an opening prayer as per our program.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's humble ourselves and pray. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed us to serve your people, we beseech you to look upon us with abundant favor in the performance of our duties. Let your blessings descend upon us and grant that may deliberate in a just and faithful manner to promote and advance the good of our institutions and our country, Uganda, for the glory of your name. In your name we've prayed. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him as we take our seats, please. What a joy to have all of you in this room, this Public Procurement Cadre Forum. We welcome everyone in the room. Like I said a few minutes ago, my name is Samuel A. Bakutana. And Bakutana means iron sharpens iron. I am a certified executive coach by training, trained by Coach Masters Academy in Singapore and Harvard Business School. I am an award-winning leadership consultant. In 2022, I was the recipient of the Leadership Impact Award in Uganda under Vine Awards. I'm a professional facilitator who leads the International Association of Facilitators as the national chairman in Uganda. I belong to the ICF, the International Coaching Federation, where I have been Uganda's coaching ambassador to the Pan-Africa Coaching Federation. I'm a global speaker, and I am an author of 26 books in the areas of leadership, business, education, relationships, fatherhood, marriage, wealth building, to mention but a few. I lead Inspired Leaders International as the Chief Executive Officer, where we empower leaders to transform nations. And ever since 3.5 years ago, I was elected to be the national president of the Fathers Union in Uganda. A role I'm taking seriously, moving across the country, speaking into the lives of fellow men, to tweak a few things here and there so that the women in our lives are happier and the children in our lives feel like they have a dad. And today, I am the program facilitator from morning to evening. I would like to let you know, to remind you of our main objective of this Cadre Forum, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to identify, to design, and to prioritize, deliver real results under the Public Investment Management Plus program. In the number of distinguished dignitaries, we have our permanent secretary and secretary to the Treasury, Dr. Ramadan Gobi, who is seated right here. Let's welcome him, please, with a hand clap. We have Mr. Godfrey Semugoma, the Accountant General. Just keep celebrating people in the house. We have Mr. David Chiinji, the Head of Sustainable Procurement Secretariat at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. When I read your name, it would be good to either just wave so that people see where you are. Okay, right there. Awesome. We have Dr. Levi Kabagambe already in the house, the chairperson of the IPPU, the Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda, right there. Man, I love your smile. He's so jolly. He's so jolly. Even the way he waved, you could see that procurement is in safe hands with a lot of energy. Good to have you here. We have Mr. Nicholas Kabanda, the Executive Secretary of the same Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda. Right there. Mr. Patrick Kagaba is also in the house. He's the procurement specialist, REAP, in the house. Right there. And we were expecting to have our brother, Mr. Gilbert Sendugwa, the Executive Director at the Africa Freedom Information Center. He is in the house, but represented by Site Ampamia, the Senior Data Analyst. Right there. Yeah, it's okay. Next time they will clap for you like you've just clapped for that important person. And we have Mr. Johnson Musinguzi in the house, the PCID local government, with us here. We have Mr. Edwin Muhumza, the head of Africa Open Contracting Partnership, in the house. We have our executive director of PPDA, Canon Ben Turamie, in the house. And we have our chairperson of the board of PPDA, Mr. Julius Ishunjisa, in the house. Please welcome him right there. And we also are privileged to have His Excellency Pares Shukra, the Honorary Consul of the Republic of Indonesia, here with us. We are going to continue to let you know who is in the room as we go along. This is only part one. In fact, I shouldn't end part one without letting you know that you are also here with us. Please welcome the neighbor. Tell them we are glad to have you in the house. You are very welcome, even before they mention your name. It's a pleasure that we have the chaplain of the chaplaincy of Parliament here with us, the Reverend Gillian, right there, seated on the table. Good to have you here with us. Awesome. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I want to promise you that we are going to do the best we can to ensure that this program runs faster than most procurement cycles. It's going to be quite faster than what we usually see. And now we would like to get to the point of getting our welcoming remarks from our team leader, who has over 20 years at PPDA with a master's in economic policy and planning from Makerere University. He's a member of the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, and he's been leading reforms in EGP and sustainable procurement. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Canon Benson Turamie, the Executive Director of PPDA, a leader who has championed reforms to make procurement more transparent, more efficient, and more accountable. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Iron Shepins Iron. And maybe in those welcoming remarks, I also want to welcome World Bank. Barbara Magezi and Annette are in the house. You can stand up for recognition. Our guest of honor, Dr. Ramadan Gobi, the PSST, our colleagues in accountability sector, IG and Auditor General, Your Excellence, Mr. Shukla Palesh, the Honorary Council of the Republic of Indonesia, and the CEO, Simba, the chairman of the PPDA board and members of the board present, the CEOs of government agencies and MDAs, the heads of department from different PDEs, the representative of the World Bank, the head of African Open Contracting, Mr. Edwin Muhumza, the chairperson IPPU, my colleagues, the Procurement Cadre, and PPDA Executive Committee and staff, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to add my voice to the Director of Ceremonies this morning by welcoming you to this Cadre Forum 2026. And I take this opportunity to welcome you all and for honoring our invitation. This forum is convened under the theme Procurement Business Process Reforms, a critical reflection, and is aligned with the Public Investment Management Plus, PIM Plus, framework, the aspirations of the 4th National Development Plan, NDP4, and Uganda Vision 2040. I think we'll know more about PIM Plus because this is where these reforms are rotating as a result of having improvements, especially efficiency improvements in public procurement process. In a special way, I extend my sincere appreciation to the Minister of Finance Planning and Economic Development and our partners for supporting PPDA in organizing this important engagement, a platform to share ideas and generate practical, implementable administrative reforms. I want to underline that. Practical and implementable administrative reforms that do not require change in the current legal framework. As you are all aware, procurement has been considered as having issues, especially issues to do with delays, issues to do with cost overruns, issues to do with time overruns. So we want to combine brains here and then talk about those areas that we can improve or we can handle administratively to improve the processes and the system. But before we go to that, we need to also understand that public procurement has been evolving over time. Actually, prior to the current framework that we are using, public procurement in Uganda was governed by 1977 Public Finance or Tender Board regulations under Public Finance Act of 1964. So from 1964, when the current framework was put in place, we are governed under that. And the system was completely centralized with all public procurements handled by Central Tender Board, which was in operation for over 30 years. Those who are old enough like us, we formed Central Tender Board in the government system. They had offices on Nkrumah Road, and they were handling all procurements, including procurements like Arua Referral Hospital. If you need to buy an X-ray, you will send your requisition to Ministry of Finance. So procurement reforms were initiated against that backdrop of lack of accountability and transparency and absence of the culture of value for money procurements and disposal. So late 90s, as a need or as reforms in public finance management, public procurement was also brought on board as part of reforms in public finance management. These reforms resulted in the enactment of the PPD Act in 2003, which remains the principal legal instrument governing public procurement and asset disposal in Uganda. And as a result, also PPDA now as an authority was established as a regulatory body of the public procurement and disposal system in this country. The Act came into force in February 2003 and has been amended twice, in 2011 and 2021. And these amendments generally was geared and focusing to achieving efficiencies and effectiveness in public procurement. And this is the act now that we are using governing public procurement in this country. PPD as a regulator now provides oversight of the procurement and disposal system in Uganda and monitors compliance and performance of 348 entities. These are central government and local government, 34 missions abroad, and 1,033 schools. Ladies and gentlemen, we have presence all over the country, but stationed in 4 regions: Northern, Western, Eastern, and Central, with our headquarters in Kampala. So we are covering the whole country. If we are located in Western, we cover all those entities, both local and central government entities in that region. Our guest of honor, how can public procurement contribute to the economic growth of this country? I think that should be the ultimate focus. How can we use public procurement to make a contribution to the economic growth and economic development? According to the OECD, procurement activities in Uganda represent between 14 to 19% of the GDP. Public procurement represents the single largest source of business opportunities in this country, accounting for approximately 65% of the national budget. And this is expended through capital investments in infrastructure projects like roads, dams, aircrafts, bridges, power lines, as well as goods like hospital equipment, roads equipment, medicines, but also services. Therefore, how do we focus? How do we focus as government officials to make us counted as part of this economic growth? Government policies have come up significantly to support the domestic industry, or what you can call local content provisions. And government issued policies and guidelines to support the local providers in line with the vision to strengthen local industries and ensure they benefit from government procurement budget through contracts. This, especially the procurement cadre, you are aware about the thresholds that are for local providers. You are aware that there are products that are reserved, that you must buy them from the local industries, like clothing and uniforms. You are aware of products like motorcycles, which are Simba and are assembled in this country. You must buy them locally. But also, in terms of growing this economy, we must support the disadvantaged, the special interest group, youth, women, and persons with disabilities. And you are also aware of these thresholds that the government has put out, and 15% of your budget, of each entity's budget, procurement budget, must support this group. But also, in line with having efficiency, transparency, and accountability, we must automate the procurement processes so that we can deliver in time. And the government has introduced electronic government procurement system, which our guest of honor is now in 36 entities, and the current budget for these entities is to the tune of 5.4 trillion. That means government started with high spend entities, and this budget is expected to go through EGP. The system has a total of 9,530 registered providers who conduct business online, and they have been registered. It is self-registration online. This financial year, a total of 2,756 contracts have been awarded through the system. And for the update, the system is under engineering, and we hope to roll on more entities come next financial year. In order to have or to achieve effectiveness of contracts, PPDA has put in place
a contract monitoring system, which is a digital platform to aid our partners, the civil society organizations, who are 30 currently spread all over the country, to monitor contracts and enhance the effective contract implementation of government projects. This system gives us real-time reports which can be, which are shared by the implementing agencies, and then action is taken in real time. The system is used to electronically lodge cases of poor contract implementation of government programs and projects in real time. Since the inception, which was 2022, PPD has received 1,296 cases worth 1.2 billion. But most cases are resolved at contract level, at contract implementation level. These are the ones which have been escalated to the authority, almost 1,300, and resolved, and the contracts continue and are completed. In the spirit of transparency, we have what we call open contracting, and this has been agreed by regional procurement agencies in the East African community, and adopted open contracting data standards which provide for open access to procurement-related information. And this has been used by our partners, especially CSO, like AFIC. I don't know whether Gilbert Sendugwa is in this room. And open contracting partnership, I saw Edwin here. And this helps to reduce the expectation gap between what citizens expect from public procurement contracts and what procuring entities actually contract out to the providers. This is housed at PPDA and it can be accessed openly. Our guest of honor, the PSST, we also focus to value addition in foods, especially grain and grain products. In collaboration with Grain Council and Uganda National Bureau of Standards, in 2024, PPDA issued guidelines to grain and grain products. This guideline is aimed at enforcing compliance with grain standards, protect human and animal health, and promote cross-border trade of Uganda grain and grain products. And starting with the government agencies which consume grain, including our schools, all your children in the schools, they must buy grain from certified providers. This is an area that is new, and we are committed to enforce compliance. Lastly, in terms of growing the economy, we are working on standardized infrastructure rates for works projects. And this framework has been established for standard unit rates in infrastructure projects, promote cost consistency, and curb price inflation or variations. This will ensure value for money in public infrastructure delivery. Lastly, I want to talk about collaborative procurement. The recent reform aims at aggregating common user requirements across PDEs to enhance value for money through economies of scale, as well as reduce price variations and resource wastage from fragmented procurements. Here we are talking about as much as you can collaborate amongst yourselves, but a framework is coming out, and I want to urge Minister of Finance that maybe this, because this is in the docket of the PSST, to issue an instrument come next financial year that specific products, and we have identified 4, vehicles, computers, 3 actually, vehicles, computers, and furniture. But when I talk about vehicles, I also include motorcycles and tires to have that arrangement so that we don't go through a procurement cycle all the time we want to buy a vehicle or a motorcycle or a tire, but that framework can provide you to only issue a call of order, and we think government will save a lot of money in this. My colleagues, especially the cadres, as procurement professionals, you are expected to play a strategic role in driving innovations in the procurement and disposal systems and processes, as opposed to the wrong perception of simply being rules-based and operational. I think that's, and I want to appreciate the government, because most of these titles have been alleviated. We have commissioners. When I joined PPD, I think the highest level of a procurement person was a principal. Now we have assistant commissioners. We have Commissioner Charles Gonza, so we appreciate that. Maybe at one point, it should be even a fully-fledged department which sits at a strategic level where decisions are made. If I go to parastatals, you find they are not even members of management. You go to some of these authorities, you find the head of procurement doesn't sit even on an executive committee or management committee where decisions and policies and plans are made. So this should be, but before that, be innovative. Don't, we shouldn't be ticking boxes, but take decisions that give you the outcomes in real time. Guest of honor, let's reflect quickly on some of the areas that can be reformed without retouching the law. For example, we have been interacting with contractors. There is a lack of contract financing guarantee fund to facilitate growth of small and medium-sized companies. Part of the capitalization to UDP could provide a proportion to finance contracts awarded to small and medium-sized companies. Because you find some of our contractors, especially the small ones, don't have funds to execute these contracts. So we are proposing in this submission would establish the contract financing guarantee fund. The second one should be support establishment of higher pool or revolving construction equipment lease fund to offer affordable credit terms, support local providers with quick equipment and tools. Most times you find that as much as these contractors are evaluated compliant and given these contracts, when it comes to execution, then they don't have equipment. Can we have an equipment higher pool for this country, maybe in different regions, so that our contractors can access and start executing contracts in real time? The other challenge that we have been seeing is it concerns construction materials. And the proposal would be establish regional commercial producers and suppliers of construction materials hub such as asphalt, sand pits, borrow pits, quarries. This will first of all standardize materials used in government projects, but also accessibility to quality materials in the regions. This is critical because if you go to some areas, you find the way you can't access some of these construction materials, and you find it's very expensive to transfer them from central region. Lastly, our guest of honor, before I invite you, PPD is committed to contributing to the tenfold agenda of the growth of the economy from the 50 billion US dollars to 500 US dollars in the next 15 years through efficient public procurement process. As a regulator, if we can have efficient procurement process, we feel, because that will also improve budget absorption, and then we'll be contributing to that tenfold growth strategy. PPDA values the support from the procurement cadre in advancing procurement reforms. Together we can achieve more effective, transparent, and accountable public procurement and disposal system that safeguards public resources, strengthen public trust, and delivers real value to citizens, hence driving Uganda's sustainable and inclusive development. For God and my country, I remain Canon Benson Turamye, the Executive Director, PPDA. So let me take this singular honor to invite my boss, the PSST, Dr. Ramadan Ngobe, to come and address the audience.
Thank you very much. The chairman of PPDA, the senior government officials who are here, our development partners, of course the executive director, and your team. There are so many friends when I scan through the room who are here, the old friends I've not seen. CPA, good to see you. And all of you, the procurement professionals, and the invited guests. Good morning to you all. It is always a pleasure to interact with the professionals who are serving Uganda, and in this case, the public procurement cadre. The discussion you are having is a timely one and very, very important. As the ED has told you, we are, as a country, pursuing a goal. And I would like every single Ugandan who is in the public arena, especially, to understand this goal and take it very seriously. We want to grow the Ugandan economy tenfold in our lifetime, not in the near future, not in the future, in our lifetime. And it is possible to do it. But that goal will not be achieved through plans like NDP4, writing them, or strategies and platitudes. It is going to depend on how effectively we execute public investments so that we can facilitate the private sector to do business in a more efficient environment. It is the private sector which is going to create the wealth to grow this economy. But they can't do it when we, the public servants, are inefficient. And procurement is very central in all of this. Public procurement must therefore stop being viewed as merely a compliance process. The rules which the ED was talking about. Procurement, especially in the public arena, must become a strategic tool for delivering our faster growth, better services, strong local industries, but also the value for money for whatever we do as Ugandans. Whether it is a road, a hospital, energy project, an irrigation project, or now our favorite topic, oil and gas, industrial parks, or science and innovation, procurement determines whether these projects are delivered on time, within a budget, and to the required quality, or they don't. You are very key. Unfortunately, as the ED already mentioned, we still face persistent challenges. One of them is the lengthy procurement timelines. The timelines in which you procure things, you buy things, that word wants to make it so sophisticated, procuring. The timelines you take to buy things is unacceptably very, very long. Number two is delayed projects. The time we take to execute projects is also unacceptable. We are now, I think, the second worst in the world in delaying projects. I was in Washington and they told me that, the World Bank. I think there is one country somewhere which is worse than us. We are the second worst. This is not tenfold growth spirit. Weak contract management is a very big challenge in Uganda. Very soft things, delaying things. We can't manage our contracts efficiently and effectively. We have cost runs also, cost overruns, as you call them. We have agreed this building should cost so much, done by professionals. Within no time, you write a letter, Secretary to Treasury, I need more money. Attorney General, please approve this change in cost. Is that how we do our own things? Why do we do them in government? Fragmented systems, but above all, corruption. Corruption. Stealing money which is not yours in the process of doing public work. These delays and all those other challenges are costly to government, they are costly to taxpayers, but most importantly, they are costly to national development. They are costing us the chance to develop and transform Uganda. That's why government has embarked on implementing major reforms in the procurement system. Already, the ED has told you about the rollout of the e-government. Itself has delayed. I don't know what's the DNA of procurement and the delay. The system which is supposed to solve the problem has also become a problem. Okay? We have given our people in Accountant General's office. Is Accountant General here? They talked about him, but I'm not seeing Godfrey here. We have given him up to July. That system must run by getting all these government entities on the system. Everybody should procure on the system. Failure to do so, somebody should not have a job. Therefore, we are, as government, embarked on a number of reforms focusing on the following. We want to reduce procurement lead times, but also unnecessary bureaucracy. They have to be eliminated. And we have diagnosed, we have carried out diagnostics, and now we know where the problem is. Let me tell you the problem of your profession, your fraternity. Procurement is the only profession which is littered with people who are not procurement professionals. That is the main problem. So many middlemen of procurement, these ones are going to be eliminated. So many committees, people sit just to procure this meeting. This one, where we are, that people have sat in a room, contracts committee. Then they sit somewhere, evaluation committee. Those ones are going away. So that you, the professionals, sit with the accounting officer and buy things. You fail to do so, the bucker stops with you. You board the bus and you go to Ruzira. Okay? That one, we are going to take it to cabinet. We have finalized the analysis of everything. If it, I heard the ED saying we are going to be discussing here administrative reforms. This is the problem you've been having, massaging and massaging. If the law has a problem, change it. Don't be on massaging. And we are going to embark on that. We are going to standardize procurement processes and documents, but also make them simple for people to buy things in a simple way. We are going to strengthen contract management and project oversight, expand the framework and collaborative procurement to lower the costs. We are going to integrate procurement in the public investment management reforms and promote local content in a practical manner so that we can make Ugandan farms also benefit from public procurement. So my message today, I don't want to waste your time, is that procurement must support growth, not delay it, and we need a procurement system that is faster, cleaner, smarter, and above all, professional. Those who are not professionals, they should get out of procurement. In economics, we don't have non-economists. In medical facilities, they don't call those who are not scientists to treat people. In civil engineering, they have civil engineers. Why is everybody in procurement? So we want a system which is going to deliver our projects faster, but also efficiently with value for money, a system that inspires public confidence. The people have lost confidence in us because of these very simple things which we massage around, and yet we can solve them. I therefore urge you to use this forum to move beyond identifying the problems. I've already told you the problem is one. Just tell us on how best we solve that problem. And we focus on those practical solutions but also implement them. Because Uganda cannot achieve what we want to achieve with the slow execution. I should conclude by telling you that procurement is development execution. Procurement is not rules. Every delayed procurement you do is a delayed road, is a delayed hospital, is a delayed factory, is a delayed job, and Ugandans need jobs. You are not here to buy goods and services. You are here to implement Uganda's transformation or to delay it. So as you deliberate today, I would like you to reflect on whether you are going to be part of the implementers of our development or those who are going to delay the transformation of Uganda. With those remarks, it's my pleasure to officially declare this public procurement cadre forum open. Thank you.
It's okay to get on our feet, and we appreciate our PSST. Let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Those were quite some remarks. I love the focus on the real issues. It is so easy for us to look at the branches and the leaves, but we don't really get to the root. That's why in management we talk about root cause analysis, where they say, as a bare minimum, ask 5 whys. Say, I am late. Okay, why are you late? Because there was traffic. I was stuck in traffic. Okay, so why were you stuck in traffic? You know, because I joined the road quite late. So why did you join the road quite late? Because I woke up late. So why did you wake up late? Because I slept late. So why did you sleep late? Because I was in a disco up to 3 a.m. So that's the real problem. The real problem is not the traffic jam. The real problem is the time you spent in the disco the previous evening. And that's the spirit I'm hearing in these remarks. That it's not enough for us to look at the leaves and the branches, but to get to the root cause. In the next about 2 minutes, I will be giving 2 to 3 people an opportunity, as I have been advised, to give very brief reactions or responses, especially to the keynote address. But right from the ED's communication, he emphasized practical, implementable reforms that do not require a change in the legal framework. And the ED talked about reforms around aspects of small contractors, around aspects of quick equipment and tools for the constructors, regional commercial producers and suppliers of construction material, and ended by really calling upon us to focus on efficient public procurement processes. And now, our guest of honor has gone to the details of reminding us that the big picture is the tenfold growth of the country. And I quoted specifically where our chief guest has said the goal won't be achieved through plans and platitudes, but how effectively we execute public investments that will facilitate the private sector to do the business in a more efficient environment, because that is where the money for the growth is. I hope you took note of the landmines that you as an individual will need to deal with in your docket. Things like the unacceptably long time we take, the delayed projects. I I've just realized we are the second worst. This is... I'm shocked. Ineffective contract management, cost overruns, fragmented systems, corruption, etc. And a way forward has been laid before us. Reducing procurement lead times, dealing with the so many committees. Let me say this, and I will request you to tell it to your neighbor as vigorously as possible. Tell your neighbor and say, whatever committee cannot do, commitment can. I haven't seen you doing that. Please tell it to your neighbor. Say, whatever committee cannot do, commitment can. Committee. Let's put a committee that will talk about how we can establish a committee. And I'm saying this so that you're just thinking about your quick response you are about to give in the next 1 minute. Standardizing procurement processes has come out strongly. Strengthening contract management, integrating procurement in the public investment reforms, and promoting local content. My big take home from the chief guest is that you are not here to buy goods and services, but to facilitate the transformation of Uganda or delay it. That was a huge call. And as I therefore request one of my friends, teammates, Dalia, to get hold of the microphone, and I will guide. Just to let you know that I'm the one who tells you where to put the microphone, so that we are orderly. So I will let our brother start, but the next one, you will wait for me to tell you where to take the microphone.
Yeah, but this is our forum.
Yeah, I know. And this is a...
You're just facilitating us.
Yeah, and that is what facilitation means. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. PSST, I think since you came, we have protection. And I want us to give, before I give my remarks, a standing ovation for the protection that Dr. Govi has given us as procurement. I'm going to take a little bit of time because I'm the unofficial spokesman for these people. They cannot speak. Is that true or not? Is that true or not? Okay. About corruption, Bwana Govi, you and me, we had an appointment to see the president about a corrupt minister. What happened? That one I'll leave it to you. We urgently need a conflict of interest bill to protect the professional cadre from politics, like Kenya has done. Because at times we are accused of the corrupt tendencies, and yet some of these things are perpetuated by politicians. These are documented. A case I'm pointing to is well documented at the World Bank. I'm wondering what happened. The other thing is about, we need more political involvement in the public procurement, because public procurement is politics. So we need a state minister for public procurement and public investment to articulate our issues at that level, I would think. The other thing is also the IPPU bill, which is delayed for ages. We see bills here sailing through very quickly that have no direct connotation to socio-economic development within a few hours. Our bill is very, very cardinal to the tenfold advancement of the economy. And then some of your economists, Mr. Govi, connive with the user departments in the entities we serve and misalign budgets that they themselves delay and drag the execution, which come back to us as the delays caused by the procurement cadre. So 60% to 65% of the cycle is managed by the projects and the user departments. The planning, the preparation of the statements of requirement, at times people put budgets which your economists pass, but there are no actual needs assessment that mirror the budgets. This causes the delays. Someone puts a budget, but they actually don't know what they are going to procure. When it comes to the statements of requirements, there are no clear terms. Now, the to and fro is pushed to the procurement cadre side. Lastly, I want to talk about the issue of protection of the local government cadres. One time when I was the head of procurement at Ministry of Local Government, I went to Ujiri with the Commissioner Court to extract a head of procurement from sales because the councillors had connived to put him in sales with the OC. They could not qualify, their company they were floating, could not qualify to get the bridge, and they roughened up this person. By the time we interrogated the process, he was innocent. So, can we re-centralize all the local government procurement cadres so that they can have protection? I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senior Segona, the head PDU. Okay, we will get a few more people. Let's go this side, my brother. I see hands this side. Let's go to him. Thank you, the unofficial spokesperson for the team, for those critical issues. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to thank the guest of honor, our PS, for gracing this occasion. But PS, the cadre, the procurement cadre, have for long longed to have a PS dedicate time to them like you have done, and for the 23 years, this has never happened. I am the Commissioner, Procurement Policy and Management Department, domiciled in the Accountant General's office, and therefore I want to speak to 3 areas that the PS raised. He asked if the Accountant General was here. I want to report, when a guest of honor, that the Accountant General has not been able to be here. And I want to speak to the issue you raised on Egypt. You didn't raise, but you informed the House that you have tasked the Accountant General to make sure that EGP is enhanced and rolled out to entities come July 1st. I want, on behalf of the Accountant General, to commit to this House and before you that we must have EGP rolled out come July 1st, 2026. Chair, yes, we are committing ourselves to rolling out EGP and mitigate some of the bottlenecks that are well known to hinder project and procurement implementation. The ED chair mentioned that you ought to issue out a circular on collaborative procurement. Chair, we commit, and I commit on behalf of the Accountant General and on behalf of the department that I head, that we are issuing out a circular to all entities on the earmarked 5 products that we want to be procured collaboratively for the economies of scale and other benefits that accrue to what you call the coordinated buying. On the bill, I know my colleagues have the highest appetite for this bill, because of the objectives that are associated with it. I want to, on behalf of the ministry, state that because of the political season, our bill could not move beyond the FPC, the Attorney General's chambers, but we have made every reminders, and it is very advanced. It is in very advanced stages, and we hope to get it out. I wanted to submit to that extent, and I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, concerning EGP and collaborative procurement circular. I see a hand there. Okay, yeah, her, and then we will go to that hand.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Remember to introduce yourself, then you share.
Yes, thank you. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest today, we are honored to have you. I am called Mrs. Kiara Bintankuranga. I am the president of the Uganda National Association of Builders, Suppliers, and Engineering Contractors, UNAPSEC. And as the first female president, I also founded the Women in Construction and Infrastructure Forum. Our chief guest, PSST. Allow me mention our host, PPDA. Thank you for organizing. We enjoy a very cordial relationship with PPDA, to which I appreciate. Our chief guest, you remember in February of 2025, you invited contractors to have an engagement on delayed payments. To date, this is a pain point that contractors are having. Not too long ago, I sent a letter to your office that came from a research, because every beginning of year, we do a survey in our members in the sector to find out how they're doing. And again, the biggest pain they have is that issue of continual delayed payment. You have rightly spoken, sir, that procurement is supposed to be a strategic tool for development. And we should therefore see that through procurement, we can develop the private sector. You also rightly said that the private sector is the one that is going to create the wealth and therefore be the springboard for the tenfold program. Unfortunately, at least for the sector that I represent, the sentiment is that there seems to be deliberate stifling and killing of the private sector in relation to the contractors. Because once we talk about procurement, honestly, I am not the one to be even saying how that cycle goes. We have talked about agreements, we've talked about laws, if they're not working, them being changed, commitments over committees. What greatest commitment is there than a signed agreement that says a contractor should be paid within a certain timeline? And that timeline stretches from days to years. And then we say we are going to have tenfold growth. We know the construction sector brings 12% of our GDP. And even when we talk about ATMs, how will they be there in absence of infrastructure, of the roads that will take people to these tourism places, the infrastructure that will sustain the manufacturing? Today, I was supposed to have a board meeting. I had declined to be here, PPDA knows. When I called members for somebody to represent me, they said, you rather cancel that board meeting if you're going to have the ear of the PSST in such a public dialogue. So I am here because members are pained. Members are losing properties, personal properties in government projects. Members are dying because when they take your family house, people collapse. And this is public procurement. There is no public procurement if there is no private sector to take part in that public procurement. So my prayer is that we deal with this issue as a matter of urgency. A member told me, a former president who I had called to represent me, he said they owe me almost $2 million in unpaid arrears. I cannot be there tomorrow because I may not speak well. You go. So that is the reality on the ground. So procurement is not some ambiguous thing for professionals to discuss in rooms, because for us, we have seen that when it doesn't go right, the end of procurement is that somebody is paid for services offered to government. I think the House will agree with me as procurement professionals.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very critical, and
One last thing.
Just keep it brief, please.
Yes, a request. As we are speaking about reforms, I pray that as we deliberate, he rightly mentioned the growing of local content. The biggest number of people who are involved in subcontracting are local contractors. My prayer is that we find a standard subcontract agreement that will protect our local contractors as Ugandans. And for me, if that came out of a platform, a dialogue like this, it would be a big win. Because the main contractors, international, Chinese, whoever, are properly protected under the main contract agreement that they sign under the PPDA. But once it comes down to subcontracting to the local Ugandan companies who actually do the work, the terms begin to vary. The risks begin to vary, and yet that local subcontractor does not have the capacity to take on those risks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kiara. Very critical issues: continual delayed payment, deliberate stifling of private sector, and protection of local contractors. We are going to that gentleman who is putting up the hand right there. I highly and very emotionally associate myself with those comments because I have been beaten very many times by exactly what she has raised. So these are real issues, and we are affected. These are real issues. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Mhanguzo Badia. I work with the Ministry of East African Community Affairs. Our PSST, thank you very much. This is the best opening remark I've had as far as my profession is concerned since I joined the government. And I love the heart and the zeal of protecting the profession called procurement. I have 2 points. One, I welcome the reforms, and I've been wondering that we have the law. The law is very clear, by the way, detailed. It gives us the methods of procurement. The thresholds are very clear, but you wonder that the threshold comes, the requisition comes, it has 1 billion, and you know by law you must go open bidding, unless otherwise. You select the method, but you wait for a national committee to approve the method, which is already stated in the law. So you ask yourself, what are they approving? Because the law is very clear. That one does not require any approval. Because it is clear, I select the method. If I select the wrong one, then I'll be comprehended for that I selected a wrong method. So I welcome that. It has been my cry and my prayer, and I wish this continues to the end, and my prayers are answered. And I believe they'll be answered. Number 2, Mr. PSST, we have a saying that you cannot love the child and hate the mother. This is the profession.
Or the father.
This is the profession whereby you find the profession is taken in high esteem. 65% of the budget is absorbed through procurement. It contributes 19-20% of GDP. But the practitioners are taken for granted. I welcome the reform that we want to eliminate non-professionals from the practice, which is very good. Maybe by having our IPPU as an act of parliament, which is going to regulate the practitioners, and PPDA regulates the practice. Because those are 2 different things. Those are 2. The other one regulates the practitioners, and PPDA regulates the practice. But my point is like this. You find somebody handling a file of 10 billion as it is very important, of some magnitude of amount of money, but is earning 900,000 Uganda shillings. These people were employing their human beings, and I'm not supporting corruption. But you see, put yourself in the shoes of somebody handling a project of so billions of money, but you take home your children home, they are waiting for 900,000 at the end of the month. To me, I feel it's an embarrassment. Government has taken us for granted, and when I get such opportunity to raise my voice, I also raise their voice. Mr. Segonga, thank you very much. I wish the program of meeting the president, if it remains well and good, so that our views can also be presented.
Thank you.
If some other professionals, they have been enhanced, we can also be enhanced if government feels we are important in government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obadiah Mwanguzi. Very important. Let me get one last person. I see one last hand. Oh, okay. We will only end with those two hands on that table for now.
Thank you very much. Our Master of Ceremonies. I add my voice.
Remember to introduce yourself first.
Okay, thank you. My name is Doreen Akatwera Tiberonda. I'm the head procurement and disposal department, Kampala Capital City Authority. I want to add my voice to thank our PSST and our EDPPDA for the support, guidance, and the opportunity for us to air our view or give feedback about our practice. Mine is simple. All reforms aside, the law is clear, as my colleagues have stated, but there has been a continuing practice from oversight agencies giving conflicting instructions, especially when it comes to complaints handling mechanism. Our act is clear, the regulations are giving the accounting officer a mandate. After that, we go to the tribunal. After that, the complaint should go to court. But of recent, there is a very, very, very challenging practice from other oversight agencies, including the State House Anti-Corruption, CID, and maybe IGG, coming when after the tribunal has pronounced itself, they give instructions, halt as we investigate. So this is affecting efficiency and time to complete procurement process. And I think among the things to address, Mr. PSST, if we are to issue circulars, I think we need to have a circular on who should handle what, so that we are able to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother, for handling that. I've been advised that that should be the last person, right from the table of the PSST. He would like to respond right now and get to the next assignment. So I would like to welcome the PSST to make his remarks. Senior Segona brought in the IPPU bill. Commissioner talked of EGP and collaborative procurement. Mrs. Kiara talked of continued delayment payment, etc. Obadiah about the practitioners taken for granted, and Doreen post-tribunal instructions. PSST, you're welcome.
Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you very much for this feedback. Now, I've taken note of your concerns. Maybe one of the things we should discuss, ED, today, is how Uganda can develop the discipline of distinguishing symptoms from the disease. We are very good at concentrating on symptoms. We need to get to the root cause of these symptoms. I've picked the issue of delayed payments by the chief contract there, the lady, and we met. When we met, we sat down with my team and discussed your issue. We were looking at the diagnostics of it. The disease is in a planning and budgeting indiscipline, number one. But also in what this fraternity call poor contract management, but also which I may refer to as people not being accountable. Just this morning, I met a contractor who had come to say, PSST, help me. They have turned my office into debt collector in the government. Help me. They come and I call. I call on the phone. You accounting officer of this, why has this person not paid? You find certificates. Those we call them IPFs, running between a year. Man has delayed for a year. Now this one today showed me one of 10 years. He has not paid in 10 years. And we think it is a matter just to discuss in a forum here. No. This is sheer indiscipline, which is always reduced to, we don't have money. I always tell people Uganda has a lot of money. We have the money because we put it in the budget there. But we have found two issues now which we are immunizing. The first one is the budget itself. Budget for counterpart funding has been a problem because we left this responsibility with you, the entities in the government. When I talk of, I'm talking of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Hear that long name. Ministry of Finance, you must have the money to finance. Planning, you must plan. And economic development, and develop the country. But in the spirit of division of labor and the responsibility, we tell the entity, have the money. You have a pool of money, you plan. Somebody goes and put up a project. You know you're going to execute a certain, you're going to build this building using development partners, financing, World Bank, in 5 years. But when you sit down with your planners to plan, you don't put money aside for buying the land where you're going to put the project. Instead, when we give you the money, you think of another project, a new project, because this one now does not have new procurement, new corruption. You think of another one. So we have taken a decision now. Counterpart funding going forward is now a responsibility of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And the Accountant General, I've assigned Accountant General Treasury to ensure that each of the projects we are running, they have counterpart funding and is paid on time. And the budget people must ensure that this is done. This coming budget is going to be the first one where you will see substantial amounts of money solving that problem. It has been one of the key issues. The other one is now the man who's holding the accounting role, who is supposed to pay people. They have also their own discretion of whom to pay and not to pay. Now, that discretion is sometimes misused. There are some entities where we are about to arrest people. They have created a chain of corruption. They get the money, they put it on account there. They start now to harass the contractors through that chain of so many people. This one another, and I was asking this treasury, how do you pay money? Why is it so difficult to pay money? And he said, no, it is very easy on the system. I said, okay, you show me how the system works. And you find in some entities, they now go around taking advantage of that system to create bureaucracy, so that the other person who's supposed to be paid has to come and meet one officer, another officer, another officer. Those meetings in Uganda must stop. They are the main source of a problem. The system must be automated in such a way that you contract, you manage, you pay, you account. Without human beings meeting, meet me at Munyonyo, you find them. They are seated in a room there, the accountant with the contractor. We are holding these people at ransom. Why? Go ahead and pay them. So, we have now, beginning this coming year, every single accounting officer is going to sign on a budget discipline and accountability charter. And it has 5 rules, very simple rules. Rule number 1, no budget, no commitment. It has some details there. You commit government where you don't have the money, that is a crime. It's already there, it's known in the books, but it's not enforced on the commitment. Rule number 2, no arrears, no creation of new domestic arrears. Because why do you create arrears? Arrears are created by people who are saying, government, you promised me that you will give me so much money, and I committed. But now you have not given me the money, so I have not paid. I want to tell you that going forward, and just this last year we finished, there is no single invoice which remained on the system unpaid. As long as we issued a cash limit, that cash we gave it to whoever was supposed to give. But people created arrears. Those people are not going to be accounting officers again. Whoever created arrears. Because that means you got someone's money where you committed and you paid it to something else. Otherwise, how did arrears arise when you did not invoice government to give you the money? You got the money, and instead of paying that invoice, you paid something else. So that is going to be also addressed. Rule number 3, no ready project, no budget. Every project that we are going to implement in Uganda must be studied through the public investment management system. It's not there, it will not get into the budget. Some people have been going and say, oh, now finance is joking. I will go to the most powerful people and we get budgets through. You go to the president. You know me, I know how to immunize problems. Even the president now is the one who tells people, have you finished the finance system? He calls it the finance system. If you haven't, go there and come back to me. Or he gives me a call and I say, that one, no going into the PIP because the project has not been studied. That's why we have PIM Plus now. No excuse. Without studying a project, it will not go to the budget because that's why also the problem has been. That's why you are not paid. You are implementing projects which were not planned for, we are not studied. You are implementing projects which have problems, like those escalation of costs. Imagine it's only in Uganda where you say, I'm going to build a road, and the road will pass here, and here, and here. It goes to Munyonyo. Then a few years later, you say, I didn't know that the road could pass there. It had to pass this side. How can you do that? That you are building a road, you don't know where it is going to pass. That when I was building, all of a sudden I found that the road was taking a wrong direction. Now we are asking for variation. These things are going to stop. And then supplementary budgets. Going forward, supplementary budgets will be strictly for exceptional things, beyond the mind and eyes of the implementer. Because they are there, and they will always be there. Nobody should tell you that stop supplementary. You are not God. Even God supplements, you know. That's why for us Muslims, we always say, Inshallah, God willing. I was telling IMF, please, I don't want to hear that business of no supplementary. Supplementary is for exceptional things. And the last rule, no wage, no recruitment. You have also been having that symptom, that some people in a district are not paid. How can a person working for the Republic of Uganda not paid on time? And they lie to people, finance has not yet sent the money, there is a problem, government is broke. Government of Uganda to be broke. How? Nobody should ever really lie to you that a state can fail to get money. How? A state which taxes people every day. When the taxes are not enough, I go to World Bank, I get money. If the World Bank is over-conditioning, I can even create money. I know how to create money. So the problem is not money. The problem is the indiscipline we have in this country. And that's why we are having these people's businesses. But we also need to play your part, private sector. You are also part of the problem. Sometimes, and I told you when we met, you force certain projects on government. You are the ones who run around. Sometimes you go, you get a powerful person, there is a deal. You call it a deal. This deal must be done this year. This project should be approved. They have told the accounting officers, I don't have a budget. You say, no. You must find the money. We have had also those projects where it was forced on the accounting officer, doesn't have money, and doesn't therefore pay you, but we shall solve those. So there are sanctions which we are going also to put in the same charter. An accounting officer who goes against those ones will get out of accounting role. There are so many Ugandans who can account. Then, if the problem is at finance, not budgeting well, we are also sanctioning ourselves. You have seen recently. We know how to sanction ourselves. We shall continue to do so. If the problem is Secretary to Treasury, I will get out and go and do other things. And there are those who can, I belonged somewhere if I came. But there's this tendency of people thinking they are part and parcel of furniture of government, creating problems, unnecessary problems. And I'm now talking to you, the procurement fraternity. Please stop being a problem to Uganda. Be a solution. Huh? You are somewhere, head of PDU, and as long as I am here, this will, who are you? I am the most experienced. What if you died? You think Uganda would stop? No way. Uganda will go on. We serve our purpose, be part of a solution, get out. Very well. Now, the rest, we are also going to create incentives. You know, economists, we deal with problems in incentive manner, more than sanctions, incentives on how to get people to respond to the reforms. Going forward, we are not going to release money to an entity until the arrears have been cleared. We shall now write you a clear release that this money of this quarter, the first call on this money is the arrear, pay that person. That will make people realize that they are not supposed to be making businesses suffer. We shall, I want to tell you, we shall treat this disease as well. It has been diagnosed so well where the problems are. We are the problem partly in the way we have been budgeting. The MDS are a problem, the way they manage the budgets. Contractors are a problem, the way also you manage your contracts. The way you get them, don't influence. Get a contract in an appropriate manner and you get paid. Now, the rest of the concerns, including my friend, the representative of the procurement people, that's the first man I met in government when I entered the government from procurement. I first met him on a screen. He talked to me, you know, that time was lockdown. And I saw a man who's talking differently from Ugandans. He says the truth, whether it is good or bad. And I liked him. Then I told the undersecretary, bring me that man. He came and we talked. The corrupt minister, we dealt with the corrupt minister, and we will see the results eventually. We usually deal with them because he brought evidence of a corrupt minister, and I assured him that we shall deal with them by getting them to where they talk power, you know. You know, I'm a student of power. Power is legal power, is financial. Whoever has legal mandate is a very powerful person. The most powerful person in this country is the head of state. So for me, when I see things which I can't manage, I take them to my account, the appointing authority. Who's the I say, I can't do your job because of this. Okay? The second source of power is financial. Whoever distributes money, that's why you are very powerful people, you people, procurement. Please don't misuse that power. Then the third power, source of power, is relational power. Relation. Who's related to those two? Not by blood necessarily, but just knowing you. Sometimes some people go and look for my friends. I talked with him, like this man Levi here. They look for him. I'm there in the morning and Levi comes. It's now very powerful. You know, that somebody has seen Levi to come and see Ramadan because he has a problem. Then sometimes I say, but my office is here. Why didn't you come? He said, you know, it's very difficult to reach you. I went to Levi. They even go to Butambala there. They look for my clan leaders. Relational. So these dynamics, we can use them very, very effectively and ensure that we eliminate those issues which are ahead of us. So I should conclude by telling you, the procurement professionals, I have a commissioner here of procurement. This is your main contact person in getting the procurement issues solved. He's a soft-spoken man, but he has another man who, there are two. Where is he? Your assistant. He's in the UK to earn per diem. There are two of them, very good cadre and very good professionals. Use them, let them profile and document the soft issues which require our attention. Because for me, I believe in pragmatism. I do things with a chance of success known. Sometimes you are there writing other regulations and so on, piles and piles of regulations. When the issue is just soft power, soft things to know how it should be done. So you know well what is affecting the profession of procurement. Tell them to profile it. You have also the ED here. We are always chatting about procurement issues. And we resolve your issues in a manner which is practical. I'm ready to do that because I know for sure if we want to develop Uganda without sorting out procurement, we shall never. I know that. And I am a person who's on a mission now to transform Uganda. That's it. I want very practical partners like you, and we do it. These things we talk about, corruption. Corruption is a symptom of a disease. And I've told you the diseases. That disease, we are going to treat it. And the buck will stop with you. I saw you clapping when we are saying we are going to take away all the excuses. And the buck stops with you. You steal money. You make people pay before they get a contract, we shall get you. And this time you will have no excuse that that's what the evaluation committee gave me. That's what, why are we passing through middlemen? It is you, PDU, and accounting officer. Why did you build the wrong building? Board the bus. You go to Luzira. I thank you very much. Let me run away.
So let me request the PSST to just keep around. You're going to receive a gift from the PDA and MTN. So let me request them to come right now. No more time. Please just come close. PSST, like I whispered to you, kindly stand here. Yeah, sure. So I don't know whether that one will be declared. Okay, I think it's good to come this side. Let's come this side. It's better here for branding purposes.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me request the chairman to come and hand it over together with the team. All right, so please. I don't know whether according to the rules it has to be unwrapped or kept secret and declared later. Yeah, so, sure. This is on behalf of all of us here, PPDA. A wonderful photo right there. Great. And then followed by MTN, who are here in the house. MTN Uganda. I saw somebody yesterday on TV thanking MTN when they had the zone. So was it called friend zone or something? That's when you got the wife, they talked the whole night. So thank you, MTN. Let's appreciate them too with a round of applause. And now I'm going to request the board to please come and join the team here. Also the EXCO, come and join the team. And the dignitaries for one group photo before. Okay, the PSST is declaring that that's a router and 5G router. I don't know whether that's the procedure for declaring, but so the PSST is still here. Let me request the board to please come and join him. The EXCO, come and join him. The dignitaries, come and join him for a group photo. Let's do that right now. Okay, Commissioner, please. Okay, that getting down here will be easier. Others can stand behind. That makes it smaller surface area. Okay. On top of the 5 rules in the charter, the 6th one is always smile when you are in a photo. Yeah. Awesome. Let's once again celebrate the PSST and the team, the board, the EXCO, the dignitaries for a great work. Well done. Awesome. So once again, thank you, PSST ED, for all the comments. The heart of the matter is the matter of the heart. In all these conversations, the heart of the matter is the matter of the heart. Director PDCB, kindly be getting ready, Mercy. All right, just a quick consultation first. Awesome. So once again, thank you very much for the participation this far. Appreciate your neighbor. Before I tell you what next, high five, handshake, hug, whatever is appropriate. Make sure there is a smile, please. Appreciate your neighbor for the participation. It's going well so far. Yeah. Oh, I see some people doing it to those in the diaspora, on other tables abroad. Well done. So we are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a short break with something to refresh our bodies. There is a cup of tea. You're going to move outside through that very door, and then you turn on your right. That's where the cup of tea is. But in case you want to, first of all, make some calls, either a short one or medium and any other length of the call, don't turn on the right. Instead, just move towards that very corner at the back, turn left, then get into the corridor and walk straight. You will find a good place prepared for making calls. Otherwise, for the rest of us, let's have a wonderful break for 10 to 15 minutes, and we will be back to look at the state of public procurement and disposal in Uganda and how we can link the procurement efficiency to project execution under PIM+. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's right about time for us to get going with the next lap. So let me request all of you who are outside to start coming into the hall so that we are able to continue with the next lap of this Public Procurement Cadre Forum 2026. So if you have somebody next to you, get hold of them and bring them in so that we can continue with the Cadre Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for you to come in so that we can be able to get rolling. Our time is fast spent, and it is very paramount that you come in and we continue with the forum. So people who are outside, please come in and we continue with our next session, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin. We've called the people outside. This is the 4th time, so now we are not going to wait for them. I would like us to get going. So I want to welcome all of you back to this public procurement Cadre forum. It's good to see all of you in the room. We are getting to our next session, and I would like us to settle in, and we get to do that. A few changes have been made in the program to continue to make it better. So now we are going to have state of public procurement and disposal in Uganda. It will be more of a recap because we've already had a number of that kind of information from the executive director, PPDA, from the PSST. They were all talking about, the current state. So we will have our director, PDCB, to come and give a recap of that. And then after that, for just about 10 minutes, then after that, we will be looking at linking procurement efficiency to project execution under PIM Plus by the Commissioner PPMD, who will also just keep it brief to under 15 minutes. Then we will look at the proposed administrative procurement reforms by the Director LBA, Mr. Uthman, and that will be taking us to the pre-lunch panel discussion. So at this moment, I would like to welcome our Director PDCB, Madame Mercy, to come and take us through a recap of the state of public procurement and disposal in Uganda. Would you like to please make her feel really, really welcome with a loud applause? Mercy, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Sam. Our dear cadres, if you're still outside, please, let's reconvene. Time is of essence and we are time bad. Those of you who are merrymaking, we are all very happy, but we're going to have a merrymaking session. The procurement and disposal capacity building team, please, please, please mobilize and have our dear guests return to their seats. Dahlia, please, please coordinate. We've lost a lot of time already. We need to catch up. Bravo, Freeman, Mariam, let everyone be back. Our Master of Ceremony has already introduced me, so I'll not waste a lot of time. My presentation is supposed to be about the state of public procurement and disposal in Uganda. However, ladies and gentlemen, you will all agree with me that our PSST and our executive director and Mohammed, who is still outside. Mohammed, if you can hear me, please come back. And our president of UNABSEC, they have summed up everything that I wanted to talk about in this presentation. So I will not be wasting time regurgitating what has already been said. Maybe just to put emphasis on a few things, the bottlenecks. Because all of us understand the importance of public procurement in this country. PSSC emphasized the fact that there will be no national transformation without public procurement. And that is why we are here, to have that discussion, to start the discussion to do with business process engineering. If we are going to re-engineer procurement, the discussion starts today, ladies and gentlemen. And I know that when the authority invited you, we said that we're going to restrict ourselves to administrative procurement reforms. But by the grace of God, PSST has given us the leeway to go full throttle, discuss what is standing in the way of doing things better. How do we make procurement effective? How do we make it efficient? That discussion starts today. And as we wait for representation from the PIM Plus project. And as we wait for colleagues to return from the break tea, please let us join our hands and give a round of applause to World Bank for enabling this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored. We are honored to have the bank be part of this history. Like I said, I am not here to present because PSSC already covered. I'm here to emphasize a few things. Contract management. I'll start from the end. We are talking about bottlenecks. Sometimes we like to point fingers. But when you analyze, as we point fingers at who is not doing what, the rest of the fingers are also pointing at us. So when we have those contracts awarded, my dear cadres, when we have those contracts awarded, in the law we say contract monitoring, PDU, work with the contract manager. We prefer to have the awards. But we do not sometimes want to go the extra mile. We leave everything to the user. And sometimes the user thinks that once they have a contract, that duty rests with the provider. So we manage contracts on phone. You're a contract manager, and if you don't have transport, or you say you don't have transport, you manage contracts on phone. How are we going to transform this country if we do not start with our mindset? We should start by loving our country, by being patriots. We should start by checking the inner us. Examine yourself. You're a cadre in this room. It is not true at all that all our problems come from the exterior. Sometimes the problems are because we do not go the extra mile. That contract manager, once they are appointed, do you take time to induct them, to take them through the proverbial Form 49? Do you guide them? These are users. You have the knowledge of the agreement, heads of departments. Do you guide the contract managers? So as we have all these discussions about reforms, I want us to have very candid discussions. Critical. That is why the theme says critical. Critical. Critical reflection. Where is the problem? PSSC said we should not massage. My duty is to regurgitate that. Do not massage. If we've come here for a discussion, we need to have a very candid discussion. Evaluation. 78% of administration review cases come from evaluation regularities. Now, our dear cadres, tell me, who is in charge of evaluation? Of course, you're going to say the chair of the evaluation committee. But as an expert, as a professional, when they provide that report, do you go through? If it's something that requires expertise, do you choose the right people to conduct the evaluation, or you choose who is available? The local governments are smiling. They know we've had these discussions. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting so much of our time, for me, my duty is to tell you that this country is in our hands. Because procurement is the engine of national development. You do not do the right things, you do not get committed, you do things in a laissez-faire manner, we are all doomed. And we need a country that our children are going to inherit and be proud of. The regulator has put in place a very strong regulatory framework. You know, there is something funny in this country. They say we have the best laws, but our laws are implemented by our neighbors. And then they progress. Can we, the Catholics, have something they do? Beat your chest, beat your chest, beat your chest. Reflect. Contribute to these discussions unbiased. We are here to find solutions. On top of the strong regulatory framework, the authority is doing its best to have capacity building. And most of us have responded to this call because we've made deliberate effort. Challenges, bottlenecks, if you have capacity issues, knowledge gaps, skills, reach out. Procurement is like a chain, and a chain is as strong as its weakest link. From the accounting officer, to the contracts committee, to evaluation committee, to the heads of departments, to the members, the users, the lower people, to the contract managers. We have representation from the private sector, the suppliers, the contractors. All of us must come together to make sure that this works. And I want to appreciate our speakers, ED and PSST, for laying the foundation. So now you cannot say that you're here to only talk about the administrative, procurement administrative reforms. Let us go full throttle and do this. We need results. That is why we are sitting here. Allow me to wish you very fruitful deliberations and a wonderful afternoon.
Awesome, awesome. Let's once again appreciate Mercy, the director for PDCB at PPDA. Thank you very much for raising those critical things. You reminded me of a quotation. You know, in this country, whenever somebody doesn't know, the very person who said something, they say, Robert Mugabe says, or they say, some Chinese proverb, because they don't know who said it. But this one, allegedly, they say it is Kofi Annan who said it. I will cross-check. That he said, transparency is the currency of trust in procurement. That transparency is the currency of trust. When things are transparent, then there is the currency of trust. And Madame Mercy, the director, talked about the policies, and we whispered where he was seated with the board members. And the board member said, we are paper tigers. That's the phrase the board member used, to mean that we are good at putting together papers and policies, and then our neighbors come and implement them. Then we go to them to benchmark. And after we have benchmarked from them, we come back to do nothing about it. And then we create new policies, they come and take them and implement, and then we go back to benchmark. So it's a vicious cycle of being paper tigers, but not action people. So thank you very much, Director, for leading us to that. In the House, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Nkono Ahmed, the Legal Officer, State House Local Content Unit. He is here with us representing Madam Amina Mukalazi, the head of the unit. Where you are, our brother Ahmed, could you please stand up for recognition? Okay, very welcome. I am sure we can do better welcoming people in our midst. So let's welcome Ahmed this time, much better. PPDA Appeals Tribunal, Mr. Chiwa Francis Frank is in the house. Where are you? Right there. Ministry of Works and Transport, Chief Mechanical Engineer, Engineer Timothy Tibesugwa is here with us. Ms. Gertrude Basima, Acting Commissioner, Projects Analysis and Public Investment Department at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is in the house. Mr. Johnson Musinguzi, Commissioner, Procurement, Inspection and Coordination Department, Local Government, was around. Okay, right, all right. Mr. Godfrey Owori, representative of Chief Government Valuer, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, is with us, and many other different people in the House, including you who is listening to me. We welcome you. We want to get going to the next about linking procurement efficiency to project execution under the PIM Plus program. So we would like to hear from the Commissioner of the Procurement Policy and Management Department. And at this moment, I would like us to welcome Dr. Isaac Charigonza to come and take us through linking procurement efficiency to project execution under PIM Plus. Dr. Charigonza, you're welcome.
I want to ride on the protocol already established and take this opportunity to welcome everybody to this engagement, but particularly to the presentation that I'm going to share. I want to be brief like the order dictates. My name is already well brought out, but let me take the opportunity to reintroduce myself. I am Isaac Charigonza, and I'm from Accountant General's Office and the head of Procurement Policy and Management Department in the Ministry of Finance. My task is to share precisely with this congregation the link between procurement efficiency to project execution with emphasis on the PIM Plus. But before I can do that, I want to re-echo two statements I once got from the CEO of the ministry in the names of Dr. Gobi, who was here. The first encounter with him, he asked me, and we're in a top technical management meeting, and he said, the president's hand is itching to remove this cadre of yours called procurement. I said, what is this? He said, the hand is itching, the pen is just close to the paper. So he asked, what is the problem? And in his own words, he said, is it the law or the practitioners that are responsible for inefficiencies in public procurement? It was a tough one, but because I was also transiting from practice, naturally I had to say that to a great extent, it was the law, and to a lesser extent, the practitioners. That was my answer. Yes. And I told him, inefficiencies are not attributed squarely on a single party in a cycle, that it was a system, and therefore, if he wanted results, he needed to look at a system holistically. And I'm happy to report that he took up that advice, and that's why some of you are still here as practitioners. The second time I met him, he told me the president has directed that therefore your law your law be amended. And he set up, Cabinet and the President set up a 11-member committee to look at the law. Obviously, that had been amended in 2021. But in 2024, November, a committee had been set up to look at the law with a view to amending it. And all that he was communicating here, I just want to restate that are in a cabinet memo that has been acknowledged by Cabinet Secretariat and sent back for us, for him, of course, to refine and send back so that it can be presented to Cabinet. So the law is under review, and most of the proposals that he mentioned here are already in that, including empowering PDUs, but requiring them to be accountable. He has said, I don't want to repeat his words like the Baganda say, that he who repeats a song can never make it as good as the author, if I can put. In Luganda we say, akudira muluyimba taluwomi oba sija echo. Yes. Akudira muluyimba. I can't fit into his shoes, but he has said, your people will be empowered. Your people will be professionalized. Your people will be supported. But remember the saying that nobility with responsibility. On that note, I want to address myself to the subject of the day, and I want to be as precise. Yes, we have an outline there, but allow me to skip it. The PIM Plus, the famous PIM Plus, in the Ministry of Finance, we call it a flagship reform to support public finance management strategy aimed at strengthening public investment management and asset management. Now, we call it PIM Plus because we have always had public investment management frameworks. But when the bank got on board, they said, okay, now let us add a plus. And there was a debate. At one time, it was a simple plus, and some stakeholders said, but plus is more for medical. Is it a pharmacy? So they had to remove the plus symbol, and we are using the PIM, but plus to bring out that marriage between the government PIM initiative and the World Bank initiative. Of course, as already stated, this PIM, you can call it a program, but on the other hand, it is a project, and you will appreciate that. Is intended, obviously, to support us in our national frameworks, one of them being NDP, and the other being the famous 10-fold growth strategy through improved project preparation, budgeting, execution, and asset maintenance. Now, execution covers procurement. Asset management, you all may know that we have assets in this country, but we don't know where they are, and we don't have legal ownership. So we have the PIM Plus on board to address not only the preparation and the budgeting, but also the execution, as well as a rethink on asset management. So it is intended to address what we've been discussing here, the challenges of project preparation, the procurement delays, the overruns, and many others, including post-execution management of public investment projects. It became effective early this year, after a protracted approval process, and it is supported by our development partner in the name of World Bank. I'm happy World Bank is here, and they have always been there, and they continue being there for the reforms. Can we give a yes? Now, I don't want to labor so much, but where does procurement get on board? The main components of the PM cycle are as displayed, but I want to remind ourselves that we fit into that part of procurement and contract management. The other day, we learned that out of the 7-point-something Uganda shillings under arrears, a biggest percentage is resulting from contract management issues, and that's procurement. So we must be efficient, and I'm happy that today we are here. At first, we had scoped our discussion to soft areas. I hear the director capacity building, riding on the guidance of our PSST has said, let people go full blast, let them give. But the intention today was to look at, and is to look at, soft areas that do not require amendment of the law. Why? Because the law, you are saying, is clear. I already have also stated that we are amending the law. That is another process. So today was to look at those soft areas. Let me give an example. I have seen colleagues from local governments. During our inspections, we have learned that a contract is signed, a contract is cleared by Solicitor General, having gone all through the processes, and is signed by the accounting officer. But the political arm, the chairman, LOC5, says, I want to get time to go and commission that road. That's what we're talking about. Those are the soft areas. They're not legal, but they affect contract or procurement delivery. I received, for example, requisitions from districts on approval of contract committee members. I don't need the law, but how long should it take me to clear so that an entity has a fully constituted committee? But also you, the accounting officer in an MDA, why should you wait for the last minute to submit a request for renewal of your membership or new members? Those are the soft areas that are not provided for under the law, but significantly impede project delivery and therefore dent the image of public procurement. So I just wanted to link public procurement and contract management for the need to have efficiency if we are going to achieve public investment management desired goals. The lawyers have a saying that justice denied is justice, no, justice delayed is justice denied. Now, it could fit here that inefficiency in procurement anywhere is inefficiency throughout this cycle. Now, allow me to proceed to the core of our, because that's where money is. The PIM Plus project is a $200 million project as well as program. The 40 million is a project. The 160 is a program. Now, the PS talked about not ready projects. The not ready projects. You go to World Bank, for example, negotiate a loan for roads, and they give you the money, but you don't have designs. So the 40 million will be managed under the National Planning Authority to ensure timely and quality preparation of designs, as well as feasibility studies for high-value projects that are reflected in the NDP4 and the 10-fold program. So this is intended to mitigate the hurried acquisition of funds, and you're not ready. I remember an example of a project in my place. My place is in Kagadi. They secured funds for a dam on River Muzizi, but I can tell you that we paid as government 5 million. 5 million, but we didn't start the project, and the money was returned. What is this? So, yes, and we have never got that benefit of a dam in Bunyoro, if I can go beyond, or in Western region, or in Uganda for that matter. So, PIM Plus is packaging this in a way that projects must be studied, they must be approved, they must go through a development committee, and by the time you budget for them, you have already done all the studies, and that's what PS called the not ready projects. We want to do away with that with the support of this, project. Now, the component of the program, of course, is intended to support areas, as I said, that have been identified under NDP4 and the 10-fold growth strategy, and mainly concentrating in the infrastructure sector, water, health, works, and others. But this money, according to the bank who are here, we say earn the money. It is a loan, it is credit, but you must earn. And how you earn it is you must meet some conditions before you earn whatever portion of that credit. And that's where I want to take you for maybe discussion. Now, we have result areas and expected outputs under this program. But because of time, I want to limit myself to result area number 3, which I talked about is about execution and efficiency. So under that result area in this project, we have what we call a disbursement leaked indicator, that you qualify only when you have met that requirement. And this requirement, which is DLI number 6, is about the percentage of contracts that we shall have procured on time. So you are here. I hope you are getting converted. It is a condition. The purpose, of course, is to have timely procurements executed, and against it is a value of 15 $1,000. Now, what do we do under this result area? Number 1 is EGP. We are required under this project execution that EGP core modules must be redesigned and rolled out to all MDAs. That's what I promised in the morning. I committed before the accounting officer that we are working day and night to ensure that EGP is rolled out, because it is a condition. It is a result area that we must deliver. 2 is that the system, the EGP system, must also be integrated with other existing systems. And these are among the many that are here. We have IBP, which is the Integrated Bank of Projects. We have IFMS, which you know. We have PBS, which you know. And therefore, these must be integrated, a condition that we must meet if we are to benefit from the PIM Plus project. Of course, the other, and I want to implore my PPDA management, as well as my colleague, the board members, that we should develop standard unit costs for integrated transport infrastructure, and this is about the roads and bridges. Of course, with the regular monitoring of the projects that will have been launched. Members, I think I won't take much of the time on this, but it speaks to the inefficiency. If you look at the baseline at the time this project was conceived, you realize that the EGP system was only 9% of all the entities of government. 36 out of 441 entities. That was the baseline. And that it takes us 315 days for open international bidding compared to the 110 days. Are we dreaming? It takes us 315 days to conduct an open international bidding compared to 110, as if the 110 is even desired. It takes us 160 days for open domestic compared to the desired 100 days. You can see the injury and the injustice that procurement is inflicting on national service. Now, under this PIM Plus, we are required that this year we are ending, 25-26, we meet the following. Number one, that PPDA and Ministry of Finance, as we resolve today, do a review of business processes for procurement, identifying efficiency improvements that do not require amendment of the Act, and that's why we are here. This is one reason we are here. This is one reason we have taken photos. This is one reason we shall take lunch. We must deliberate today and conclusively generate those soft areas. Yeah. Second, that we must issue a circular. We must issue a circular to entities telling them that there is a 15% cap on variation between estimated project cost at feasibility study and estimated project cost at the initiation process. You go for the DC and they approve your project, never come back beyond 15% at initiation. You must, there are projects that are assessed even before they conduct a procurement. Form 5 is already 30% of the assessed cost. That's the injury. That's the injury that we are trying to cure by the bank conditioning us, telling us. I used to have a boss some time back who used to say that speed without control kills. And that was our former AC in the names of Mr. Kabatere, a former board member. He used to tell us speed without control kills. So we are being checked. And therefore, I want to report the following. And the bank is here. They can attest to my submission that today we want to resolve on the first one. And I'm happy that the faces I see here are ready to resolve on number one. Number two, to bring the good news that this circular has been issued out and circulated. And today, I want to ask my PPMD staff who are here, Reverend Gillian. Reverend Gillian is the chaplain to the Parliament of Uganda. She may be running away to go to prepare for swearing in. But we have prepared this circular and it has been issued. And I want to report further on the good news that because of this circular, the bank has been able to release how much? They have been able to release, yes, I want to hear it from the bank or from the PAP, but I want to tell you that out of the 25 requirements, we have met 3 as government of Uganda. And one of them is this one that I would want us to clap for ourselves. Now, I don't think I should labor so much, but I say this is a 5-year program. Each of the subsequent years, up to 2029, 2030, there are conditions we must meet. Because of saving time, allow me not to delve into that, but concentrate on the fact that today we must resolve and score 100% on number 1 there that is so far missing for this current financial year. And by early next year, is the financial year coming, we should be able to issue these soft reforms that we are proposing today for us to earn more of the facility. I want to conclude, ladies and gentlemen. I know I've taken some time, but I appreciate your patience. So over the next 5 years, or 4, because we are already into 2026, PIM Plus will fundamentally transform our practices. We are already resolved to achieving that, even by being here. And that way, the public sector procurement will be a cornerstone for delivering government projects and never an area to refer to as inefficient. So we want to join together and through procurement support NDP4 and the 10-fold growth strategy and see Uganda grow from $50 billion to $500 billion economy by 2040. I thank you for listening, and I would want your remarks thereafter. Thank you.
Just in case you don't mind, let's appreciate him much better than that, please. All right. So now that we are done with the issues of linking procurement efficiency to project execution under PIM Plus, we are going to listen to the proposed administrative procurement reforms from the Director LBA, PPDA, Mr. Uthman Segawa, in the House. So as he comes, there is a very important bit of information you may need to get to know, that Uganda as a country, represented by UMI, Uganda Management Institute, in partnership with Uganda Tourism Board, UTB, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, PPDA, and MOOBS, Makerere University Business School, they won a bid to host the International Public Procurement Conference, which is going to be hosted here in Uganda in August. It will be running from the 12th to the 14th of August 2024. Sorry, 2026. So this is an open invitation. It's an open invitation to all of us to attend. I've been told that the letters have been dispatched to your AOs, your accounting officers. So in case you have not yet received your invitation, then get in touch with Associate Professor Alex Nduhura. Could he be in the house, just so that people know the one we are talking about? Where is Alex? Associate Professor Alex? Okay, right here. Yeah. So this gentleman here, Deputy Chair, IPPCIO, or Chris at PPDA, all those can help concerning this important conference. Not only that, there is also going to be the 10th Annual Procurement Summit and Exhibition organized by IPPU. It's going to be on the 15th of May, 2026 at Uma Showground in Urugogo, Multipurpose Hall. Please decide to be part of these important engagements for your further personal empowerment in order to be a better cadre who is going to earn lunch, like the previous speaker has just said, that the only reason why we are here and we are going to take lunch is so that the reforms are in place and Uganda is transformed. Please welcome Mr. Uthman Segawa in the house.
Fellow countrymen, Ugandans, members of the Procurement Cadre, it's an honor to stand before you to present some proposals in accordance with the PIM Plus work plan for this financial year. I know a lot has been said in the morning. The PSST has given us an opportunity to move further than what we had intended at this engagement, to look at the legal reforms. But allow me to first meet the PIM Plus disbursement indicators, and that is leading a discussion on proposed administrative reforms without amending the law that can lead to efficiencies in project execution. Dr. Charlie Gonza has properly linked between PIM Plus and the procurement function. As he indicated, the strategic goal under our area is to strengthen project execution for better development outcomes. Specifically, we are supposed to develop and implement efficiency reforms that do not require amendments to the law. The PSST has been here this morning and has indicated that there are some reforms that are going to be undertaken that would require amendment of the law. At the end of my presentation, I'll give you some of those reforms that would require amendment of the law. Suffice to say that the gist of my presentation was to inform you and to propose to you some of the administrative reforms that we would like to implement and to seek your input before implementation so that we can meet that disbursement indicator. All procurement cadres in this room are aware that we do have the PPDA law, we do have regulations, the statutory timelines, and everything is well spelled out as at this morning. I don't want to touch the law. I want to touch other avenues that we can propose to you so that we can make changes without necessarily going to the minister, going to parliament. I'll start off with those that touch directly to project implementation, those that are within our ambit, those that are within our control. We are proposing to have a readiness checklist before contract signature and commencement. Someone will wonder, why are we proposing this? My board chairman this morning tasked me, why are we doing this right now? Haven't we been doing some of the reforms without necessarily calling you cadres for your input and intervention? Yes, we have been doing reforms. We have been issuing circulars. we have been issuing guidelines at our own initiatives without calling you, but an opportunity has come where we can engage you for your input and feedback as we propose these reforms. The first one, we are proposing, and we are going to have a panel discussion. Why can't we have a checklist, a project readiness checklist as procurement, that before a contract is signed and before we commence implementation of that project, we clear off and we are able to know that this has been covered, this is in place. And this would include, among others, approved designs. You've heard Dr. Charlie Gonza saying that a project was cleared, funding was released, but there are no cleared and approved designs. It could include confirmed cash flows, site handover, right of access, settlement of project-affected persons, among others. This is just a proposal. We could also have another proposal directly related to project execution. We could have standard contract management protocols. Gone are the days when you used to have Form 39, then I made it Form 40, which is the contract implementation plan. All these templates stem from guidance, interrogation of the law, proposing here and there so that we can have standard templates to reduce the burden of reproducing and innovating templates or standard forms. We are proposing that we should have standard contract management protocols that would take into account a minimum package for contract management. Procurement cadres deal with user departments that have no information on project management. They have not studied SIPs, they've not had procurement qualifications, but once you say, and we propose that once we put in place such protocols, anyone appointed to become a contract manager should on their desk or in their activities have a contract management plan, for example. Make sure that they have a works program if, in case it is a works project, procurement. Make sure that they will keep a minimum record of site instructions, site attendance registers, test results, among others, where you have no consultant. Even if you have a consultant, all these must be in place. Why are we doing this? We have undertaken as PPDA a number of contract audits, performance monitoring audits, and what we are finding is repetitive. I'm not in the performance monitoring department, my doctor is, but where I sit at the board level, I can predict what the findings are going to be in the next audit because the findings are repetitive. Without even going there, we are finding that there is lack or inadequate proper management at contract management. And this is one of the key challenges the PSST has mentioned. Contract management is a challenge. So we propose that we could have a standard contract management protocol with checklists, templates, and minimum records to be kept by the contract managers. There are other reforms that we are proposing that don't touch directly to project implementation, but impliedly affect project execution. A colleague from the performance monitoring department was telling me that even as at last week, there are entities that were not compliant to submission of procurement and disposal plans. The guidance you have right now is that you should submit as entities your procurement plans to the Ministry of Finance and PPDA by the 15th of July of every beginning of the financial year. And I was questioning, my team was questioning, why should you wait until the 15th of July when the PFMA Act is very clear that Parliament shall ensure that it considers and approves the budget for the next financial year by close of business of May? Why should we wait for another 2.5 months before you can give us your procurement plan? So it is our proposal subject to your input and review, that we should change the timelines for submission of procurement plans. Why should you wait for the next financial year to submit one? And we are proposing that plans should be received by the ministry and PPDA by the 30th of June as a reform. This is an administrative reform. It is anchored in the law. You don't have to go to Parliament, and it can be done. The Secretary to Treasury can issue that instruction, and will be able to meet the indicators. We've also noted that the procurement cadres are not involved in the planning stages. And we want, by that circular, to ensure and put it in ink that involve the procurement cadre in all the budgeting, in all the planning during the budget preparatory stages. We think that by having that in a budget, in a circular, it could also give audience of our practitioners so that they can tell you that that project is not realistic because of ABC. You have to take into account issues of settlement of project affected persons, issues of right of access, issues of approvals if the project is to commence in time. The other proposal touches the heart of procurement cadres. Most of us have contracts. I do have a contract. However, many of us don't have performance measurement agreements with our supervisors. What do I mean? It's a proposal that staff of the PDU, let me start with staff of the PDU because the majority are here. We want to propose that every financial year you have a performance measurement agreement with procurement indicators in terms of timelines for submission, timelines for whatever we do. We want to establish key performance indicators for procurement timelines, submission quality, adherence to we want to ensure that the cadres, as you do your work, you have indicators that you have to satisfy at the end of the financial year if you are being appraised by your accounting officer or whoever you report to. How has been your timeliness in submission, in processing procurement requests? Because many people have said that procurement we are delaying, but is there tangible evidence that actually we are delaying? The performance measurement agreements shall be able to sort out this. Remember, these are proposals, and we'll have feedback from you. We also want to extend this assessment to other stakeholders in the procurement function. We have heads of department. They should have an indicator on how they are managing their contracts. We have user departments. And we think that this should be able to feed in our performance evaluation report that is required to be submitted to the minister. Many of you have talked about administrative timelines as I plan to finish. We want to issue a circular. We want to propose to issue a circular trying to cap the administrative lead times where many of us, where accounting officers take their time. The administrative timelines are abused by all of us. So we want to guide that the maximum best practice initiation of a procurement shouldn't take so much. If an evaluation committee has submitted its report, you shouldn't take a month to submit it to the next level of approval. Why do you need to wait for contracts committee minutes to issue out a BEB? Yeah? There are those administrative timelines which we are in control and we can guide on as best practice. Activities. For example, physical handover of site, approvals by the political leadership, among others. We want to guide that once you have the contract and the contract terms have made the contract effective, the contractor should be able to proceed and implement the contract. Ceremonial political considerations should not constitute grounds for delaying commencement of contracts. There are those reforms, the ones I'm starting right now, we are in the process of implementing them, and many of you are aware, but they are also administrative reforms. You've talked about, the PSSC talked about collaborative procurements. That's also an administrative reform. Many of you have been asking and making inquiries that if the Ministry of Finance has a contract, a framework contract, and Uganda Police, can't I engage that framework agreement to issue a call of order? We are proposing to review and come up with guidance that you can use framework agreements to which an entity is not privy. We want to circumvent the principle of privy to the contracts so that an entity can take benefit of terms of a framework agreement with another entity. How are we going to do that? The PPDL allows contracting out, and we are going to use those provisions under the current legal dispensation to guide entities on how to use a framework contract of another entity when you are not party to it. In terms of disposal, under the PIM Plus, we have asset management and maintenance. We are proposing another administrative reform, having noted that many of you are unwilling, either intentionally or wantonly, to dispose some of your assets. We are going to do, we are proposing to aggregate and to pool assets for disposal. And we take lead with other agencies so that we can get rid of these assets that are in your premises. And we shall use electronic auction and other disposal methods as appropriate. And we shall have, we propose to have a lead with Ministry of Works and Transport, and we shall start with mechanical equipment. Colleagues, as I wind up, those were the administrative reforms. Permit me to inform you about what legal reforms are under consideration so that you are aware that there is something that is under consideration. There is a proposal to remove the non-procurement actors in the procurement process, and that would require amendment of the law and the procurement structures, removal of the contracts committee and an evaluation committee. It would also mean that we are going to redefine the roles of the different players, accounting officer and the PDU. Evaluation shall be undertaken by the PDU in consultation with the user department, but the PDU shall take ownership of the results and shall sign the evaluation report and take responsibility for the contents therein. The other proposals that require legal amendment is a review of the complaints handling mechanism. Right now, we have different timelines, and we intend to reduce the timelines for complaints handling. We also intend to review the timeline for display of the best evaluated bidder notice. Some of you are aware that the current law provides for 10 working days for display of the BEB, but the bidding period for some methods are less than 10 working days. Why should I wait for 10 working days if I've used 5 working days to get my bidder? The concerns Obadiah was raising this morning, the legal department at PPDA is aware of such concerns. Why should I, before the removal of the contracts committee, the proposal to remove the contracts committee, my team was debating, why should you need approval of a given method that is well stipulated in the law, but the law provides that one of the functions of the contracts committee is to approve the procurement method. So it needs a legal amendment. One of the proposals for under consideration for legal amendment is exemption of some entities from the application of some provisions of the Act. And these are commercial entities. Yeah? Exemption of commercial entities from the application of provisions of the PPDA Act. The other reviews, we are trying to reduce on the statutory timelines that are provided for in the PPDA Act and the regulations. Now, those amendments require approval of Parliament, approval of Cabinet and Parliament. Those are not low-hanging fruits. My board chairman usually says, start with the low-hanging fruits. The administrative reforms are low-hanging fruits. These ones are still up there, and they require other processes. But these low-hanging fruits, we can get your input, and we can resolve on them. That have been proposed, and many of these processes reforms I have highlighted, but suffice to say, we also want to guide on management of procurement and disposal investigations. Many of you were able to read the decision by the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Appeals Tribunal. Doreen there has raised issues about investigations by other state actors, oversight agencies. So we need to guide, as one of the proposals, that a guidance should come out on who handles procurement and disposal investigations. These investigations should not be left to every government institutions. They are specialized institutions that are mandated to do that. For clarification, we are also thinking about centralized pre-qualification of providers. The review of thresholds by the Solicitor General. I expected my colleague Sousa to be in this room today, but he called later on because of an urgent engagement with the Office of the Prime Minister. That coincided, and he was not able to make to this room. But we have made our presentations to the Attorney General to increase the thresholds. That does not require amendment of the PPD Act. It requires an amendment of an SI. And we are still on that, though it has not received the positive reactions that we expect. But we are still on that. There is need, as we talk about procurement practices, there is also need to engage that office to see that the thresholds are increased, and also the timelines for clearance of contracts is also reduced. Colleagues in the procurement profession and the legal profession, that is what we proposed for your consumption and input. We welcome any, at an opportune time, any additions, any subtractions, any improvements to those reforms. Our task as PPDA and Ministry of Finance is to lead the discussion and to present to you what we have thought as your counterparts in those offices, so that we can have input before we implement them. I thank you for your attention, and may God bless you.
Forms, those that do not affect the current legal framework the current law as it is, then plus those ones that will need legal changes in the system. I took note of the project readiness checklist before contract signature and commencement. I took note of the standard contract management protocols. I took note of the procurement, planning, and assessment framework with the whole conversation on the KPIs and the prompt project. Because really serious at that point, that we have to ensure that the deliverables of this Cadre forum really get on the table if each one of us is going to get to the line at lunch. The good news is that lunch is just now a few minutes away from us. We would like to, at this moment, have a brief panel conversation that will usher us into our lunch time. And on the panel are the following people. I would like to welcome them. When I read your name, kindly come to the front and take your seat. And it will be incumbent upon us, wonderful people in this room, to really celebrate those men and women as they come here to share their experiences and the wealth of their knowledge. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome Ms. Gertrude Basima, the Acting Commissioner, Projects Analysis and Public Investment Department, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Gertrude, you're very welcome. And isn't she smart? Oh yes, okay. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. David Chiyinji, the Head of Sustainable Public Procurement Secretariat, also at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, right there. Today it's only the smart people I am calling, as you can see. Yeah. Those who are not smart today, we are not inviting them. Very welcome, Dave. We also have on our beautiful panel Dr. Losius Biarohanga, the Director of Performance Monitoring, Central Government, PPDA. Dr. Arosius, very welcome. Great. And as you can see, David and Dr. Losius, for them, they are not like Gertrude and I. For them, they see further. Make him feel welcome. Keep now, we are still clapping, ladies and gentlemen. Very welcome, Mr. Tiku. Great. And this important panel is going to be moderated by none other than Mr. Erukwaine Godfrey, the head of PDU, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. And I'm hearing people on his table saying general. So I think that is it. Let's welcome the general, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. They used to call them mental case.
but I think he's the coordinator of ceremonies. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, especially the board chair and other dignitaries who are here from the World Bank, and everyone, the procurement professionals who are here, in all your capacities. The panelists, thank you for joining this great session. Once again, my name is Godfrey Erukwaine. I'm an assistant commissioner and also the head of procurement and disposal unit at the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Mr. Kagara was teasing me. He said, you have got to fight for your title. Otherwise, there are so many heads of procurement who are here. Some of them are POs, some of them are SPOs, others are PPOs, and now what are you? So, Mr. Kagawa, I am Assistant Commissioner. Members of the panel, welcome. I'll start with the Commissioner, Gertrude. How does public procurement fit into PM framework as an enabler of effective project execution?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thanks for this forum to invite me to address. When I saw the forum for public procurement cadres, I was very excited to actually come here because we had a missing link. Majority of you may be asking yourself, and maybe my colleague Isaac has said that PIM plus. People are asking themselves, why the plus in that PIM? So I can say 10 years ago, we undertook public investment management. However, we cleared up all the issues and most of the issues that had with project preparation and appraisal. So we had the DC strengthened and things started moving as they were expected. However, we found that we are having a lag when execution started. And execution begins with procurement. So the plus is for now dealing with issues that are corresponding with execution, going forward into monitoring and evaluation among public investment management. So as procurement cadres, and you play a very big role as the first stage of project implementation, as some people call it, you are the forefront. So we see that any contract that comes from the preparation or the feasibility study is handled by you. So we are trying to ensure that you are part of this, even at the planning stage. And that's why we are linking the feasibility studies into procurement so that you play your role. So procurement does not stop at awarding a contract. It actually goes into monitoring the contracts and ensuring that the contract does what it's supposed to do. It has been a habit that some people come back to the procurement or the head procurement units when they need cost variations only. But they don't come back to you when the timelines are not kept. They don't come back to you when there's variation in the specifications, because those roles were given to the contract managers who are the users. So we are saying that going forward in PIM Plus, you have roles to play because the DLI 6 is all centered around procurement. For the next 5 years, we are going to be monitoring improvements in procurement. My boss has said them here, the PSST, but we are going to have a business process report, and I've heard from the different presenters that it's already being worked on to reduce the time that procurement takes, to remove the bottlenecks, but at the same time to have the increased use of the EGP and then the unit costing. So we are hoping that with these particular reforms, there will be an increase and uptake, and there will be no delayed procurements anymore, but at the same time, the procurement cadre will take on its role and play the role that it was meant to play in ensuring that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with their specifications. So maybe let me say one last thing. When people think that procurement has a problem, but it begins from poor planning. If you plan badly, yet the procurement cadre is not in the planning, they receive it at the end. There is a challenge. So poor planning will lead to bad procurement, will lead to an angry client, and it will lead to delayed service delivery. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice. Clap for her. Yes, Commissioner Kingi. A commissioner is always a commissioner. Like they say, an honorable is always a honorable, not so? So Commissioner Kingi, achieving sustainability requires measuring strides made by PDEs in that direction. What performance measures are being put in place to enable PDUs to systematically embed sustainability considerations into procurement planning, bidding, evaluation, and contract management while ensuring measurability and accountability? Remember, Mr. Kingi is the father of sustainability, and many of you have refused to join or have gotten tired of joining the sessions of sustainability every Thursday. Already the messages are running. We are about to get into the session, so prepare. Mr. Kingi.
Thank you, Moderator, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long question, but I'll try to summarize by saying that government of Uganda is at the infancy, at the starting stage. Not necessarily the starting stage, because we've already started incorporating sustainability practices before the Secretariat came into place and before we amended the law. When somebody talks of local content, when someone talks of reservation schemes, that is already sustainability. You're already addressing the pillar, the social and economic pillar. So something has already been, there are already efforts to incorporate sustainability. What we are doing right now is to go deeper, because we realize that there's a knowledge and skills gap in our key stakeholders, even the procurement practitioners themselves. Unfortunately, the attitude still we still have a challenge with the attitude. People want to remain as it was, amen and amen. They don't want to change. People don't want to change. But as we change, we are, as the Secretariat and as the Minister of Finance, we are currently designing an ME framework, a monitoring and evaluation framework. That M&E framework is going to bring out what we are going to look at. Because it depends, are you going to look at the output or the outcomes? Are you going to look at the processes? Are you going to look at the number of contracts that have been awarded that are meeting the sustainable criteria or not? So we haven't come up with an M&E framework, but it's coming. It's some of the issues, some of the areas that will be looked at are the contracts, but definitely the regulator will have to play a critical role, because the regulator are the people in charge of monitoring. So we're going to work with them to see how we shall be measuring and what parameters. But that is after coming up with an M&E framework, which is being designed right now.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. A hand clap for Mr. Kingi, please. And please don't forget to log in those sessions of sustainability, because where we are going is something we cannot avoid anymore. And related to sustainability, we normally, when we are talking about procurement, we forget the component of disposal all the time. And yet, that's a very major component. After you have used the item, and you are okay with it, it has gotten to its age, then you deal with it. I have seen the motorcycles here. If you use and ride, and you're tired of it, then dispose of. There's only one thing you cannot dispose of: your wife. Dr. Luzias Verohanga, half an orphan. And may your mama rest in peace. From the authority's perspective, what is hindering PDAs from conducting disposals?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and all colleagues here present. When we talk about disposal, what goes into my mind is that every entry has an exit. The next thing that comes into my mind is the culture. People don't want to dispose. Even when you go to your homes, you have so many unwanted things undisposed. Some of them you have never used them. So there is that culture, and you walk with it to the office. Now, one of the things that happen, and we have found happening, is that we don't have records. Somebody doesn't know what he has in the house or in the office or in anything for disposal. You find you have so many things, but you don't know where they are and what they are. Also aligned to the records, we have issues of people giving us assets but remaining in control of the assets. More especially in the local governments. The center gives them a vehicle, they remain with the logbook. Now you ask the accounting officer to dispose, he says, I have no logbook. And he begins struggling to get this, they tell him the property is not yours. And that's the majority of those things which are out there. But we also have the problem of planning, which is supposed to be under our control as professionals. People are interested in procurement plan. And what has been procurement, nobody is talking about disposal. Now, most of the entities don't have disposal plans. And they are there. And I think if you, as I talk, you look at yourself and say, in my entity, do I have one? And when did I last dispose? We also have the bureaucracy, which is affecting disposal. They tell you, you have to first get to Minister of Finance to clear you, to do what? And when the Minister of Finance comes and asks you where is the asset register, you don't have it, they go back. They ask you, is there a board of survey? They go back. So on the agencies which have boards, the board will first sit, they sit quarterly. So things are out there. But there is also a problem of funding. You know, to dispose, you must also have money. Have guys to evaluate things. I always see some stuff, even in my entity, they are given some money to walk around and look at things and what. So entities are suffering. Some of them, things are countrywide. They need funds to go around, to value the items. They need funds to advertise. They need funds to pay the auctioneer. The auctioneer also sells and does not bring the money. All those are there. You find it becomes a big, big challenge. But there's also political interference or conflict of interest. More especially in the local government, you find somebody saying, this vehicle, the LC5 is interested in it. And the vehicle is not being disposed. They begin removing an engine, a tire, a what, until the value goes down, then they can give it away and they reassemble, and you see the vehicle on the road the next day. There's also that problem. Then there's a problem of overusing the items. Government says you depreciate and sell after some time. But somebody uses something until it's a thread, and now you want to dispose. It has no value. So there's a lot to be considered under this business of disposal. You cannot talk about all in this very short period. But above all, let's plan, let's have records, let us budget for disposal, and let us dispose on time. Yeah.
Dr. Arosdias Barhanga. I'm also in your relationship, what? The PSST called it relationship power. If you want to reach Dr. Barhanga, please see me. But also Levi will come from far. I also have some relationship power with you. Okay, now back to my brother Lawrence from Bank of Uganda. Of course, we regret the incident that happened recently, where the Central Bank of Uganda was broken into. With how many cameras and how many policemen and what? We pray for you, for your security at the Bank of Uganda. Lawrence, at Bank of Uganda has been very exemplary in implementing
and all practitioners here. At Bank of Uganda, promotion and the implementation of local content has been a strategic matter. It is a matter which is greatly discussed at board level, and it falls within the pillars of our strategic plan. It is within the sustainability pillar. And because it is part of our strategic plan, all departments have to align whatever they are doing with the strategic plan. When at budgeting and planning, all departments ensure that whatever they are planning is geared towards promoting local content and sustainability. And as procurement, whenever user department are covered. And users are already converted. We have had a number of tenders handled where we have ring-fenced those tenders for local providers, and these include some printing works. We advertised and indicated in the adverts that these areas are for local providers. We had pre-bid meetings, encouraged those providers to come for more sensitization. We even consulted with PPDA on how to engage them. We had pre-bid meetings. We educated them on how to submit winning bids, because we know areas like the special interest groups, they need a lot of support. So we have been supporting them along those lines through pre-bid meetings to ensure that they submit winning bids. We have also ring-fenced some tenders under events management for these groups. We have went ahead to ensure that wherever in the country where we have branches, because Bank of Uganda has branches in different parts of the country, we do not procure things from Kampala, things which can be procured locally up country where we have branches. Areas like plumbing works, minor civil works, we have went to these areas, Mbarara, Kabale, Fort Portal, Arua, Mbale. We have had talk shows. We have sensitized the local communities to prepare and to participate in tenders which have been reserved for those areas, such that we do not have to carry a contractor from Kampala to go to Kabale to fix a tap or to do minor plumbing works. That has been deliberate by going out and reaching out to those people wherever they are. We have also gone ahead to pilot purchase of gold domestically as part of our foreign exchange reserves. We have ensured that we purchase Ugandan gold to diversify our foreign exchange reserves. And we believe that this will go a long way in promoting Ugandan gold nationally and internationally. By Bank of Uganda participating in the gold market, Ugandan gold, we believe, will be more attractive, will be more respected, and you very well know that last
would be 50 and above. But also groups which are organized that can do work worth 200 million, 300 million. Now, concentrating on 30%, have you also had an experience, like Bank of Uganda must be having very huge procurements, and I know you have that challenge. How has the 30 million affected your reservation to this category of people?
Thank you, moderator. Indeed, it is a challenge which we have shared with the authority, and we have, for now, restricted our initiatives within the guideline, but hoping that this will be changed, amended along the way as we have been informed today.
Yeah, I hope Mr. Segawa is here and he has heard that. We might need to rephrase that guideline so that we also open up for people who can do work beyond 30 million. It can also aid some of the big entities during their planning, because you look for 30 million and you won't see and below. So we'll ask that maybe an amendment is done to that guideline. That's good, and greetings to Governor Bank of Uganda.
Thank you.
He made very good comments recently, and we are very happy with that. Okay, back to the tribunal registrar, Mr. Atiku Saki. PPD Appeals Tribunal. What measures have you put in place to ensure fairness in handling administrative review cases without compromising the intentions of the law?
Thank you so much, moderator. And allow me also extend my appreciation to the Executive Director, PPDA, for the invitation. I bring greetings from the chairperson of the PPD Appeals Tribunal, Mr. Francis Gimara, Senior Counsel. The measures we have put in place as PPD Appeals Tribunal, some are legal, others are procedural, others are technological, and one, as PPD Appeals Tribunal, we give a platform to the aggrieved bidders. That could be also the procuring and disposing entities and parties whose rights are adversely affected by a procurement process to file their complaints before the tribunal. And that plays into the issue of fairness. And the other one is, as tribunal, we strictly follow the statutory timelines provided in the law. According to the law, we have 15 working days as tribunal from the time of receiving an application and hearing the parties and also rendering a decision. So we follow that very strictly, being aware that procurements are timely. They follow timelines. So what we are saying here is that we cannot go beyond 15 working days to handle a complaint. And I'm sure most of you are conversant with some of the decisions we have. 15 working days, we must render a decision. Now, if a party also comes before the tribunal, after the 10 days that is provided under the law, we don't entertain such applications. So that is how we promote fairness. The other one is also we do immediately suspend the procurement process because we do not want parties to come before the tribunal and we issue decisions or orders in vain. We suspend the process to allow the entity to be fair to the party that has come before the tribunal. So once a decision is issued, we also give directives usually to the entities on how to proceed with the procurement process. If, for example, the application succeeds, we immediately tell the entity to proceed with the procurement process to its logical conclusion. Then as tribunal, in terms of also upholding fairness, we observe rules of natural justice. Here, basically, what I'm talking about is issues of, the right to be heard. You may be also well conversant with our processes. Once the parties come before the tribunal, as guided by the High Court, we always give notice to the best evaluated bidder to be process of whatever is going at the tribunal. That is also in order to, to promote fairness. We also treat parties that appear before the tribunal equally. We don't give preferences because sometimes some people may think the tribunal being a government, they may give preferences to, let's say, maybe PDEs. We don't do that before the tribunal. Okay. And we also give a reasoned decision as tribunal, relying on the laws, the facts that is before the tribunal, the law that is applicable to the facts. Then, as also a tribunal, we do a panel-based decision-making. Our decisions reach on consensus. Most times, as tribunal, there are 7 members who sit as panel, sometimes 6, sometimes 5. But for the tribunal to reach a decision, all the 5, 6, 7 who were present must have a consensus on a decision. So whatever kind of decision that you will get from the tribunal, it is based on consensus. So that we've never had, let's say, someone saying, I'm going to do a minority, whatever. No. All the decision, we persuade each other, we debate until we reach a consensus. And by doing that, we are able to provide fairness to the parties.
Thank you. That's very good. I know you have a lot to say.
Okay.
Oh, you finished that point.
Yeah,
when you did this, I knew when it's
one or two to finish with.
So finish
then,
that one.
There is also publication of our decisions. This is in order to promote transparency. All our decisions, you can get them on the tribunal website. Then you can also get them on ULI. ULI is a website for the judiciary. So all our decisions are shared on those websites in order to promote transparency, fairness, and Then we have also gone ahead to digitize our processes. We allow parties to file online because we are well aware that some of these parties, not all within Kampala, others are in Karamoja, and we know the timelines are very strict. So how do we help a bidder who is in Karamoja to file an application in time? We allow online filing of applications.
Good. That's good. I think a hand clap to the tribunal. They're doing a very great job. I also have a relational power of my girlfriends. Dorina Katufera, if you want to reach me, contact her. Margaret Basemera, if you want to reach me, please. Hilda Mwesigu. And Rosalind Mbabazi, plus the Maito Gosasa. So those, if you want to reach me, please contact those ones. They're my girlfriends. Okay, I want to really thank you, the panel, members of the panel, for the good comments you've made and your contribution towards this Cadre forum. I think you earned yourselves coupon for lunch. Please don't forget them. They're here. Thank you so much, and I think I want to hand over to the MC. Thank you, and a hand clap to all of us. All right. Dismissed.
You're dismissed.
Thank you.
What a reminder of those moments when you would be at the General Assembly and after the headmaster has spoken, they say you are hereby dismissed. Go back home. That's what our moderator has just done to the panel. I heard him tell them, dismissed, you are dismissed. Thank you very much, our moderator, Mr. Irokwaine Godfrey, head PDU Ministry. The General, let's appreciate the General for leading the panel. So it really, just a moment. Awesome. The consultation has been very successful, and I'm told all of us are getting lunch, so that's good news. They used to warn us not to sit at the back because the cake stops in front. Anyway, thank you very much, panel. Once again, I would like us to really appreciate Madam Gertrude Wasima, Coordinator PA PIM Plus, for the contribution on the panel. That was awesome. She made a specific statement that bad planning will lead to bad procurement and dissatisfied clients. Would like to appreciate Mr. David Chiinji, who has been on the panel also. Make him feel appreciated with the hand clap, please. Would like to appreciate Dr. Aloysius Biaruhanga, who said every entry has an exit. Let's appreciate him. Let's also appreciate Mr. Lawrence Malay for the awesome contribution on the panel. Don't get tired, ladies and gentlemen. You know, gratitude is the greatest attitude. Let's also appreciate Mr. Atiku Saki Mansour, Registrar, for the wonderful work. And also our panel moderator, who said there is only one thing you cannot dispose of, your wife. I just wanted him to humbly add also husband, so that he is also safe. Otherwise, they may Let's appreciate him, please, with the hand clap. Yeah. And based on what he said, if you want to reach Dr. Biaruhanga, then reach out to me to reach out to Mr. Irokwaine for you to get him. Beautiful. So we really thank you, panel. Now, we are setting off, we are breaking off for lunch. And after lunch, we are going to now be getting into dissection of the proposed reforms one by one. There will be guidance on how that will be done, but that is where we are going immediately after lunch. And therefore, we would like to request you that when you go for lunch, take the next 40 minutes to complete everything and be back. We had a challenge when we broke off for a health break. We had a challenge getting you people back into the room to continue the conversation. We took a long time outside there. So kindly take your lunch as quickly as you can and get back into the room. Now, on a commercial aspect, as we get to our lunch, as you have been looking around, you've been seeing MTN, 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 MTN. They also have a booth outside, and they have announced that they have a special offer for the people in this room. That their MiFi, which has been at 50, you're going to get it at 50% at 25 outside, exclusive to PPDA Cadre Forum. And also their MTN 4G router, that was at 99, you're going to get it at 69. Secondly, you remember in the morning, I was sharing about the books that I have written, and a number of people have been asking about them and accessing them, including the board. And I would like you to know that they have just arrived. They are at the table outside at the entrance, including Honorable Leadership, the 7 reliable strategies for becoming a highly influential leader beyond your generation, including the power to produce wealth, with the 260 business and income ideas under 20 categories of income, including Remarkable Woman, a book I wrote together with more than 25 ladies when I asked them what every lady should do to live a powerful life of legacy. Each one of them told me their top 3, and I put them in here, including Busy and Loving It. Enjoy a happy life amidst stressful situations. So if you're working in a high impact and high stress environment, you're sorted. Including Move On, Rising Above the Past to Unlock Your Future. I saw a gentleman on Kampala Road recently. This is Boda Boda man. You know the Boda Bodas and the taxis. There is a way they force us to read their mind. We were going to Namamve, and the guy had written at the back of the taxi, Mbufaku Mudarago, like mind your own business. Then another one wrote there and said, if you are very quick, what are you doing behind me? It was at the back of the taxi. And then I saw another one who said, don't follow me, I am equally lost. You know how they force us to read their mind. So I saw one on Kampala Road, a Boda Boda guy. For him, he had put just above the number plate, Maria Chewankora, you know, like, Maria, what you did to me? So I was wondering, who is Maria? Secondly, what did Maria do to this Boda Boda guy that he has to move across the city riding with Maria Chewankora? I said, move on. There is Sharon, there is Jane, there is, you get it. Just have to learn to move on in life. Including Courageous Dads, the 7 proven strategies for raising resilient children today, including Someone to Love, the 7 pillars in the quest for your beloved marriage partner, so that you get a wife, not a knife. You get a husband, not a hammer. And then a number of them in vernacular, like this one that talks about the secrets of winners, effective communication in marriage, old man at the wedding, to mention but a few. So they are available at the table, including our newest game for top leadership and management people, called the Smart Leaders Game. You will find all these at the entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, let me request the Reverend Gillian to come as quickly as it can be possible to lead us in giving thanks for the lunch we are just about to have, and we break off for it. Reverend Gillian is the chaplain for Parliament of Uganda. Let's welcome her.
Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for this time. Thank you for provision of food, of water, an opportunity to learn and network with one another. We commit the food before us, just as we're going out to your hands. We ask that you bless and sanctify it, that as we partake of it, we shall get strength to serve you. And Lord, in the same spirit, we remember those who are lacking. In your mercy, reach out to them and guide us, for we have prayed in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, Chaplain. Let's appreciate her for that prayer. Now the food is ready for us to enjoy. Why not? So let's go, 40 minutes, and we will be back in the room. Pass by the table and pick your books. I will be available for autographing them.
from inside.
It's okay.
Can you hear? Hello, friends. Let's go back, please.
Thank you.
Let's go back in so I can release you early. Please, how are you? Yes, please. Hold on, we shall announce. Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this Public Procurement Cadre Forum 2026. Can I hear somebody say, yeah? If you are in the room, say, yeah! Welcome back from lunch. It's good to see all of you here. And I would like us to come in and settle in because we are just about to rock and roll with our next segment of our conversation. So let me request all of us to get to our seats, settle in. We do something together before we get to our next session. Feel free to tell your neighbor how your lunch time was, whether you enjoyed it or you enjoyed it. Okay. So in only 2 minutes' time, we will be beginning our next session. So 2 minutes to settle in, and then we will begin. All right. Just like they used to tell us in high school, time up, stop writing, pens down, stand up, and hand in your paper. So it's time for us to get into the next session, and I would like to request each one of us to kindly get on your feet, please, as we begin this session. We want to do something together quickly, then we get into the next session. So let me request each one of us, ladies and gentlemen, honorable, wonderful people, to stand up, please. Okay, just tap on your neighbor. He may not have heard. Tap on your neighbor. Tell them what is going on in the room. Tell them what's going on in the room. Let's get on our feet. I see that corner still has very many people seated. So let me request each one of us to get on our feet right now. We are going to do something beautiful before we get to our next session. All right. Okay. Have you ever heard something called non-verbal communication? If you've ever heard that, just raise your hand. Great. Awesome. Now, in effective communication, this is a very important tip for all of us as leaders. About 7% of the impact of your presentation will always come from the words you used in your speech, in your presentation. Only about 7% of the impact of your presentation comes from the words you used. 38% comes from the tone of voice. To demonstrate it, I could as well say 38% comes from the tone of your voice. You can so easily say, Amina, because of how I'm speaking. So it's not the right way to speak, okay? The tone of the voice, 38, and a whopping remaining 55% of the impact of your presentation comes from the thing you put up the hand for, the nonverbal communication. And that includes 4 things. It includes the facial expressions, how you are on your face while you're speaking. It includes what we call the gestures, where you put your hands and arms as you're presenting. It also includes the posture, how the body is, whether you're standing or you're seated. And finally, it includes the stage movement, how you use your stage while you're presenting. So that is some simple tip for you on communication. Now, that last bit of effective communication, which is non-verbal, is what we are just about to do together. Let me first request you to use your hands, your arms, your whole body to ensure that what I am saying is what you're demonstrating with your body. So assume you're talking and you are using your body. So follow me with your whole body. This morning, I woke up from my bed. I don't see you say it. You woke up from my bed. You get it? So now you know what to do. This morning, I woke up from my bed at about 5 a.m. I realized I'm getting late. I have to rush because the forum was going to be beginning. So I took a shower, and I took it very quickly. In fact, I bathed only half my body because time was gone. So I quickly prepared my breakfast, sat on the table, and had my breakfast. After that, I entered the car and drove to this place. When I reached in the compound, I parked under the tree, then came out, got my bag, held it, and started moving towards the entrance. As soon as I entered, I met a friend who works in another PDU. I sat down, shook his hand, hugged him, and we were all happy. Please keep standing. We are about to get done with this. We missed one. What was that? Those who are married, they first, oh, okay, please demonstrate. So I woke up, I held my husband tight. I don't understand that. Can you imagine what she just did? I held my husband tight. What is this? Okay, so let's conclude this, ladies and gentlemen. I would like you to do this with me still on the non-verbal before we get to our next session. There is an old man who came to town today. Please pay attention to the story. It's very brief, less than a minute. So the old man of PDU came to town. He came with his wife. The wife had the son. The son was pulling their dog. The dog had a tail, and on the tail there was a tick. End of story. So tell me, what did the old man come with? A tick? Let's do it again. So old man came with the wife, good, who had the son that was pulling, a dog that had a tail on which there was. Awesome. Now, in the spirit of non-verbal communication, how would you demonstrate it with your body to say old man? How would you show old man? Okay, like somebody holding awesome. So all of us say old man. How about the wife, the woman? Oh, amazing. I will take that one. That we do this. So let's go back. The old man came with the wife. Awesome. So the wife had a son. What do we do with the young son? Okay, let me take the board chair's suggestion. The son is like young here. Okay? So we get back. The old man came with the wife who had the son. Now the son was pulling the dog. What do we do with the dog? Okay, let me take that one that I saw there. That we do the shape of the dog. Okay. We get back. The old man came with the wife who had a son pulling a dog. The dog had a tail. We are talking about the tail of a dog, not a man, not a human being. You can't imagine what the lady there did. You can't imagine what the lady did. We are talking of a dog, not a man. My God. This Cadre forum here. So let's take this one. Let's take this one. Okay? The tail. So let's go back. Ready? The old man came with the wife who had the son pulling the dog that had the tail. So on the tail there was a tick. What do we do with the tick? Tick. Are you sure this is what we mean?
No, no, ED has it right. So we will be like we are holding it. Okay, so we are almost done with this. So let's go back. The old man came with the wife, having the son pulling the dog that had a tail on which there was. So here is a small song. The old man of PDU has just come to town. The old man of PDU has just come to town. So he came with? So it will be the wife of the old man of PDU has just come to town. The wife. So what do you think will be the next one? The son of the wife of the... Do you see where we are going with this? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, we go. The old man of PDU has just... Everybody, everybody. The old man of PDU has just come to town. The wife of the old man of PDU has just come to town. The wife of the old man of PDU has... Hey, everybody, everybody. The son of the wife of the old man of PDU has just come to town. The son of the wife of the old man of PDU has just come to town. The dog of the son of the wife of the old man of PDU has just come to town. The dog of the son of the wife of the old man of PDU has just come to town. The tail of the dog of the son of the wife of the old man of PDU has come to town. The tail of PDU has just come to town. The tick on the tail of the dog of the son, wife, old man of PDU has just come to town. The tick on the tail of the dog of the son of the wife of the old man of PDU has just come to town. Woo! Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from lunch. Wonderful, great learners, great students of effective communication. By the way, talking about communication, at Inspired Leaders International, where I'm the CEO, we are running the 45th intake of the Public Speaking and Presentation Masterclass from the 31st of August to the 10th of September 2026 at Imperial Royal Hotel. So in case you want to be equipped in effective communication, let me know at the end. Put your hands together now and welcome Dr. Levi Kabagambe, the chairperson IPPU Council, the accounting officer of Ugandan National Institute for Teacher Education, to take us to the next level. Actually, you can use this one. You can use this one so that this will be in the audience. People are saying the old man of teacher education has just come to the stage.
Wow, this is very exciting. I don't think we have much time left other than going into the business. I've been introduced. What I would love most is that I'm the chairman of the Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda. Our colleagues, according to the marching orders I have, we have one business this afternoon. PPDA did us proud. They have put together what they consider to be the key reforms needed to achieve efficiency in this animal of public procurement. People have been saying, is it under disposal or disposal died? ED, I don't know. Because the procurement will always end. I don't know whether it's a comma and the disposal, or for purposes of this debate, we take it that wherever you see procurement, it also has a disposal. It is the operational definition for this evening. So don't demand disposal. Wherever you see procurement, take it that it also has disposal. That is done. So, we are going to move like this. We are going to go again through the proposed key reforms very quickly because they were presented. Our business is to appreciate them and adopt them if they are for adoption. If you think it is not really right, it is not making sense, this is the time. And they are ready to receive it. That's why they have invited us. I have made consultations to be sure that that is it, and they have said yes. They are also not very hard on these proposals. They are for our consumption. They are not theirs. ED, you confirmed to me that that is it. So when we recast them, it is our point in this room. We adopt it or we say no, it is not very important. After going through them, we are also going to open up to the plenary. Some members have got some key reforms they may have. You will also propose them. At the end of the day, we shall have a portfolio of agreed reforms, at least for this evening. For those who have read the total concept, the Secretariat will retreat. They will go and put all what we have said here in a better lineup. They will still share the same with us. I don't know which medium, but we are not stuck of how to reach us. And the conversation will continue until a refined list is generated. That's what I have been informed. And I find that approach quite meaningful. Many times we have made reforms on certain things, and people are wondering, why this? Why didn't you even put this? Not so. Now that we are here, you say it or never, because you are here. They are generating the debate, merely generating the debate. But if you have also another reform you have been longing to have, this is the day. Because certain people will also rebut on it. Said, no, that is already here. That's why we are here. And then, when we are done, Queen's method is what? We shall be dismissed. We shall be dismissed, but logically, by those concerned. But I have got just two things to say before I open up this. Colleagues, since we started this morning, we do not want to go into a confusion of the cause and effect, or cause and symptom. Even the PS said it here. I think to make meaning, we must touch causes. Even when we parade these points, as a way of critiquing them, look at them to the extent that if this was done, would it lead to this? Okay? For those who are good in research, that's what we call causality. You want to be sure that when I do X, it causes Y. Isn't it? Otherwise, you will be wasting time. We should use this chance to deal with causes, because they are the ones going to cause the effect. Isn't it? So to me, I felt we should have that point. We want to deal with the causes to the extent we can. If we touch it, will it lead to the effect? Otherwise, there is some changes which happen by accident. Okay? If you are aware that something can happen and it is by accident, it is not because of what you did. So we are looking for non-spuriousness, really, as those who know these English things. Is something happening because you have done this one, or it has happened because it would have happened anyway? Some people have said, even if an entity has got a highly educated and skilled procurement officer, performance may not happen. Then you say, is it true that even if you take there somebody who is not highly educated, performance will still happen? Now, if you are in those cases, it means you still have a problem to identify performance drivers. And lastly, we are interested in number one, as I have said, look at a proposal. They have already emphasized that the proposal is to deal with the soft things. And I think to them, soft is defined as those which do not cause a change in the law. If it does not lead to a change in the law, they have decided to term it as soft. If it is going to lead into a change in the law, it is hard, maybe. So today we are dealing with soft. What is it we can do in the means we have and cause the much needed change without recourse to change in the law, right? My job has started and it is easy. Mr. Uthman, where are you? I will be calling you if something is not making sense. Project readiness checklist before contract signature and commencement. According to the proponents, that this needs to be done. If it is done, it will lead to an improvement in the efficiency. Now, since I'm in charge, I am adopting a method that if this point is raised and you have seen it, the question is, do we adopt it as is, or you think it is, including it is not necessary? Including it is not necessary. Some of you may say, this is already with us. It is a placeholder, Iotoa, or yes. But remember, the main idea is, if we do it, will it cause a change? And I was discussing with some colleagues here. I said maybe the presenters also needed to have unpacked for us certain things. Because the problem, according to PPDA, and moderated by the PS, you know, PS almost made me shy here. When he said, you know, the problem is one. Who remembers what the PS called the problem? You know, he summed it here. He said, no, the problem is, he seemed to have said it. Who remembers the problem? Why I'm tickling you that direction is that as we look at these points, we see them to the extent they solve the problem which was raised. Did you listen to the PS? General Quine, did you listen very well? Okay? Project readiness checklist. If it is adopted, the question at hand would be, is it there now? Have we had it or not? Because according to Afande Segawa, by the time he proposes this one, it might mean it is not there. What is the microphone? We agreed that one will be moving in the... Yes, where is the microphone? There are hands here. We want to move. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
You mentioned your name so that they refer to you.
My name is Kenneth Bwenje, Head Procurement at NIRA. My question is, Number one, if the project is not ready, why are we doing procurement? And what is the difference between number one and number two? Institutionalize a minimum contract management file pack. Well, my thinking is,
yes,
by the time a procurement is undertaken, then the project is ready. So if I do a procurement and I have reached contract signing, why am I going back into project readiness? Why don't I just sign a contract and start implementation?
So what do we do to solve the problem instead? You seem to be demolishing this one.
For me, I'm thinking, currently we have a procurement file checklist, which is already in the law. And I think if we are to beef up, then maybe we beef up that instead of introducing something new at this stage. Because we have a procurement file checklist for the accounting officer before they sign a contract. I submit.
Okay. You are saying this is already in place. The chairman of the board is here, also wants to submit.
I think the proposers did give some examples. Project readiness checklist. In the past, we have seen projects that have started without designs. In the past, we have seen projects that have started without land, without the way. So we need to check before you sign, are those things there? Yeah, you get it? There's a problem. Of course, there's something which was talked about by Gertrude, planning. At one time, I had a meeting with the people of Isinjiro. Is there anybody from Isinjiro? Yeah, you are around. In the meeting I had with you, were you there? We were saying, what is the cause of delays? And at the end of the day, I was with you. Is it? At the end of the day, we say it was planning. They were saying, somebody signs, he comes to the project, there is no land. We come to the project, they find the scenery, the landscape is what he wanted. We come to the project, the church leaders have not given the land. All those are what we mean by readiness of the project. Thank you very much.
Okay. If I pick from Mr. Bwenje, and I pick from what PS said, but Dr. Chaligonza, you will have to also share with us. PS seemed he was reading from something. If you have it, you also share it with us. Because he said, no ready project, no budget. You remember? Yes. He called that accounting officers to sign the budget and accountability, something charter. There is a charter, and they are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something. But one of them is that no ready project, no budget. Which means if the project is not ready, chairman's submission just seals it. It is not ready, it is not entering the procurement plan. Maybe, let me share with you as we leave this point, I am seeing where you have put it. I was sharing some information on UCC. Listen to this, it is very important. UCC, what is the head procurement of UCC? He invited me to speak at the suppliers forum. I sat next to the ED, Honorable Nyombi Tembo. You know what Honorable Tembo said? He said, no, for me, procurement at UCC, I have resolved these projects. If a project is not ready at procurement planning time, by planning time, the project is ready. For it to enter into the budget, it must be ready. Otherwise, it is not there. That's what he's saying. You know, Honorable Tembo was my teacher of economics. And I reminded him, he was very happy. He said, hey, you mean you are my student? But he said that if we adopt that, we shall have solved the chairman's concern, Mr. Bwenge's issue. Maybe we say, are we reinstating that? Because even the PSC said it. If a project is not ready, but the checklist is a readiness checklist. The two are coordinated. This one is just an assurance also, saying it is ready by having the following things. Isn't it? It is not to say it is assuming that it will be there. It is just saying we don't want to take things for granted. Tick, 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 tick. Yes. But they are saying almost the same thing. There are hands here. I can pick them. There is from local government, Mr. Amolo. Whereas the hands should be up so that the people with the microphone see them. Please pick this side, but after Johnson.
Thank you so much. My name is Johnson Musinguzi. To me, I think the proposal is okay. The only thing that we need to do is to redefine it. The checklist, project readiness checklist, at what stage? When we say before contract signature, it gives an impression that I go through the process, then towards afterward, then that's why I'm coming to check these. I think the readiness checklist should be at initiation, pre-bidding stage. We check all the requirements. Do we have this? Is the right of way there? If it's not there, then as a procurement person, I shouldn't go through the process that will not yield results.
Pause there a bit, pause there a bit.
Yes.
There are now 2 points which we must resolve. Johnson is saying, at initiation, check the list. Somebody may say, you have even gone far. At procurement planning, ensure the project is ready.
In fact, it should be at procurement planning. I'm in support of that.
Yes.
Procurement planning, if it's not ready, let us not get into planning.
Yes.
It says
yes.
from there.
That one, the eyes have it. At planning. Are those hands still serious, or you have given up? I hear they are also okay. Okay? Can we move to the next? Okay. General, you are still having something. There is a problem, maybe on the microphone.
Okay. I think we also have to be careful. I think Milton is here. Education. The WISPO program was affected by this.
Yes.
Where they said the land being offered must be titled, must have a land title. And many of them don't have. And a few of them have. Now the World Bank projects are tagged to time. There are those schools where the land was ready. So if we are to say before you start, the project must be ready, are we saying a particular unit project or the entire program as sponsored by the World Bank? If one project delayed and the other one is okay, can the other one continue? Or we are saying the whole planning of this project should be at once and it should be...
No, it is good I have understood you.
You have understood?
Yeah.
So Milton has that experience, I think.
Yeah. But we are dealing with the entities now. Entity A is saying, because we manage our procurements, at entity X, these scenes are entity specific. Entity A might be sinning where entity B is not sinning. According to PPD Act, these things are decentralized. We are picking here lessons that a procurement must pass this level of safety for it to even be talked about. Isn't it? So if it is like this World Bank, like you are saying, they are grouped. I think the principle is okay, which we have just agreed. But I can see the eye of the commissioner is, might be protesting now. Yeah, I saw.
About communication.
You have put it right, and the members are saying at entity level.
Yes.
Otherwise, I want to inform this meeting that at the ministry level, we have a DC, a development committee. That committee has to approve readiness of projects, and they have criteria. They have even a guideline that projects that do not meet those parameters are not even supposed to be budgeted for.
Exactly.
It is, we have a committee, and I was Googling here, but the eyes were disorganizing me. You would Google and see. Now, if it is entity level and you want to be sure, like somebody said, on the completeness or contents of that checklist, I agree. But otherwise, at the ministry level, your project shouldn't even get into the budget or in the project implementation plan if it doesn't meet the minimum.
I think it is done. Yes. Done. Yes. Next. Now that's when these chiefs were saying, institutionalize a minimum contract management file pack for projects. You are there, okay. Mr. Obadia, tell you what is the problem? Mr. Obadia, you ask, I have not heard what you're asking.
I wanted to give a submission. According to the commissioner's submission, it is very clear that by the time a project enters a budget,
it is ready.
It is ready.
It is ready.
So I'm wondering, which one are we adopting?
That very one.
That submission makes this one redundant, that we don't need it.
No, we have taken what you have just said. What you have said is what we have adopted. We have found this to be even too inferior, that what you have just said takes care of. We have set a higher bar that even by the time it becomes an issue in the budget, the project is what? Is ready. And you're okay, that's it. Institutionalize the minimum contract management file pack. And Mr. Wenge seemed to say, this exists. And it is in the institutions. Did I hear you well, Kenneth? And do we delete it too? We want to move. Mr. Mwesugwa from Iganga, what? Mr. Mwesugwa, are you still in Iganga? Okay. Quickly, I think the people moving the microphone are not fast.
Thank you so much, moderator. Now, my concern is about the nitty-gritties of the checklist. We may be here seated, but when you to ask the content of what you need to review before commencement to contract signing, we may be so green about it. Actually, it's for our consumption. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, with that one, having adopted a readiness level of a project for budgeting, we are already told that the minimum of those indicators is not new. It's available. So if we adopt the top, don't budget, don't put the thing, don't give it money. That's what Honorable Nyombi said. Don't even put money on something. It is going to kill you. It will not consume the money. You will struggle with it. Is that it? Unlock the money by giving it to ready projects. That's why we have left that. I think in short line, do you have a point? Number 2 seems to be not necessary, given the Afande Wenje. What is the other proposal from Afande Usman? Proposal for a circular directing all accounting officers to submit their annual procurement plans not later than 30th June. Here he is talking about timing. Is this earlier or later? But colleagues, don't also consume space of things. Is this, if this was done, would it unlock lead time? Will it enhance? You remember those problems, the issues? Yes? I don't want you to give points and you forget the purpose for these points. It is too early. So, Princess, you speak, because Gillian, you have the hand. You submit. After that, then the gentleman behind you. The microphone is not on. I don't know why.
Okay, I just wanted to scope it a bit. I was thinking that other than having it that way, can we tie the procurement planning process to the budgeting process, such that we do not have wish lists at procurement planning? And if that happens, then our annual procurement plans can be in earlier than 30th June.
Like when?
With the timelines of the budgeting process.
Yeah.
Yes. 15th June.
15th? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Margaret Basemera, Head of Procurement, Uganda Police Force.
Assistant Inspector.
For me, I think 30th June is too early. Maybe, and why? You know, to come up with a procurement plan, you must get procurement work plans from the users. And getting them from them is not easy. Maybe we can also put a timelines for users when they should give us annual procurement work plans.
Okay.
Can I also comment?
Yes, but my sister, I'm going to unfortunately disagree. Here, we want to deal with high-level interventions. You go and whip your small people to comply. If really we are going also to begin worried about to user has no
we give them also timelines. Because what's the use if you tell me that you need the procurement plan by 30th June, and remember I'm supposed to get this from the user. But if you give them also timelines that by May, that maybe April or May, you should submit your procurement work plans to PDU. Okay. Then that's okay.
I want to propose the circular. I don't want to manage the circular. The circular writer, ED, you are free since it is just paper. You can go on articulating the timeline for each level. For me, I'm speaking as Kawagambe. If I got a timeline for that level, I would define the timeline for the derivative plans, as long as you are called accounting officer worth the salt. But if you are not, maybe you need to Ramie to also help you in the circular. But I know you deal with the policemen. But that is a detail you can see. To me, that is not strategic. You can choose to say, in the circular, communicating a time which I'm yet to hear, whether you're concurring 30th or anything. Inside there, also put, Aturame will be stuck. How are you going to give timings? These are administrative structures within an entity. You know your behaviors yourselves. I know in some entities, they respond faster, in some, but there's no problem, according to me. The circular articulating timeline is up to the doorstep. But I'm saying it can also work without that being included in the circular. Those are simple internal administrative issues.
Moderator, you also over contributing might affect our time.
Yes, okay, submit your point.
Yes, my point is we should state things here which we are going to be able to implement. The budget is past 15th July. People are struggling to make sure they put things together. to come in June, sorry. People are struggling to make sure that they put together procurement plans, procurable things and non-procurable things, rationalizing the budget. I think Dr. Charigoza, you know that. Like in the Ministry of Defense, the units have not started by 30th June to discuss on who will do what. They just start to do retreats, budget retreats, to make sure that everybody agrees to what they are going to procure. So 30th June, as Margaret is saying, maybe she has some experience, is too early. It's too early. I would rather put it at 15th of July as the sitting, or even 30th July. But 30th of June is too early.
When is the budget approved? Budget? When is the budget approved, colleagues? By 15th May. I just want to attract you to the truth.
Information Chair, Moderator. Section 13 of the Public Finance and Management Act provides that Parliament shall by the 31st day of May of each year consider and approve the annual budget and work plan of government. As we talk right now,
That's what I mean.
Parliament already approved the budget and the work plans, and procurement plans are part of the work plans.
Chair, I got potato to get the mic.
You grabbed it.
Not. You were attending to that zone of parliament. We also had to. Now, I know we are, I don't want to say legislating, but we are discussing for the broader government operations to be more efficient. Now, we have just gotten from the lawyer a revised schedule of budget approval. Now, what you are premising your arguments upon to justify 30th June is actually history. Now, we have been, I've transited from operations, but at headquarters they ask me, Isaac, how will your people initiate a requisition on the 1st of July if their procurement plan comes in on 15th of that month? Where do they base to initiate requisitions? So we have actually been trying to prepare a draft, rather to draft a circular to speak to this very, at policy level. But I'm happy that it's coming up at this level and we are debating it in this way. We felt that should be soon after Cabinet has, Parliament has approved the budget. And I want to add that even for the module, the planning module on EGP, we have already set a date. And all of us are scheduled to transit to planning along that new arrangement. So, my brother, I know that in defense, they will retreat for a week down there and allocate freshly. So, I want us to debate in view of the law that has just been read to us, and two, on the ground that we want efficiency, and three, that it shouldn't go far beyond the 31st of May. So perhaps the proposal of 15th June may suffice. Not 30th. 30th, the next day you are into a new year, and maybe, but the debate should be around 15th. That would be my proposal, Chair.
I would doubt if you want to really discuss legal benchmarks. 30th is this. By May, this is happening, this and that. A financial year starts when? July 1st. And that's why he's asking, how will you procure in July? I think this is the challenge, Mr. Rukwaine, and we are doing it for the country, not for an entity. Your entity might just come on board with the time.
Doctor, can I submit? Regarding the same matter?
Do.
Thank you. My name is James Murungi. I work for Housing Finance Bank. I'm the head PDU. Regarding the same subject matter, we have government-owned banks which use annual calendars from Jan to December. So along the same lines, we'd like to have our special date because we don't draw money from the consolidated fund. Our budgets are approved by our board members, and then we run a calendar budget. So maybe since that is 30th June, we could have probably 30th November, so that we strike a balance. We're about 5 banks which subscribe to this calendar. Thank you very much.
Okay. For purposes of progressing, a secretariat should note these uniquenesses. You have already had those who are not drawing from the consolidated fund, those who are commercial units. I had something. There is something happening to be dealt with. I think you can deal with his question and concern together with other commercial unit issues. Not so? Mr. Uthman is saying he's just doing yes, yes, yes. Okay. So for that issue, it will be dealt with subsequently, since you are noting it. The date for the general other people who draw from consolidated fund, I think you have agreed to adopt that. Then, this issue of, I see bullet 1, heads of PDUs formally designated, members of all project planning committees and the budget conference, accounting officers establish internal mechanisms to ensure procurement plans are prepared concurrently with work plans. That is the truth. That is the truth. Do you want to discuss truth? Yeah? The microphone is there.
Project planning committees, are you meaning for the big projects, if you have a big project, or these project planning committees are there in the entities? Because me, I've never heard of them.
Okay.
Maybe what I would request where to attend, to allow head PDUs to attend senior management meetings. That's where that's where decisions of procurement are being taken. I can give you an example when I was in Ministry of Works. By the way, I was sitting in those meetings by then, and it was because the minister had to direct that head PDU should sit in that meeting. And why? Because they would go in those meetings, they take decisions that we need these vehicles in 2 weeks. We need these vehicles from the supplier. Then they would come to me, I would say, no, it is impossible. We can't buy these vehicles maybe within 1 week. We can't buy this from this supplier. We have to advertise. We have to do all those things. Not until the minister said, Honorable Biabukambi, let the head PDU be sitting in senior management meetings, and things were okay. And I can also give an example. When I was in Ministry of Finance, they would sit in their meetings. We had conferences. They would say that we buy. There's one time they say that let's buy Mercedes-Benz, the Benzes from Spear Motors. We buy new Benzes. When they came to me, I said, no, we cannot spend money and we buy new Benzes. I can advertise and we get the Benzes from suppliers. And indeed, I advertised it and I got. So you can imagine if I was sitting in that top management meeting, they were not going to pass this decision. So I request somewhere, somehow, we can put that head PDUs, we sit in those.
Okay. Okay. How do we elevate this issue? Where is the issue? I think it is about the position of the procurement head, whatever name called, the position in line with the organizational structure. It's top management. What I'm hearing, procurement is not sitting there. You don't have to be a member. At least you can be in attendance. And I'm told in some entities that is also a sin, that they don't even want you to be there. Uthman, why I'm raising this, if it is the unlocking efficiency, that's why I'm taking you there. And I think it has a tangency in unlocking. If they are early enough involved in something, they may guide the process better, other than stampeding. So what do we adopt? PPDA, you have a good voice. In such life, you say this one will be a member of the other side. They will be there. Is that what we are praying? Is that the prayer? Yes? Then it be crafted as such, so that it is, first of all, it does not need amendment in the law. It's administrative. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Alex Indura is my name. I wanted to contribute on the issue of having a procurement seat at EXCO, TMT. I think this could be driven by the Ministry of Finance through PSST, through a circular. Otherwise, it may be very difficult to let it to members to decide at entity level. When it comes to the project committees, Uganda Management Institute has been able to set up one. While I'm not directly in PDU, I'm a member of one, having known about the DC and its modalities at finance. So I think this is also something to be driven by the ministry at policy level, through circulars and so on. Thank you.
Okay, I think Alex is allocating a task where it can best produce results. The belief that finance take it up, make sure the procurement team or procurement head is, in terms of structure, given access to those top management meetings.
Doctor, a supplement?
Yeah.
Clive Birungi is my name. I work with PPD as Regional Manager Western. Mine is also to the Ministry of Finance. We always have the budgeting cycle with regional budgeting workshops, and the procurement cadre, sometimes you find they are not represented. And yet we have professionals from all walks of life. So it is also a proposal that if they could incorporate the procurement cadre during the planning cycle for every financial year, that could also help, in addition to what Dr. Alex has said. I submit.
Okay. So all that is achieved by solving the real problem of absence at a certain level. If you can be there, the rest will flow. Commissioner, are you committing to have this? Because for the rest we can speak, but what have you taken? Microphone with the commissioner. We want people who will decide. We want to live here.
No, just reading from the draft the PS has submitted to Cabinet Secretariat. The point, and you must remember what he said.
Yes.
We have proposed to empower procurement. And he says they should sit not in the same not room, but they should be at the same level with the accounting officer and own. So they want you to be empowered. And empowering you means you will become strategic. Becoming strategic means you must then participate at that level. So I don't know whether I should prepare, I drafted a circular, but the point is, he's already convinced.
Yes.
He is already convinced that you should not be tactical, or you should be strategic and guide. And that feeds very well into Mr. Birungi's point.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we have, and I don't know why this has been selectively done. As early as 2003, I was in Ministry of Energy, and I used to sit in top management.
Yes.
In education, the same.
The same.
Now, we have to streamline that, and that's the call I have to take home.
Okay.
The principle is already agreed, actually drafted by the PSST himself.
Good. But doctor, as all bigger things are coming, circular quickly. Circular quickly. Be clear.
The issue, that circular must come.
Okay.
But the issue also of procurement plan communication in the law is still ST's role.
Yes, it is true.
Yes,
it is
but
true.
we have, because he owns money, so
It
he
is
must
true.
guide on how to plan for it.
It
Of
is
course, the law indicates PPDA and Ministry of Finance,
Yeah.
but the financial power holder is ST. But I take all this in good faith. My circular.
You also direct.
Yes.
I saw your eye going to the other side. That must be at Reverend desk. Reverend, yes, circular. Okay, we are moving where? A mandatory procurement performance assessment and measurement framework shall be introduced for all procurement practitioners in PDEs, including HPDUs and procurement unit staff, as well as key stakeholders participating in procurement cycle, including members, blah, blah, including those we are removing. Okay. What is the issue here? A mandatory procurement performance assessment. Aha. I have something, but I cannot say it as a beginner. Let me hear others. Say it or we carry it. Princess Vasemera, say it. When you say it, I will go to the next.
Thank you very much.
Hey, the microphone was supposed. Okay, you
It's
speak.
already-
You have
yeah,
not spoken really.
Yeah, really. Yeah, I'm called Simon Peter Obo Okoth, head PDU at Uganda Management Institute. Now, for me, briefly, when I look at that point 4, actually I see it as a redundant point because it looks like it is one, micromanaging the PDU, maybe that's why they call it a unit, micromanaging the PDU, because all organizations already have assessment
Performance management
structures.
system.
Yes. So when I see this being done, I look at it as a level of micromanagement.
In your view, not necessary.
Very not necessary.
Okay, you have said it. Not necessary from Vasemera.
Thank
We are,
you.
we are not campaigning here, but we are just.
I have a submission.
It is good the microphone is off.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes.
My name I'm called Ngaizemlan, head PDU Bramburi. In addition to what my colleague has just said, that point might be misused for arm twisting head PDUs because we don't know who is going to assess.
Okay,
To
you
do
are,
things
you are
in
further
favor of
putting
someone.
another, you are putting another nail that is not necessary.
It's not necessary.
Okay, this is a performance management point. A performance management. And Kenneth, you want, I hear it is public service, I hear it is HR, what? Kenneth and then Haji.
Thank you, Doctor. My view, Doctor and members, is that we shouldn't fear being assessed as long as there is objective criteria. So for me, what I'm saying is it is okay, let there be a clear, objective performance assessment framework for us, because we are here talking about efficiency in public procurement. But the truth is that sometimes there are unnecessary delays. The good thing, it is not only us, it is us and the other stakeholders that we work with in the different entities. So someone is whispering that we already have. I have worked in about 5 or 6 different entities. The performance assessment framework for public service is too generic, and it may not help to clearly assess the performance of procurement.
Okay, your neighbor
Thank
wants
you.
to talk. This, give Haji. Then Saturday, John will also. This is your day. Don't say a few people say it. Talk. You put up your hand.
Thank you, sir. As long as we are in PDUs and not a PDD, it will become challenging. Because why we are having all those challenges, because we are a unit, not a department. So it's a challenge. However,
How did you support
on this issue? We have those things in place. The challenge is one is that they are more emphasized when the PDU heads disagree with the accounting officers on certain procurement. So that's when they are emphasized and then enforced. Thank you.
In summary, do you think he has supported it?
No. No.
Thank you. John Saturday, Manager Procurement at Electricity Regulatory Authority. We should remove this point because everybody undergoes a performance appraisal at the end of a financial year or a defined period of time. Now, what are you assessed on if you are handling procurement and you are not assessed on the performance of your core? So this is redundant, and indeed it may be misused, like somebody is targeting it. I have a work plan, it is full, everything is about procurement, and I'm assessed against it at the end of the year. So why are we putting this?
Okay, okay. People from behind there, we are going to decide for you, this side. You are okay? Okay. Number 5, a dedicated PPDA circular shall be issued addressing all administrative timelines not expressly prescribed in that act or its attendant regulations. I think this is the administration, a commitment to do something. Is there something you want to do on 5? What is in 5? 5 is a business of PPDA, isn't it? Once those aspects are approved and agreed upon, they will do that, isn't it? The question would be, if it is not a statutory timeline and there are many other things which are not in the statutes, that they will issue a circular. And that is even in the PPD Act. They will issue those things. They have their mandate. They have a board which will look through them and approve them. And then the ED circulates. What is number 5 here? Do you want to say something on 5? 5 is a routine business of PPDA. The number is repeated again. What is this? What do you want, Basemera, now? Number 5 is there, like 5. What do you want in it?
No, Basemera first, then myself.
That one is my sister. Will deal with her personally.
Doctor, I also want to say something very interesting.
There is, yeah, Fande, there's something I wanted, I don't know whether it falls under here, like administrative timelines. Like, for example, if we are receiving bids, say restricted bidding and quotation, you give them time that maybe within 10 maybe we are going to receive these bids on this date. Maybe you have given them 10 days. Now, if these bidders, all the bidders, they bring the bids within 5 days, I'd want it if you can allow us to go ahead and evaluate, not us waiting for all those 10 days.
But the mayor say it again. You say it again. Because what have you said?
For example, I'm giving an example. I'm giving an example. You have a procurement and you have used restricted bidding method.
And you have invited 10 farms.
I have invited 10
and they have all brought it on in day 2.
On day 2.
Yes.
Or day 3.
Yeah.
You can't open these bids until the deadline.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, can't you allow us? Because anyway, I have evidence.
No, you have made your point.
Can't you allow such that we invite these bidders to come and attend instead of waiting for all those things?
Basemera, you have made your point. It is very clear.
Because I've already done and it's working. I did it.
It's very clear. You invited the 3. 3 have come in the evening. What are you looking for the rest of the days? Director, you submit.
No, I just wanted to...
On the same point?
No. On the 2 points, I just wanted to ask that we take some time to rethink. When I was listening to PSST here, he read a charter where he's going to mark the accounting officers.
Yes.
And I have listened to my colleagues here. They are very sharp. They are like a monkey which does not want to bring fire in the forest because it will burn them. I think we need to rethink that number 4 there and maybe create some charter where we shall be committing these cadres also to deliver. You might not be an assessment and how, but you have heard the PSS saying, accounting officer, if you don't do this, there is a punitive. Accounting, and the 2 are going to be responsible for procurement. So somehow, somewhere, there might be a charter which will also, whether they add them on the charter of the accounting officers, or something.
Okay, okay. Saturday wants to come back. But Saturday you said your thing. Who has not spoken? This side is here. Now they have opened up. You know, in the first, they first abandoned us. The lady in, is that red? Okay, we go with that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
My name is Auma Harriet from Amolata District Local Government.
Oh, Amolata.
I want to commend the organizers of this. And when Uthman was making his presentation, I was very keen. He presented on the proposals of the soft reforms and reforms that require legal things. My question is, before I go to make my submission on the soft reforms, why have we resorted to soft reforms first?
Okay.
To me, who works for a local government, I feel like the legal ones will bring more results. These soft ones will be taken for granted. Because, for example, we are just calling tomato, tomato, but it's basically the same things. This is my submission. The timelines, the readiness checklists, all these things, the performance assessments, we are already doing it. We are just changing the language for it to appear soft, like the title says. So, my question is, why the softs and not the hard reforms?
Okay.
And also, as we do these reforms, a senior colleague there presented our request. Enhancement. You people, we are dedicated, we work, but all these reforms should also be backed by money, sincerely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's first remain that side where Amolata is found, that side. Any other person from,
Okay, thank you, Doctor. David Amolo is my name, working for Beyond DLG. Number 1, I want to add my voice to number 4 and directly disagree with the director. The issue is, 1, who will assess DC procurement cadres? I speak mostly on the side of local government. We know the challenges we go through at the local government level. But 2, like Harriet has already put it, we have the assessment tool already on the ground, being handled by CAO and the rest of the government machineries. We don't need another one that we don't know who will assess us. Because the timelines that we are dealing with, they're already prescribed in the laws that we have.
Okay.
So we don't need that number 4. But most importantly, like Harriet has added it, there are certain things that we feel like should be captured in the reforms that we are looking at. And one of them, in the morning I wanted to speak, but I think the mic was too busy somewhere. One of them is that we are stuck at local government as procurement cadres. You remain at the senior level until you retire. Why is the structure not opened for local government staff? We need to grow from senior, go to a principal, but we are not growing because the structure is not allowing. And those are some of the reforms we would expect to be here. The other issue that the local government people are crying for is that
okay. Don't wait. You know you and me, you are friends.
But
hold on there. I want to attract Mr. Dr. Chaligonza. Just you keep it. we want also to be sure whether we are in the lane of this side or public service. You know, when you hear like structures, local government structures, is that ably carried in this? I think no. But even if it is no, how do they get helped? Because I'm sure a structure of that kind is not this side. It might be a public service issue. Dr. Kyaligonza, because we don't want to lose this point, but also we don't want to labor with it. We may not be having a value add in this meeting. Yeah. Just help us.
Yes, he has raised a good point.
Very good.
But you are right to state that it can't be on the menu for this house. We have our Accountant General's office and the local government department of, yes, we have quarterly. We have innovatively had that arrangement, and we get feedback through him, and we present to Agotech, which presents to senior management of the ministry. I want that matter to be formally channeled through the line PS and the department, and we can take it up.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't want local government colleagues to imagine we are also not listening, but I think with this guidance, those voices can find their space, isn't it? My colleague on the council, I know you speak very well for local governments, but yes, but there is a hand there straight. Let's also pick it. As long as you are going to another point, not structures. Yes, let's make an agreement, no structures.
Thank you, Chair. I know I speak for most of these people. That's why you say they have not finished, because they expect me to say something. Allow me to say it. No, I want to thank the Commissioner, Dr. Kyaligonza, for ably directing us to inspectorate the department. Our key issue, among many, is that we don't have a vote as a local government. And these people, as you come, most times PPDA as they come, as we talk now, yesterday I had to carry all my original documents to PPDA for verification, simply because I cannot afford to photocopy documents for what? For audit. So we are saying that as a local government, through now the Commissioner Johnson, can we be pushed until we get a vote as what? As a PDU in local government, so that we are able to perform our duties efficiently. We are talking about efficiency here, but most of the things that are causing us to be inefficient in local government is partly funding. We are not funded.
I am tempted to allow, you are free to keep that microphone, to allow Johnson to make clarifications on matters of local government, public procurement. When you speak, then we shall, yes.
Thank you so much. And thank you, my brother, for raising those issues. I think it's important to understand and to appreciate that procurement, local government has peculiar issues which are completely different from central government. And that's a fact. They have their own challenges. One of the things that I think we should be in position to address, and which I have discussed with the Commissioner, PPMD, is to have an arrangement of how we can interact with local government procurement cadre only to understand their unique challenges, very unique ones, where we should be in position to discuss our issues candidly and objectively. The issue of the budget, it's cutting across. That's very, very true. And many other challenges. So what I had discussed with PPMD is that we have an arrangement where we should be meeting procurement cadres from local government to discuss our operational issues and how do we add value to the procurement process. And I agree with the moderator, we can, some of those issues now we may remove them on the menu so that we can remain focused to key reforms, but in the process, is that engagement with only local government procurement cadre. I do submit, Chair.
Okay. No, you are the link pin this side of Kampala, so I know. So I want to persuade you. I know your constituency is concerned. Did you speak? Did you tell them? You are under pressure. I understand you. Now you also tell them that Johnson said he will continue with this conversation. Yeah, but summarize and we leave that area. I know local government issues are quite enormous. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator, for giving us a listening ear and our commissioners. I think for that matter, my constituency, the promise has been made openly. And for that matter, let's wait for them. Probably they will give us another chance to air out most of our issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Bana, okay. All right. Anything called circular is a business which they intended to do, but what matters is what will the circular carry. I think that's what is important. A circular shall be issued to all accounting officers directing the project commencement that shall not be delayed following contract execution, and specifically that physical handover of sites, etc., shall take place within 14 calendar days. Maybe they have evidence that this takes long. They are capping it. Accounting officers shall be personally responsible for ensuring that all pre-commencement administrative, etc., including site handover, are completed within this period. This is already covered in the law sufficiently. They are responsible for everything, including this one, and many more, not even listed here. Ceremonial, political, and others will not constitute grounds for delaying. Easier said than done. RDC, I landed on a circular. It was saying that this breaking something shall be managed by them. I saw something. They were being told that government projects, they must ensure they are there, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, over to you. Are you unlocking efficiency through bullet 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Everyone. Georgia Chai, my name. I'm head PDU Lamoa, this local government. Mine is on number 4. The previous slide, I think. I raised my hand on the previous slide about the performance assessment.
That area was closed.
Okay, thank you.
We have closed it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. We are on a circular. I know numbering has an issue here, but 14 days, groundbreaking, handover, blah, blah, within 14 days. Don't take long to hand over sites. 14 days is administrative, right? It's a soft thing, right? I think that's fine. Even shorter than that would be better. The Minister of Education man is saying, he wants a month. Okay. Ndiamuba, we are with you in this struggle. What do you want? You want more days to hand over site?
Thank you. My name is Milton Ndiamuba, Head Procurement, Ministry of Education and Sports. Bullet 1, number 4. That physical handover of sites, groundbreaking, etc. should take within 14 calendar days. However, contracts usually are preconditions for starting. One of them is a performance security and other related securities. Statutory, they are given 28 days. And it may conflict with a 14 days. Because the idea to start, you must produce those securities. And when you talk of within 14 days, I look at a conflicting situation.
Okay. I have also heard them complaining that we take long to hand over a site. I think what they want to cure is have your site so that we close that argument. Anyway, there is a hand there.
Point of
I'm this
information.
way. I'm this way.
Point of information.
Yes, information allowed.
To Milton, there is a provisor, contract effectiveness date. All those are part of the contract effectiveness agreement, which is in the contract. So we shall take care of that.
Yeah. Hand over the site quickly. Don't stay with it.
My hand is up.
The other gentleman, really, you know this side.
My hand and body is up, sir.
But you know this side has been underserved.
Thank you, Doctor. On this, okay, I'm Bosco Nekalet, Senior Procurement Officer, Gulu, District Local Government. On this issue, I am just here to tell you that we are already doing this.
Okay.
And I think we have no issue to discuss on
that's
this.
good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. This man is the best. I have your prize. Look for me. Look for me. I have something for you. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Ronald Ojambo. I'm head PDU Uganda Prison Service. On handover of contracts, handover of sites within 14 days. In the submission of PST, so that is ensuring that the government has money, and one of the ways of having money is by using strategies like external funding and counterpart funding. Now, we have a contract which is supposed to be handed over within 14 days, but the start date is if its effectiveness is on the financial agreement being signed by the funder somewhere, if it's either counterpart funding or external funding. So we need to be mindful of these 14 days. Should be, if it is counterpart funded, it should be after effectiveness of the conditions that were put.
Mr. Ojambo, that is already covered. You know, he said it, that we should mind the word effectiveness, that they are all part and parcel of the covered issues. Thank you. I think you have agreed bullet one passage without amendment. Accounting officers shall be personally, that one we are used. There is nothing new in 2. 3, ceremonial political, You wanted to do what to them? LC 5 chairman and what? Any comment on that?
Yes.
Who has a viable? Yes.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Alex Barinyinki Tinomujuni. I'm from Uganda National Oil Company. I'm representing my boss, head PDU. I'm a contracts officer upstream. So, bullet number 3, we all understand who is the head of politics in this country. So if we take it generically the way it is, I think at a certain point, we shall have taken something that is beyond our control. True. What am I suggesting? We can put an exception. We say, except when it is the head of state. I think that applies. Because I may have a project whereby its groundbreaking is by the President of the Republic of Uganda. And I cannot influence
when he will be available.
Exactly. So this, I think we shouldn't generically take it like that. We need to find a way we can refine it.
Okay.
We put exceptions.
Okay.
Thank you.
But also evidence-based decision making. Do we have statistics that they have delayed because of this? What is the incidence? In the total delay, what is the incidence of the delay caused by bullet 3? The incidence must be very low. Very low. And for your information, in local government, the chairman of the district is the president of the district. They have no high risk. That's what I'm trying to say. The risk incidence is low. Let's not really dig ourselves into things which have no serious performance effects. We all know how many projects do they launch in the total delayed projects which PPDA has in the statistics. I don't know whether I'm bulldozing a decision, but do you want them removed? That area is risky. We better deal with things which are more softer. PDEs with significant volumes of assets identified for disposal. These are now still soft, including those flagged through. What is the issue here? With all the amendments done and it is done, is this still yes?
Thank you, Doctor. Julian Amongin. I think that that is soft but hard, provided for in the law. And I think that would be better handled
Legally.
if PPDA provides guidelines, just like we're doing under the collaborative procurement arrangement, than putting it as a soft reform there. But also, Chair, since I have the microphone, from the submissions of members, I think maybe PPDA could also consider other soft reforms other than those. Other soft reforms that can help to strengthen the procurement function. And some of them have been noted. The salary disparities, I don't think we should just push them aside because they're not among these, the ones that are flagged off, but maybe there should be recognition of them because these are real issues. If we have these soft reforms, but we don't address those other issues or highlight them, at least for further reform, then they will stay pinching us.
Reverend, we have only changed the strategy that we cannot deal with all things, including those out of the mandate of this forum. That's why we tried to bring on board that line to ensure they are not lost. Even the commissioner has said there is a forum in which they are being distilled. So colleagues, they are not being pushed away. We are only organizing them, how best to deal with them in this meeting. Yeah, but Reverend, we understand. If I'm not motivated, no reform can succeed. That's a fact. Okay? Procurement until yesterday was arts. Procurement, arts. Number 4 has proved to have more of a hard. That's what I'm picking. So PPDA Secretariat, number 4, they are saying it looks more hard, not very hard, but not also very soft. Is that the position of everyone? Maybe I can see Salongo here. Mr. Jambo, you spoke. Kenneth, you spoke. Obadiah, you spoke.
I think Director Othman will help us here. She's saying it is hard, it may need a circular. My understanding, unless advised otherwise by Director Othman, that all these we are just talking about
will be circularized.
Will be circularized.
True.
So that's what I think.
True.
Thank you.
So is it going to even be harder in the circular? That's the question. Gillian is worried that it might not succeed as a soft in the circular. And that is the key. For it to survive, somebody should guide whether it is really hard or soft. It is easy to put it in a circular, but it will fail to be eaten because it is hard. Commissioner Kiinji, the microphone, the people
I'm here.
Where are you? It is Kiinji here, supposed to be speaking.
But I have the mic.
You think being near a microphone? Okay, you speak. After you, Mr. Chinji.
Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the opportunity. My name is Ogwal Kenneth, head PDU Kalaki, District Local Government. When I see ease of disposal and the collaborative disposal, I start thinking about the chief mechanical engineer. Because as local government, we have tried to reach the chief mechanical engineer for violation of these assets. It takes time to access them. When I was seated here, I heard that they are here in the room. Could we have timeline for them? By the time they receive the letter from local government or from entity requesting them to come and do the violation, should take how long?
for them to come on board. Thank you. Because I have never disposed the asset. I've written to them 3 times. There is no feedback.
And it is because of them.
And it's because of them why government assets are rotting on the yards. Can they have timelines?
Pass over to Commissioner Chiinji here to submit, but that point is taken. Uthman, your secretariat can't be quiet on that point. Yeah, timeline for them. I don't know whether you will succeed in that timeline.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is just to remind the audience here. The PS made certain good remarks in the morning. Among the remarks was that we have, for instance, the 10-fold what?
Growth strategy.
And he wants to see you as buyers as part of the solution. So as we think of soft reforms, how is that point of disposal going to help us to achieve the 10-fold growth strategy? As we think of any point you are to discuss, how does that point help us to show that public sector procurement can contribute? And I think, was it a PS or somebody else who reminded people that I think one thing we must also remember is that procurement is not law. I've been singing this and we try to make it very clear in our policy, in the NPSPP. Procurement is not law. Try to think outside the box. People are talking of guidelines, people are talking of what? No, these solutions must be provided by you, the head of PDUs. You should be the one giving us what? The solutions. What are you encountering there? Why does the procurement take 200 days instead of 20 days? Much as it may be, the standard date may be 100 days. Is it really necessary to have it 100 days? Margaret raised something and people said, but the law is not, that's not the solution. That is not the solution which is going to help us in achieving the 10-fold what? Growth strategy. You have 3 quotations, you have 10 bidders, people bring in their documents in 3 days, then you wait for 10 days. Are you adding value? Is that procurement? That is not procurement. That is not procurement, members. Procurement must be adding to value to the service to deliver in the government. So think outside the box, members. Don't be threatened that there's a law. This law must be changed. Actually, even the PS mentioned it. If the law is the stumbling block, let's change it. Propose, and we will change it. Don't be stuck in that this is a law. The law is there to help you. If it's not helping you, it's not necessary. That provision must be what? Revisited. Think outside the box, members. They called you here to give what? Ideas. And to me, I think these ideas should come from you, the people who are handling these things. So, be constructive. Come up with your proposals, which are practical. Because you are the one in the what? In practice. Not us in the regulatory or in the policy. It's you the part. I'm just reminding members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And on that note, that gentleman behind you, and straight here, he's going to think you are against him.
Thank you very much. I'm talking about the issue on the issue of disposal. Disposal, once a board of survey is done, before the board of survey, the assets first become the enter to the assets register and they become the assets of the procuring and disposing entity. So, after the board of survey is done, nobody is concerned who follows the board of survey. So in my submission, from what I've observed, is that there must be a focal point person responsible to follow up the items recommended in the board of what? Of disposal. Because there is nobody responsible. It is at the master of the accounting officer too.
Okay.
So it just remains there idle.
But I want also to use another word meaning disagreeing. I have heard of a disposal plan. Now, if there is a disposal plan under the superintendency of the office you know, which you are not far from, these other focal people, you know, again, that's the challenge with the procurement. Everything we want also to look for another layer. It is good they are removing them. You are remaining alone, sir. You are going to be you, yourself, and yourself, plus accounting officer, 2 people, procuring and disposing. So you better be prepared for that, because now you want another focal person. For what? Go and dispose the assets using the methods available. That one I've ruled. Next. I know people are getting tired, and for me, I'm getting energized. You bring a point, I rule on it.
Chair and moderator.
You are back.
For sure, you are not giving us enough time. We still have a lot of discussion to make. Number one, I want to propose that this reform here is not a soft reform.
It's not soft.
It's not soft.
Okay.
Reason being that earlier on, they took us through what makes disposal a very difficult function. And indeed, the parameters were raised there. Some of these assets are not for the for the districts, for example. They belong to the center, and therefore you cannot dispose it any easily. So I want to suggest that instead of making this a softie, can the responsible people, maybe finance through the circular of PPDA, task the government itself to issue out to either change the law to allow these things to be disposed of without going through so many difficulties.
Okay. If I hear you, if it is not proving to, if it can't pass being soft, you are saying remove it, put it back to Uthman to become
it needs to change the
a
law
matter
and
of
see how
law.
best we can.
But Uthman is also here, the lawyer. He might be refusing that he can't touch the law. Are you saying it is still soft?
Chair, thank you. I want to address Mr. Chinja and then him. Members, we are here under the PIM Plus project, and under the PIM Plus project, we have two key result areas. One is on strengthening execution of procurements, call them projects, and the other one is on asset disposal and management.
Yeah.
Disposal comes in under here. The word soft, under our terms of reference, the word is called administrative reforms, not soft, much as the Cadre has called them soft, but they are administrative reforms. Now, the challenges we have established in disposal is what members have indicated, that at times the assets belong to the center, and PPDA, as a regulator of procurement and disposal, working together, collaborating with the government entity responsible for the registration of these assets, we are going to make a reform, an administrative reform, and we are telling you, we are informing you. You may refuse them, but we are going to implement. Ministry of Works and Transport, together with PPDA, we are going to pull these assets and dispose them off using the law. We don't have to change the law. Okay. You get that?
Yes.
Where will we get the assets? We are aware from our compliance inspections, the entities that are doing badly in terms of mechanical equipment.
Okay.
And the responsible entity for registration of vehicles is Ministry of Works and Transport. And they have those. We are going to work with the chief mechanical engineer.
And they know, the register will tell who has the car and who owns it.
So, Chair, some of these, what you call soft, but for us, according to the PIM Plus document, they are administrative reforms that don't need amendment of the act or regulations. So this is a soft reform. You call them soft, but they are administrative what? Reforms.
Okay.
And Chair, much as the cadres may say these ones we don't agree.
No, they have, you know, Uthman, I want to protect them like this. Each is reasoning at entity level. But from the submission you have made, it is at a global level. Even if to them it is difficult, through collaboration with relevant agencies, it is executable. That's what I'm picking from you. Unknown to individuals in their own entity. It looks big at their level, but it is doable globally because you are dealing with the works, what it is. It is understood. The lady's hand is up straight. You speak. Speak. We don't want to say we went to Kampala, they denied us.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Lydia Dunia Dem, Senior Procurement Officer, Kwania District Local Government.
Which local government?
Kwania.
Kwania.
Where the Prime Minister Diabo came from.
Okay.
I have one question to ask. We are talking about disposal, and an entity like mine, I am a victim of failure to dispose. Why? Kwania I could call it a new district from Apache, district local government, we have 5 vehicles, including the one accounting officer is using, due for disposal. Now, every time audit come and recommend for disposal, we are supposed to dispose them of their due. What are we going to use after disposal? That is 1. 2, let me finish. After the disposal, like it has been proposed here, if we don't dispose, the government through Ministry of Works and PPDA will dispose for us. Where will the local revenue go? To central government treasury or back to Kwania district local government? Because to me, I'm now feeling like soon if they implement that, we are going to walk to work, including the accounting officer. We shall have no transport. Lastly, I may not get a chance to speak again. I really want to thank the organizers of this event today. I am glad. I have never attended such a meeting where the ED is in the house. I am always with Commissioner Johnson. I want to make this
including
request.
When I'm around.
I've met you on the forum several times with Amolata. I want to make this request. All this we are discussing, if I remember from the presentation of the PS, the only key word I have picked from today's presentation about public procurement is about involving so many actors in procurement, like middlemen. You see, for us in local government, we may not have same experiences like the central government. In local government, do you know, me as the head PDU can be thrown out of office, and I'm alone against the many actors because their selfish interest is not succeeding. So they will put me aside so that their selfish interest can go on. As we talk about these reforms, soft or hard or legal, let us focus on the work environment, these procedures, protecting us, the cadres, and let the law come in clearly. Don't make us feel like we have been sacrificed. We need your support. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Johnson, one thing I'm noting, you better deal with these things urgently. Even when you rule on a matter, they find a way of returning it. She has finally brought it back, even when it was ruled. But anyway, from Kwania, that's why I gave you more time. I think that area is done on this issue with the submission of Uthman. Yes, with submission, and that was the last one. And on that note, we agreed to open up for any other that might have not been here. So Secretariat, wherever you are, listen carefully. We want any other reform of a soft nature for avoidance of doubt. Soft is being used to mean that does not require a reform in the law, to touch the law, to amend the law, right? If it is going to attract changing the law, it is not being called what? Soft. That's the operational definition. So you are raising up a hand to submit a reform you are proposing, which is soft. Are you also receiving those which are hard? Including those which are, okay, that any reform, they will screen it, whether soft or hard. We are beginning with
this side.
Okay, I'm beginning there.
The shortest man around. Bukenya Chiza Geoffrey is my name. P.O. Chiwoga, District Local Government. Thank you, Chair. But I think I'll begin with a concern. When you look at time check, 42 minutes past 1700 hours.
We saw that.
Raising my concern here. When we talk of such reforms, it's as if we are underrating the exercise. We really need time to speak or talk about or discuss these issues exhaustively. Where I would therefore suggest, when we have reforms of this nature, let us get the suggestions from the PPDA, send them to us, we go through, we can also do research. Then when we converge in such meetings, we can come up with right suggestions. That is one. Two, I'm happy with the suggestion that there is a need to change on the thresholds for Solicitor General approvals. Now, I would also suggest that let it speak the same language with open bidding thresholds. Thank you. Then two, when you go to Ministry of Agriculture, for us in local governments, there are those that need to construct the abattoirs. But when you go to Ministry of Agriculture, you cannot find there standard drawings and plans for such facilities. And again, those are some of the causes of the delays in the implementation processes. And when you come up with your own, they come and condemn them. Otherwise, we need to also talk about that.
So
lastly,
Sebo, that point is very important. What are you submitting now on that issue? What are your prayers?
My prayer is, let the ministry also have such standardized plans and drawings such that we can follow in the implementation for all districts or local governments.
Okay.
Then finally, the split systems that PDEs are implementing, you talk of IFMIS, you talk of GPP, you talk of e-reporting and e-plans. All those should be merged and we come up with one independent system. When you look at our stack or structure, we only have 2 individuals or staff in the PEDU at the district level that implement all these different or split systems. So we request that we have one independent one to avoid these delays. Thank you, Chair.
Very good. Next, here we are generating first, right?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. You have opened up the floor, much as you closed on the disposal.
Bring the reform you want.
Yes. The biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges in disposal has been the inability to come out with evaluation. Most Board of Survey committee members, they are not able to come out with the values of those obsolete assets. And that is one of the non-financial challenges that we face at local governments. Let us not limit the discussion to mechanical assets only. Now, my proposal as an administrative reform, that does not require amendment of the law. Can we resolve that at the point of conducting Board of Survey, we have the competent authorities? If it is a mechanical asset, they should be attached to the exercise, to have a joint Board of Survey team. That would solve almost 65% of the challenges we face at the disposal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Jambo can be very intimidative. Okay.
Let me be soft, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. Speaking to the PIM Plus project, specifically asset management, the problem is also with the way we do asset management. But for Uganda, largely we buy it own. We buy high specialized equipment to own. We buy specialized statutory equipment to own. We buy cars high spec to own. Why don't we also hire these specialized machines? Okay. For example, Uganda Virus Institute, Cancer Institute, and others, they may buy specialized, even if direct from the manufacturers. Why can't we enter into an agreement where we use these machines for a period of 5 years, 10 years, and we send them back and get new ones? Instead of dispose again. You got Madame Basemera, she has tanks of tear gas for 10 years that they're waiting. we should send them back to where they came from. We get new ones. So let us put a policy or administrative reform to especially this high specialized machine, even cars for the minister. If you buy a car for the minister, high spec, if we change the government next week, a new minister will say, I can't use this one. So we could do, these are high specialized, these vehicles, we could hire them for 5 years only for the government.
Okay.
If government ends with it, we can get a new one from Toyota still. Thank you very much.
Very good point in asset. Leasing versus buying. Corporate world is leasing. Government, we are buying to own. Very interesting. Okay. I can
Thank you, moderator.
Who is thanking me now? Hey, Obadiah. Okay. Obadiah, you are the last.
Thank you very much. My point is on, I think it's a hard one, on evaluation methodology criteria. Now, and I want to submit like this. The current evaluation criteria methodology we have in works and surprise, it is preliminary, technical, and financial. And my proposal is like this. You advertise a works procurement, you receive 30 bids, and you have to evaluate all of them preliminary, technical, and financial. Now, the law tells us to go with the low cost, provided it is within our estimate. My proposal would be, after opening these bids, and the law empowers us because now arithmetic errors are no more. So if you have arithmetic errors, you get out. I start with financial, I get the lowest. Evaluate technically. I go back and evaluate preliminary. Once you qualify, then it means I award you. I leave the rest 29. I think it is technically possible, and it will help us to reduce on the time we take in evaluation.
Okay.
Thank you.
That point was popularized by Commissioner Chinji. I don't know whether he remembers it. It is not brand new. I think it is making people remember. That's good for further screening. Next. You propose and you go away. Next,
yes.
Next.
Thank you, Chair. I have two quick comments on the hard reforms. I have a request to PPDA. I'm requesting them to give us clear guidelines on how to engage providers who are under the Presidential Directive. For example, NEC, National Housing, etc. That's one. Then two, the approach of this design and build is getting popular, but we realize that when it comes to projects to do the infrastructure, but we realize that there is no standard building document for this approach. You find that every entity has its own method of bid evaluation.
So you need a guidance on that?
Yes, you need guidance on the bidding documents for design and build, and the guideline on a directive. Thank you.
You know me, I want to go back to the purpose. Now, PPDA, what is this meaning to you? To unlock efficiency. Another circular. You know, I'm trying to connect you back to these issues. They want a circular to talk about the NEC and other things. Uthman, you will have an opportunity at the end to close all these loose points that you think can be cleaned out. All right?
Thank you very much. I'm Namkuve Brenda, Senior Procurement Officer, Bujiri District Local Government. I have a proposal in the reforms that we reduce the display period from 10 days to 5. Because by the time bidders are ready to participate,
they are ready to.
They are ready for display, and they will always follow the process. So we don't need the 10 days. Then secondly, government has a policy that every sub-county must have a secondary school, and everybody knows that. And when you look at these secondary schools, some of them are having bigger budgets that are almost the size of the district budgets. So I'm suggesting that we get a circular where the district is having a fledged procurement unit, you come up with a circular to help those schools and institutions that are not having qualified procurement officers so that we can help them. Because I've been helping some secondary schools around Jinja, like Butiki, Muiri. I go there to guide. They have procurement committees, but the way they handle the procurement is really, it demeans the profession.
Very true.
So if possible, can you allow the procurement officers in those entities to go down to help these entities that are having bigger procurements? When you look at how procurement is being handled by these institutions, it reduces our professionalism, and we look like we are not professional enough to handle some of the things. Thank you so much.
They also have reasons why they ran away from you. We shall discuss later. They chose to go and do it alone. But that's a good point. Proposal number 4.
Yes, we thank you for this engagement. It is very important. There's something that I looked at, especially at the budgeting and planning and budgeting level. I would suggest that there is a section in the budget called circular that is issued by Ministry of Finance, because I always see people paying attention to that document. Every stakeholder and the entity pays attention to the budget called circular. I propose that a section is put for procurement that states the statutory times, especially the time of initiating procurements. Because if we pull that time for which procurements are initiated, for example, if they are initiated in May, we can have a lot of time saved for contract management and implementation. So I request that in the budget call circular, a section on procurement is put such that everyone gets to know when they are supposed to initiate procurements, when they are supposed to, they get to know, they are kind of made aware of the procurement process or the procurement cycle and what each stakeholder is supposed to do through the budget call circular. Thank you very much.
These users are giving you headache, eh? Initiation is a problem. That line is done. We are now shifting and closing.
Thank you, moderator.
No, Salongo, you are on the...
I am Hassan Muhammad Lomar, head PDU, Kotido DLG.
Kotido?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to say something on disposal. And I want to propose that why don't we bring the valuation of obsolete assets to the district to stop all these stories of delayed by mechanical engineers from the center. Because we have a mechanical engineer in the district. We have a district engineer in the district. They are playing the same role a center engineer is playing. Why do we want to wait for officers whom you are supposed to budget for to come to Kotido district to make valuation and to allow disposal of obsolete assets to take place?
And yet in Kotido there is an engineer.
There is a mechanical above all.
Moreover, mechanical
engineer. So I propose that we bring that function to the district. But the district reports back. And that reporting, since reporting is by system, it will not take time.
Okay.
And then what my colleagues were talking of initiation, which is one of the issues that's affecting performance of contracts at the local government. Let the timeline of initiation by user departments remains at on 30th of April every year. Because if you initiate a procurement in May or in April, automatically your advert may come in August, because the budget is approved by the 30th of May by council. And why don't you use even the draft budget to take off with the procurement? Thank you.
Wow. Thank you,
Chair.
thank you. He has mentioned certain things. I don't know, Mr. Segawa, you picked them. That issue of ROAR is a key issue. I would love it taken on.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Allow me to...
Where are you? You know now you are
I'm
grabbing
here.
these things. Yeah?
I'm here.
Okay, Haj.
Thank you. At least I had 2 points. Of course, has preempted the first point, that let us localize the functions of the chief mechanical engineer.
Okay.
Actually, we are suffering all the
Localize.
entities.
Okay.
Yes, that is it. Then secondly, on the same issue which the PSST also talked about, the timelines, there is the proposal that we are going to do away with the Congress Committee and then the Evaluation Committee. If that's the way, I also propose that we do away with the due diligence function at our level. Let it be at the central level. How does this one work? It's like this. If it is at the PPDA level or the government level for them to do the due diligence, I can just use the list of PPDA such that if I receive the Form 5 on Monday, on Tuesday I issue the request for quotation or the quotation, on Wednesday I'm wording. But the challenge is like it's now mandatory to have the due diligence. So
Let me understand the other committee you are dismissing. Due diligence?
Due diligence as a function, let it be centralized such that whoever we pick at the PPDA website, that person, we are not going to be blamed for anything that may be the
But
person.
the due diligence is to your interest as an entity.
What I'm saying is
It
like
is entity specific.
And I'm trying to what I'm trying to bring out is like this, that the timelines that we have to spend to go for in Gulu or to go to Cadre to ascertain what is this related to. We can just say that if whoever we pick from PPD website is like this. So on a Monday, I can receive the Form 5. Tuesday, I issue the request for quotation. On Wednesday, I issue out. I send the agreement.
Okay.
Simple as that.
Okay. Simple as that. Yaji. Salungu. I just said as simple as that. Abana bano batambula mpola banna.
She's modeling. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. My suggestions may touch on both legal and others mixed between legal and administrative. One, we have scenarios whereby if you're procuring an item, let me give an example of a vehicle. They say first get clearance from Ministry of Public Service. And public service, you know the guidelines of the vehicles. There are published guidelines on type of vehicles to buy. My view is that unless you are varying from the guideline, departing, that's when you should go to them. It comes also now with the Minister of Works. You know, a vehicle, in fact, I had Director Loizio talk about disposal. You know, acquiring has a lot of interest. You are getting something. You can go all the way, which is not with disposal. Now, someone wants a vehicle, public service, I don't want to say they delay, but it will take time definitely, and it has to be signed by the minister himself. Then Minister of Works for the specifications. So I think we better get guidelines.
Then finance for approval.
For approval, yes. So from what I think, let's get guidelines. If you are procuring this, follow X, Y, Z, and we don't need to wait. The same thing may come to systems. Now, systems is a bit soft and hard, because if you look at the NITA-U Act, they must approve. You get my point? Now, if they could give us guidelines, if the system is supposed to be approved to proceed, you should follow X, Y, Z, instead of first writing there. So that's one. Two, this one now is a hard one. It was introduced, I think, in 2021. It's legal. Regarding when they put also thresholds in terms of percentages on direct procurement. You get it? You do your direct procurement, whatever amount of money. Now they say if you are doing direct procurement on the basis that you have ever procured from there, or it has the downstream effect, you must not exceed 15%. As a one who go or cumulatively, 25%. Let me give a simple example here. If we have so many views here that we are deliberating on, assuming it is in the view of the management here, that let's have this Cadre forum extended for a second day. Now a problem will come.
As I'm about to see.
If we do that, we shall be guided that the amount of money spent in this hotel that we booked
In the day one.
should not exceed 15% tomorrow. So what does it mean? 15% of us will remain. You get my point? So, and another person will say, there was a poor planning. At times, let me tell you, at implementation, there are some scenarios that come. You have had here how many people want to participate. But even if the money is there, they will say, okay, you can do that. But under contracts management, it should not exceed 15%. So I think this provision here, we should have guidelines which are very clear on direct procurement. And we follow them. You remove this thing of limiting what? On percentages.
You open it, you cap it.
Then another thing, which is hard because it's, I think, in contracts education, I think maybe 3 or 4. There's only 2 exceptions for where you don't display the not substantiated bidder. Emergency and direct procurement. Now we have a scenario, we have open bidding. Only one bidder responds. You get my point? You must display. Here it's not administrative because that exception is not there. So I think in the legal reforms, we should have this provision. Where there is open bidding or restricted bidding, and only one bidder responds, you don't need to display. Because if you don't display, when you are submitting solicitor general, even anywhere, they say, tell us where that exception is. You don't say it is logic. We are trying to meet the tenfold. You get my point? We are trying to be efficient. Where is the law? So I request that this one is also catered for. So thank you very much. A clap for me.
But Uthman has not written that one.
He has written.
You now have been watching him writing. This one he never wrote. I said why? Did you write? Uthman is saying he saw that a long time ago. It is almost getting out through a circular. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, submit.
Yes, okay. This is Mesco Attorney, Igang MC. These are my recommendations. One, I've not heard any of the cadres who are present this evening about being very successful in their disposal. For Iganga Municipal Council, we have held 2 good disposals and they have been very successful with the support from a team from mechanical engineer. That's one. Then 2, they were talking about the issue of the board of survey. There is a colleague who raised the concern that once the report is out, board of survey report, who is responsible? I thank all my accounting officers that I have worked with. Procurement is all about being innovative. I would say my role model has been Elko and Godfrey. And they always tell you,
Mr. Mwesigwa, are you submitting a proposal?
I'm giving a recommendation. I want you to get me right. I'm giving a recommendation.
This session is for proposals.
No, nevertheless, what's the difference? Now, the thing is, you talk about the government valuers being a little so reluctant. I would love PPDA to take it up. If it's possible, within your database, the way you came up with the SIGs, don't you think in the event that the government valuers are unable to give local governments time, you have services of actually contractors who can do such services of valuation? Then, about the other issue of disposal, as I conclude, I would love and urge the entities to avail you, actually PPDA to request for the board of survey reports, which are always given to Accountant General. Caution accounting officers where they are implementing recommendations of disposal, because you'll find 2021 failure to dispose, 2023 failure to dispose, 2025 failure to dispose. What action have you taken? So I would urge them to always avail you with those reports, based on that, communicate them, and it should be a directive. Thank you so much.
Okay. Now I'm counting how many because we
What? I'm standing.
Johnson, for you, you are a chief in the government. We shall give you time. Madam, 1. You better put up, I count you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Buenja again?
Going to sleep.
Okay. We shall, Erukwaini, they have thanked you. You want to talk? Time were you the chief or what? Okay, proceed. Quickly, just a proposal and we move.
Thank you. My name is Rose Kechimuli from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And that said, I thank PPDA for the guidance on disposal for the missions abroad. And the special regulations for procurement for the missions abroad. However, I'm making a recommendation on procurement of vehicles. Every mission or embassy is supposed to have a representation vehicle. That's a vehicle for the main ambassador. And these vehicles, usually they are sleek vehicles, like the modern Mercedes-Benzes for the ambassador of Uganda in that country. And when it comes to procurement of this vehicle, they have to go through the process like we do. They have to get specifications from the Chief Mechanical Engineer's office. So they're always knocking on my door. Rose, can you help us go to works and get for us specification? Because they don't know what to do. They are not technical. So we have to go back, forth, get them specifications, and then they go through the same process, get quotations here and there. My request or my recommendation, can we standardize, especially the procurement of the representation vehicle, that each embassy should have the representation vehicle should be of this class, because the Mercedes-Benzes are everywhere you go, and brand new, and they just go and buy from the agent without going through this cycle. Some of them, the financial year ends when they are still moving around, trying to secure just a vehicle. Other vehicles, like others, they can use this process, but the representation vehicle is known. These sleek Benzes, we can standardize that, and they just go to the agent and pick a vehicle.
Okay. I've seen the people who don't want to live here now. Danny has decided to stand without authority. Okay.
Dr. Reeve, let me stand up. Thank you, members. I just have 3 issues to talk about.
3?
One, yes, 3. As a former manager capacity building. Another one is here. Apparently, my name is Dan. I'm now with the UDC. The other former manager capacity building has talked. So it's, thank you. One, earlier on, I think it was Godfrey Erkwene who talked about the issue of the threshold for the special interest group. I actually encountered the same challenge. I raised it with PPDA, basically to remove the threshold, and it was cleared for my entity. I want to propose that actually this one should be a circular for all PDEs, so that we make that reform very clear. Then the ESG implementation, these are my proposals, that in order to have this very critical, we need to institutionalize SGSD implementation within our entities. One, I would recommend that each entity should come up with their own ESG policy. And then they equally integrate these ones into their strategic plans. Now, at evaluation, when we do that, that would mean that even when the users are actually preparing their specifications, they will take care of ESG. And therefore, for us at PDU level, we shall definitely take care of that within our evaluation criteria. After all, the bidding document PPDA made life a little bit easy. The SBDs already catered for this. So that would be ideally the best way of implementing it and institutionalizing it. The other one is, thank you, Usman, and and Commissioner, in every forum, I raise this issue, particularly for state-owned enterprises. I have taken a note that actually some of the state-owned enterprises are going to be exempted from the PPD law. But I wanted Usman to expound a little bit more whether we are going actually to have our own procurement manuals, and therefore, because we understand our entities better than any other, and then through our normal, the boards will approve them, and then we implement this particular, we do procurements normally as business entities. I liked when SG put it very clearly that procurement is a business. It's not law, it's business. Now, the hard ones, Usman.
I thought those were three.
Yes, the hard one, just a minute, Rev. The hard one, we are talking about procurement being strategic. For as long as you are still a unit, you cannot talk about being strategic. How I wish we could actually elevate this PDU to departments. And therefore also go further and implement it and ensure that actually every head procurement reports directly to the accounting officer. That's very critical. They will be strategic. Isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Great. Now, I also observed that the other delays are basically, I am presenting the hard ones, Dr. Rev. The evaluations, especially under consultants, I do a lot of consultants.
Okay, let me make this announcement. Dan, don't worry. You have the microphone. Let me make this announcement. It has been resolved that all those with proposals should write them down and signal. A member will pick it from you, then they will be received. That is the new directive.
Thank you.
And it takes immediate effect.
Thank you.
Okay?
So
it takes immediate effect.
The last former manager capacity
Now,
building.
the next is an announcement. You know, anything else is to be written. And it takes immediate effect. Now, this is announcement from Minister of Finance. You listen to these ones. Following Auditor General's report of 2025 and PPD reports, Minister of Finance has piqued interest in non-compliant entities. Expect letters for explanation. Now, this one is not good news, but I have had to make this announcement. This is soft. It's also soft. End of announcement. Now, if Saturday you were the last with that microphone, the rest put down all the things. I'm told the Commissioner Johnson has an announcement for his purpose, for his constituency. That is logical. I will allow him to announce for the local government. After you, Johnson, after Johnson, continue writing proposals, submit them. PPDA people are there to pick them.
Thank you, Doctor, and I'm going to use less than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Regarding the Solicitor General's approval, lifting the threshold. First of all, the lawyers in the Solicitor General's office went to the same LODC with Osman and the lawyers in our entities where we have fully fledged chambers. In the discussion with Solicitor General, is it possible to ask that the lawyers who went to the same LODC with the lawyers in the Solicitor General's office in our entities clear these contracts and forward to them for filing? Two, the law was amended in 2021. To date is 2026. What special incentive does Solicitor General need to pronounce himself on the issue of increasing the threshold?
Okay.
And lastly, we were told about relationship power in the morning. Now, the people who have relationship power with the appointing authority of the Attorney General, can we talk to him the appointing authority to direct the Attorney General to increase this threshold, because it is causing a lot of stampede. 200 million shillings in the current day and age, I submit.
When a vehicle is 500 million. Okay. Usman is speaking. He studied with them in LODC.
Hello.
And lastly, Johnson.
Thank you, my brother Levi. Mine is one special recognition of local government fraternity in my constituency. I think they need an applause because they have fully participated and engaged. Then number two, we have been looking at the reforms for efficiency purposes. But I want to also be on, to say that there are some delays that happen which are beyond our control, and I want to speak on behalf of my local government community. You get a requisition, you don't have even a single coin under your docket to print a bidding document. Basically, logistics is completely inadequate funding for the units. And it may happen even in central government. It's the only department across government that don't have a budget code. We have local revenue. We generate local revenue through sale of bidding documents. This money should be tailored towards that purpose, but it's never used for the same purpose. My proposal, among other circular guiding from, now this goes to my commissioner, Minister of Finance, can we request that the money from sale of bidding document is rightfully put to the right purpose so that we can increase funding for these PDUs? Number two, can we have a specific code like any other department where they can have some reserved funding for the operations of the unit? Those are two that I wanted to speak to.
Okay, and as you continue writing down.
Mr. Moderator, excuse me.
Which one
Hello.
is now? I want to know where I can't find you.
I'm here behind in the corner.
Yeah?
Here, on your left, at the left corner. Behind.
We are not submitting anything.
Sir.
We are writing down everything we want.
I wanted to submit something very critical. I'm from the Office of the Chief Government Valuer.
Oh, for you, you speak.
Thank you.
I thought you are from our side. You speak.
Yeah, I have two things to speak to. One is I've severely heard about the Chief Mechanical Engineer's Office not supporting the entities. But I want to inform the audience that we always work with the Chief Mechanical Engineer as Office of the Chief Government Valuer, and that currently we have a new law called Evaluation Act 2026. Now, this law gives the mandate to the Chief Government Valuer. That means the Chief Mechanical Engineer shall come in as a technical person to support the Office of the Chief Government Valuer, okay? So I heard one of our colleagues saying they can use private practitioners if the mechanical engineer or the valuers are not responding. It will be against the law because the law is now saying all statutory evaluations are to be carried out by the Chief Government Valuer. And the definition of a statutory evaluation means all evaluations done for government, for all government entities.
Okay.
So I would also like to inform the audience that we usually receive requests for valuation of assets for disposal. Then when we respond to some of the entities, they always, most times, raise budgetary issues to facilitate exercises. So they come in maybe in April when the financial is closing, and they know they are supposed to, in fact, it's a requirement of the Accountant General's office that every year these assets are valued. But when they submit and we write back, they raise constraints for finances. So I think they should have appealed to the Ministry of Finance or PSST to help dispose these assets because they are going to continue sitting. Then, as an office, we've been participating in an interministerial committee developing a revised GOU assets management framework and guidelines. These guidelines, we had PPDA participate, representative from the Ministry of Health, from Lands, from Works, all key stakeholders have played part in this draft, and it's about to be passed by Accountant General's office. This is to guide the life cycle of assets right from procurement up to disposal. So I will invite members as stakeholders to, if you have representatives, like from PPDA, Ministry of Health, your representatives have at least a draft to this guide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't know why you chose to be very behind there. We almost were about to backbite you, you know. But you didn't mention how long the law you have read, how long it provides for you to respond. Is it 2 days? Is it 1 week? You also talk about that efficiency. How long does the law allow you to finish this request?
Currently, the law doesn't provide that, but as a ministry, we have the client's charter. We are required to finish valuations depending on the complexity, on the simplicity, but the minimum is 3 to 5 working days.
Wow.
So if I come to a district which has 16 schools, you have to adjust reasonably, because if they are disposing all desks, they have vehicles, I don't know, it has to be reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, on this note, I want to encourage those who have written to raise them up. The staff will pick them, and that should mark the end of this highly coveted moment when people felt they should really tell these people, tell them. But I want to appreciate Commissioner Chaligonza, really. For you proved us. You said, I will be around to hear your things. we really don't want to take it for granted. And I don't think you are here because you are on the board of PPD only. You could have still gone. But being Accountant General, you did not say exactly. You are highly political. Whether you were here in his space or you did what, but you announced something. Thank you very much for noting everything and also guiding us where we were almost going astray. And on that note, this man is Inspired Leaders International is coming to take over and finalize this moment. Mine was to lead through these proposed soft reforms, which also mixed with the hard ones. And Uthman, where is Uthman? Uthman is somewhere in the Secretariat. Yes, please, I just wanted to appreciate Uthman for being around to guide us in the hard and soft nomenclature. But among the things this audience would want to know, which should, I don't want to be sure whether he will say it, you should communicate the next steps. Those are some messages I'm receiving here. Next steps. After they have talked, the next steps. Otherwise, thank you very much, and God bless you for now. This one is for them, I don't know.
What a session, ladies and gentlemen. What a session this has been. Another round of applause for Dr. Levy for leading and moderating this very important ideation session. But also, another round of applause for everyone who has participated in it. These are great ideas. Very awesome. At this moment, we are now bringing the plane down. The plane has been in the air, I don't know how many meters above sea level. We are now landing. We are bringing it down. And in the next few minutes, we will be closing this awesome Public Procurement Cadre Forum 2026. We have just two last items, and that is some awards to be given, and also the closing remarks by our board chair. Precisely that's what we are remaining with right now. I would like to make an announcement for some lost car keys. Somebody lost their car keys, so in case you have them somewhere, kindly either give them to me or put them at the registration desk. Somebody's looking for their car keys. And then secondly, there is going to be a local government annual cadres retreat. Yes. Yes, local government annual cadres retreat. And this is going to be happening on the 10th to 11th of July, 2026. It's going to be happening in Kasese district. Mwabuchide. Aha, Wasinja Kusibu. So it's going to be happening in Kasese district, and each participant is going to be requested to make a contribution of 500,000 Ugandan shillings only to cater for all the things that are going to be given to them. The accommodation, the feeding, the materials for the conference, and so on and so forth. Comment reserved. All that is already sorted. So somebody is saying, why not Hoima? And I said, comment reserved for security reasons. Especially now that it's coming from somebody in security who has some big tanks to dispose of, as I heard somebody making a comment. So it's going to be in Kasese, 500,000, and the colleagues from the MDAs, I'm told, are actually welcome to participate in this local government annual cadres retreat for team building and so on and so forth. And in case you would like to be part of it, you are requested to contact the HPDU of Kabarore, HPDU Chenjojo, Bunyangabo, DLG, Hoima City, Mbarara City, and HPDU Kasese. They are going to be giving you the right information. Now, on your tables, and very soon on the screen once again, you have QR codes printed on a piece of paper. I don't know whether we all know what a QR code is. You are going to see a paper, white paper, with some square kind of structure in the middle that has like dots of sorts. That's a QR code. You will open your phone and then scan it, and it's going to be helping you to give the forum evaluation. It will lead you to an assessment forum. So they are on your tables. Kindly do that so that you offer feedback to the organizers of this important cadre forum. And just to let you know, indeed, that the books we talked about are still available at the table. Pass by, together with the Smart Leaders card game, and those who said they are interested in the 45th intake of the Public Speaking and Presentation Masterclass, also leave your name and your contact at that table. So at this moment, we would like to appreciate our partners for this Public Procurement Cadre Forum 2026. And I'm going to request, therefore, on that note, our Executive Director for the PPDA, Canon Ben Turamie, to kindly and humbly come to the front to hand over appreciation gifts to the major partners of this very important forum. Yeah, when you clap, he comes more encouraged. And so when I announce, you will have to come to the front here to receive the award or the gift from the ED. In no particular order, it's not from the best to the last or whatever, in no particular order, we would like to pass on a very important gift to Uganda National Oil Company. So please, Uganda National Oil Company leader, come to the front, and the ED has something to appreciate you as our esteemed partner. The rest of us can be clapping. It's acceptable. It's very okay. We don't need to reform anything in the law. We just have to clap. Followed by MTN Uganda, our private sector partner. Is MTN around? Okay, kindly try to hurry when I read your name. It will be followed by Simba Automotives. These are the partners who have made this possible. Yeah. So that is MTN for you in case you need free airtime. This is the lady. Mark her face. And after this Cadre forum, find her where she will be. Simba Automotives is next. Okay, right there. Yeah. You were talking about disposing of the transport. What will you use? Now talk with Simba Automotives. They are already partnering. You never know, they can give you something right there. Followed by Uganda Development Bank, UDB, as our esteemed partner of this very important Cadre forum. So that is Simba Automotives. If you want to be locomotive, talk with them. They have the automotive. Followed by UDB, Uganda Development Bank, our esteemed partner. Is UDB in the house? Okay. Followed by Bank of Uganda, the Central Bank of Uganda. He's wondering why you are not clapping loudly yet. So Bank of Uganda is here. Brother George, where are you? George, is George around? Not in the house, I think. Okay. Followed by National Medical Stores. National Medical Stores, NMS. And then finally, followed by Mighty Rides, our other esteemed partner. Let's appreciate them too, Mighty Rides. Awesome. So at this moment, I would like to welcome Madame Sharon Nyaika, the head of supply chain and procurement, who has 2 minutes as the private sector partner on the list to come and just make a quick announcement before we get going. So thank you very much, ED, PPDA, for handing over these very important gifts. After Sharon, we will be getting our closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, everyone. At MTN, we say yellow. Yellow, I know it's late, but all protocol observed. It's been quite an exciting day to spend the day with you and interact with fellow professionals in procurement. There have been quite a number of reforms discussed. Thank you very much, PPDA, for inviting us. We're always welcome to support you to build these reforms. Much appreciation to Ministry of Finance as well. I'll just give, I think, 2 points. In all that you have discussed, I think what comes out clearly, especially from us, from the private sector, is agility. When I reflect on the morning discussion that the PS emphasized, there were quite a number of things he mentioned, but you could hear one standing out thing: delay, inefficiencies. And for you to curb those inefficiencies, you must be agile. And there was a gentleman around here who mentioned it, that we need to think outside the box. You know, for us in private sector, the customer is no longer a king, eh? The customer is a dictator. The customer wants something like yesterday. And any delay that procurement takes affects the delivery of the service. So the same way, I like that PPDA and all the different entities are also thinking in that way on how best can you deliver the service. You people in the room have the ideas. I think I was just enjoying the discussions and the debates. Well done on the ideas. Let's get them implemented. To the PPDA, to the regulators, I think also what came out clearly from the room is that let's not use policy let's not limit our minds to the policy. The policy is there to
assist us. The policy is there to help implementation. Let it not be used in a reverse manner to avoid and curb innovation from the procurement heads. A great afternoon to you all. At MTN we say, together we are unstoppable. Thank you. Oh, yeah. All right. So we just have some two gifts for the EDs. I think it will take less than a minute.
I pray for all of you that in the coming days you will be the one receiving gifts from MTN so that the world will know how important you are. Board chair. Oh, okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the board chair is just about to come back in the house, and when he comes, he will give his concluding remarks. In the meantime, I want to be signing out. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an amazing public procurement Cadre forum. By all standards, this has been a very successful event, hasn't it been? It's really been a very successful event. As I said in the morning, and as I now sign out, I am Samuel Bakutana, and I lead Inspired Leaders International as the Chief Executive Officer. A certified executive coach, an award-winning leadership consultant, a global speaker, I've had the opportunity of developing leaders, by God's grace, on all the 6 continents of the world. I've been a leadership consultant for the government of Japan, government of Netherlands, government of Belgium, Parliament of Uganda, Parliament of Kenya, National Youth Council of Rwanda, ANC Nigeria, Microlabs India, European Union, African Union, to mention but a few. I want to humbly challenge us as we come to the close of this very important Cadre forum. Something I have observed around the world. We are living in a world that we call the VUCA world. Somebody say VUCA. Kindly say it with energy, say VUCA. VUCA is V-U-C-A, and I would like all of us to take note of it as MTN gives the gift to the board chair. You may want to come here, I think, for the photo. Yeah, please first come here for the photo opportunity. Yeah, let's give you that opportunity, especially for the branding in here. Uh-huh. So we are in the VUCA world, ladies and gentlemen, and VUCA in full is V-U-C-A. V stands for volatility. We have to understand that the world we are working in as leaders in the procurement units is a very volatile world. Changes are happening and happening very quickly. So many changes all over the world and happening very quickly. U is uncertainty. And what this is all about is that we can no longer predict with sharp precision exactly what is going to happen in the next couple of months or weeks or years and so on and so forth. C is for complexity, that everything now is connected with everything else. So as you think of the procurement world, just keep thinking of how it is connected with every other sector of the economy. Complexity. And A is ambiguity. We can no longer, with precision, get to know the impact of some of the things we are doing or some of the things that are happening. We can only tell after some time. And therefore, as leaders in this procurement world, I would like to encourage you to meet this kind of VUCA with VUCA 2.0. Where there is volatility, let's have vision that however much so many changes are happening, Let's have clarity of where we want to go as a sector, as an industry. It's procurement, vision. Where there is uncertainty, let's have understanding. Another you, let's have understanding. Understanding of what the priorities are really going to be, like we have seen today. And where there is complexity, let us counter it with clarity. Clarity through conversation, clarity through continuous personal development efforts, clarity through equipping of the human resources of the units. And where there is ambiguity, just like Sharon from MTN has just said, let us meet it with agility. We can no longer respond slowly. Let's do the best that we can to respond quickly to the different changes so that the procurement profession will not be fossilized, but it will remain as relevant as possible. I would like to therefore appreciate the PPDA Capacity Building Department for putting together the whole of this that you have seen. Friends, they deserve a hand clap. PPDA Capacity Building Department, thank you so much for the great work that you have done. All the efforts you have put in, all the sleepless nights, coordination, mobilization, communication, well done, Capacity Building Department. At this moment, I would like to therefore request the ED for matters of protocol to come and welcome our board chair to give the closing remarks.
Mr. Wakuta, you are complicating things. People are tired. We have been here the long day, but I want to thank everybody who has participated and for your commendable input to these reforms that we are going to propose to government. Thank you, and we'll always appreciate you. So it is my humble opportunity and privilege to call my boss, the chairman of the PPD board, Julius K. Ishugisa, to come and give closing remarks. You're welcome.
Allow me to ride on the protocol already read out by our ED. But let me recognize my colleagues I work with at the board who are present. With me, I have Engineer George Bwanga, representing the Engineers Registration Board on our board. I have my boss, whom I boss also, Dr. Isaac Charigonza. Thank you for being here. Yes, I have some closing remarks which have been written for me, like 1 page, but I also want to make some remarks from my reserves, some retained earnings there which are in my head. Now, I want to speak to, you have this microphone, the mobile one. I don't like being stationary. I will read the remarks later on. I would like to speak to what Charagonza talked and the PS. The PS said that procurement cadres should not be part of the problem, but part of the solution. Charagonza, when he was presenting, he was asked the question, where is the problem? Is it the law or the practitioners? Is it? And he chose to go for the law. But I think practitioners, you have some role to play, a big one actually. And I would like to borrow from Colin Powell and Jack Welch in their books. They emphasize challenging status quo. You people, when you are given those jobs, some of these things we have been discussing here can be brought anytime through challenging status quo. You ask yourself, is this thing helping this country? Is this process helping the procurement system? You know, as PPD, our vision is to be a dynamic facilitator of a public procurement and disposal system for sustainable national development. So we are waiting for you. We are here. We are waiting for you. If the system is not helping you, don't die with it. Say, you see, the law, the regulations, they are not working. Why? Challenge status quo and come to relevant people who can change the system. Just as we are doing now. There is the board, the Ministry of Finance, there is the Parliament, all the structures are there, are available. So please, these forums we are having today can be reduced by coming up with proposals to improve the procurement system. The second point I want to talk to are the audits. Audits. During my career, I have been an auditor in breweries and at NSSF. When you audit, you come up with, but before I say that, auditing, the whole purpose of auditing is to improve systems, not looking for faults or thieves or what, but the whole purpose is to improve systems. Am I clear? So if you have auditors come to audit you, you have a chance to put those reforms in the report so that when they come to us, we are able to take decisions as well as we need a regulation, whether we need the law change or whether we need a circular. But I'm told from our discussions that you people, you don't want to be audited. You have reasons to keep away the files. You want as far as possible. Please participate in auditing. It will help this country so that we improve the systems. So some of these things we are talking about could come through our auditing recommendations and we implement them. Am I clear on that? So through auditing, you can improve, you can make reforms. Those reports will come to us and we shall pull out what is needed to be done. So please help the auditors, hoping that the auditors will pull out the issues very well. Another thing I want to talk about is which has not grown well, that is the local content. Local content has not grown very well. And you people, you are not helping this country. We are not going to develop this country without involving our own. There are guidelines, they are available, but when you are giving out your, how do you call them, the business, you give outsiders. Quoting what? Lack of capacity. They have no capacity. Please, all of you, I give you this example all the time, all of you, when you left Makerere or Chambogo or where, you didn't have experience. But here you are, you have the experience. So handhold some of those people and give them business. Finally, my final comment before I read my one-page speech is corruption. Yeah, you people, you have had 84 trillion budget. 70% is procurement. The IG at one time said 10 trillion goes through corruption. Now, 70% of 10 is 7 trillion. Please, I know. By the way, I have been, I was employed for many years in the breweries, in the NSSF, so I know about procurement. Please, you can help this country to reduce that level of corruption. I don't have to go into the details. I used to have an MD in brewery, it was called George Sutton. He would tell us a question. If this company was yours, would you buy at this price? So always ask that question. Don't use the best evaluated bidder when you know that it is overpriced. So now I can read my speech. It is one page, don't worry. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all for actively participating in today's Procurement and Disposal Cadre Forum. You people, you are very bright people. I was listening, you are very, very brilliant people. You can help this country by applying that knowledge appropriately. It has been a distinct honor to interact with you at this crucial engagement. We thank all of our strategic partners, particularly the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, for the continuous support rendered to the authority. Over the course of our discussions today, it has become clear that procurement business systems reforms are fundamental enablers of efficiency, transparency, accountability, and ultimately national development. The reflections shared today regarding procurement planning, budgeting, administrative timelines, use of framework arrangements, asset management, have challenged us to rethink how we plan, execute, and manage procurement across our respective institutions. The emphasis on collaborative procurement, standardization of unit rates, revision and submission deadlines for procurement plans, monthly reports, sustainable practices, all underscore a shared recognition that the future of the public procurement must be smarter, faster, and more responsive to the needs of our economy and citizens. I appreciate you, the procurement cadres, and your dedication to enhance. By this time, you are still here, very many of you. This is unusual. So thank you very much for being here and being committed to this forum so that you are able to improve our procurement systems. As I've already mentioned, I urge you to support His Excellency, the President, in his drive against corruption. I also call upon you to also help in the local content agenda. The local industry must be supported to enable Uganda achieve the tenfold growth strategy. The success of these proposed reforms will depend on our collective resolve to translate them into practice, to embrace change, and to uphold the highest standards of professionalism and integrity in our procurement and disposal processes. I urge each one of you to take forward the lessons and commitments from this forum and champion the implementation within procuring and disposing entities. As a board, we reaffirm our commitment to providing strategic direction and support. Let me also take this opportunity to thank EXCO. EXCO is the Executive Management of PPDA and the Board Affairs Department for their tireless efforts for the success of this forum. Thank you all for the active participation, and I wish you journey mercies. It is now my honor to formally declare the Public Procurement Cadre Forum closed for God and my country.
Wow, wow, wow. Another round of applause for our board chair, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to sign out with a small poem for this specific function, titled Procurement for Uganda's Future. Today, we have reflected reforms on the table, process strengthened, and systems more stable. From local governments to MDAs inside, PDUs guiding us to do procurement right. We spoke of disposal of contracts with care, framework agreements that all can share. Local content stood firm, our pride and our voice. Ugandan providers must be our first choice. Vision 2040 calls us to grow. Tenfold strategy, a national glow. Procurement is power, it will transform. Integrity and service must be our norm. The heart of the matter is the matter of the heart. Values and ethics must never depart. Together we build, together we stand for Uganda's future, hand in hand. So let us go forward, bold and strong, correcting the wrongs, embracing the long. Professionals united, reforms our chart. Procurement for progress, Uganda, forward we go. Samuel A. Bakutana, today's host. See you on Saturday at 9:10 p.m. on Family TV for the Inspired Family Leader program. Pass by the table, pick the books for God and my country. DJ.